Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Mutation is key to our evolution. It enabled us to evolve from single-celled organisms into the dominant species on this planet. This process is very slow. It usually takes millions of years. But every few 100,000 years, evolution suddenly leaps forward. The midday sun was particularly bright, shining through the windows onto everyone's faces. On the stage, a spirited female teacher is giving a passionate and engaging presentation on biology. Meanwhile in the audience, Norland listlessly twirled his pencil, glancing out the window out of the corner of his eye. Lost in thought at this moment, he felt as if he had returned to his high school days before he transmigrated, where the boring biology class always had a magical power to make people drowsy. However, he could take a nap back then, but not now. Because he traveled through time, moreover, he was transported to a Marvel world where gods and demons coexist and aliens are as common as dogs. Compared to the previous universe, this world is far too dangerous. A family planning commission director who advocates balance is sharpening his knives, preparing to launch an infinite war that will affect the entire universe. Deep within the Earth's core lies a titan giant hundreds of kilometers tall, the celestial titan Tiamat. Once it awakens and is born, the Earth will be destroyed instantly. And then there's the Kang dynasty, which wields the power of time, overlooking all living beings across the endless multiverse. Of course, all of this is too far off at the moment. Compared to these, Norland is more concerned about the impending war between human regimes and mutants. Because he is now a mutant. Yes, Xavier's Academy of Young Geniuses. This is truly worthy of celebration, ugh. This is so difficult, why don't I have a system? Norland sighed deeply in his heart, as we all know. As long as you have a system that is above average, you are basically guaranteed to win and can play recklessly. Unfortunately, Norland did not, in this dangerous world. There's no newbie gift pack provided by the system at the start. You can only try to survive as long as possible. However, he also has a golden touch. Pay close attention. Take notes and listen carefully on stage. Ororo noticed Norland's absent-mindedness and gently reminded him. Yes, their biology teacher was Storm Ororo from X-Men, whose mutant ability was to control the weather. They can summon natural forces such as lightning. Dark cloud sends storms at will, making them extremely powerful in combat. Based on my understanding before time travel, this could be described as being able to command the wind and rain. Of course, Seth's ability requires some preparation time, and Storm's physical abilities are only slightly better than those of an average person, which is her weakness, but for many mutants, Storm's abilities are already considered powerful. Okay, teachers both domestic and foreign are the same. Norland focused his attention and listened attentively as Ororo explained the biological knowledge about genes. Although Ororo is not a full-time biology teacher, this is where biology professor Dr. Charles comes in. That's a formidable person who has earned multiple doctoral degrees in biology, psychology, and other fields. But Norland was unwilling to take the initiative to approach Charles to exchange biological knowledge. Seeing that Norland was getting serious, Ororo continued her lecture. But beneath Norland's serious expression, he was considering the path ahead, counting the time. It's been 2 months since I transmigrated to this world. 2 months ago, he was transported to this world for reasons that cannot be described. After his consciousness was awakened, he found himself captured by a group of people. He had no way to resist because in this world, he was just an ordinary Huxia in this discriminatory place. He was an orphan, powerless and without any supernatural abilities. Faced with armed terrorists, he could do nothing. Moreover, he also needs to sort out his previous memories. After all, his memories of his past life had been dormant until then, when his emotions were running high. It was also at that time that he awakened his mutant abilities. Generally speaking, when people with a hidden X gene awaken their mutant abilities due to emotional distress, they may experience a loss of control over their abilities, which could potentially cause chaos and negatively impact public order. Norland's mutant ability, while not weak, lacked overwhelming power even after awakening. It didn't grant him the immediate ability to escape his confinement. He can temporarily copy the other person's mutant abilities, such as kissing through the exchange of bodily fluids. After testing, this time frame is initially set at 1 day and is limited to members of the opposite S*X. As the number of times increase, time will also increase. And permanent replication is not impossible furthermore. Having S*X with someone of the opposite S*X can quickly improve the other person's mutant abilities' flaws, and may even raise their mutant level. This ability can be described as extremely powerful. Through the X mutants gain superhuman strength. But that doesn't mean every mutant is lucky. Mutations are uncontrollable. Mutants' abilities are completely random. Some mutants possess godlike powers, such as Magneto and Professor X. However, many mutants have very weak mutant abilities or significant defects. According to current statistics, mutants make up more than half of this group. There are also some mutants who can gain powerful abilities, but they also exhibit many characteristics that are different from ordinary people. These characteristics often cause them a lot of trouble in society, and they may even be unable to live a normal life with others. For example, Little Rascal, Nightcrawler, and the like. From this perspective, Norland's ability is almost entirely a support ability type that involves selflessness. But in reality, Norland discovered that his mutant abilities were not so simple. For example, he discovered that the ability to exchange bodily fluids can also be updated at any time. As long as the other party becomes stronger, the exchange can be continued to replicate the updated power. Furthermore, the replication time can be extended continuously, and it may become a permanent ability in the future. Moreover, it can not only copy one person's ability, but also the variant abilities of multiple people at the same time. The current upper limit is uncertain, but it is still very powerful besides. Norland sometimes wonders if his abilities are those of a succubus, as if to make it easier for Norland to use his mutant abilities. His appearance underwent some minor adjustments when he activated them. His already handsome face became even more dashing and charming. That damn charm-like walking hormones is enough to make any member of the opposite S*X fall for her. While he may not be the kind of guy who makes every woman fall in love with him at first sight, he can definitely make a great first impression on women. Moreover, his sexual prowess is off the charts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's an unyielding man. It also comes with iron kidney, honestly. Is this kind of mutant ability something you're not just taking advantage of? Since things are like this, we not add a many children. Many blessings system, paired with an iron kidney and a golden gun max charm. It's simply invincible, Norland inwardly complained. But he was still quite satisfied with his cheat code. Currently, it has extremely high potential. It's just that it will tire my body out. Norland's relatively detailed knowledge of his mutant abilities was thanks to the people who captured him, Hydra. Yes, he was captured by Hydra. When he was captured and prepared to conduct research, he unexpectedly awakened his abilities. Then he encountered a man, a viper Opheliath blonde, blue-eyed snake woman from the Wolverine. Because this world is a fusion of the cinematic universe and mutants. Therefore, Ophelia's identity is that of a mid to high-level researcher at Hydra, possessing certain privileges. She is a master of drug production, a brilliant scientist, and a powerful mutant with the ability to shed skin and become immune to toxins. The moment the two met, Viper was drawn to Norland's charismatic aura. On the day she was arrested, Ophelia used the excuse of research to take Norland out and take him to her bedroom to do some unspeakable things. Then Norland learned of his abilities. Norland gained Ophelia's mutant abilities and acquired a certain degree of supernatural power. Ophelia was also extremely satisfied. Spending every day in paradise, later, she discovered that her mutant abilities were evolving. This made Ophelia even more excited. What could be more enjoyable than continuously increasing her power by doing something enjoyable? Therefore, both of them were very satisfied and lived a carefree and happy life. To prevent other Hydra members from discovering this and reporting it to higher authorities. Therefore, Ophelia always used the excuse of researching mutant abilities to stay with Norland and improved Norland's treatment. During that period, Norland's living conditions were much better than they had been outside or even in his previous life. But just 2 weeks ago, Ororo led the X-Men into the base. After destroying the Hydra branch that was used to research the X gene, Norland was brought back to school and after passing the test, entered Xavier Academy's high school. In fact, Norland could have gone with Ophelia's, but after careful consideration, he decided to stay and was rescued by Ororo. The decision to make this matter does not lie with Ophelia, but with Norland because of his mutant ability in the one hand. He can improve and enhance the abilities of the opposite S*X. And on the other hand, he seems to make the other person more devoted to him and obedient to him. This change takes place at the same time from the depths of the body and mind, which can be described as perfect abnormal, in short. Opheliaho had been with him for nearly 2 months, had completely transformed into his shape, both physically and mentally, and had become his spy within Hydra through her. Norland can obtain information that is not publicly available in this world, which will be of great help to future development plans. Before we knew it, the bell rang to signal the end of Get Out of Class. All right, students, that concludes this lesson. If you are interested, you can borrow The Eternal King from the library. It's a novel highly recommended by the professor, written by the British novelist Terence White. If you read it carefully, you can find a lot of interesting knowledge in it. Get Out of Class dismissed. Ororo gave Norland a long look, then turned and left. Norland, what's wrong? You seem a little off today. Did you stay up too late studying last night and not get enough rest? After Ororo left Norland's deskmate, a girl with long flaxen hair came over and asked with concern, You're right, I did go to bed a little late last night. Norland thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a reason, so he simply echoed her statement upon hearing this. A blush appeared on the girl's face. Whether it was because she guessed correctly or because Norland was too handsome and had too much hormones. Then don't work so hard at night, you should rest early. That's better for your health. Not all teachers are as easy to talk to as Ms. Ororo. If it were Mr. Scott, it would probably be much more troublesome. The girl continued to show concern and then held up her notes, which she had diligently taken throughout the lesson. In front of Norland, no. I see you haven't finished your notes yet. So why don't you take mine and copy it? I've almost memorized it. Seeing the girl's evasive gaze, Norland smiled slightly. Thank you, Katie, although he knew Katie was lying, and that her mutant ability wasn't related to brain development. It was impossible for her to memorize the entire class's notes in such a short time. But he still understood the girl's good intentions. He wasn't a hopeless, clueless straight man, yes. Norland's deskmate is Katie Pride, a member of the high school class, whose mutant codename is Shadowcat. Her ability is to allow her body or anything she touches to pass through any object. If development continues, it could even allow human consciousness to travel through time. In days of future past, she is the key figure who changes the fate of mutants in the old timeline. Her potential is considerable, however, this girl, who played a key role in the original work and is much more beautiful than the character in the novel, is now almost completely succumbing to Norland's max-level charm. Even without her knowledge, her actions and words, in the eyes of outsiders, could almost be equated with being a simp, a simple, slightly grateful, Kind smile was enough to bring this typical Western woman immense satisfaction. And this was just one of Norland's gains at Xavier's school. Despite having only been here for 2 weeks, he has already become the most prominent figure in the school. Almost all the female students had a good impression of him. As a result, he was also ostracized by many boys. So cool. She's so charming. It made the other boys feel completely suffocated. If this weren't Xavier's school, with professors and teachers watching over things, perhaps the boys would have already banded together to challenge Norland. Norland believes that if any boys were to do this, they would first need to get past the girls. However, Norland did not become complacent because of this. The help from others is ultimately external. Only the improvement of one's own strength is the most reliable. He needs to gain strength for this reason. He did not hesitate to come to Xavier's school, which is full of mutants over the past 2 weeks. He had become quite familiar with Xavier's school and had made a list in his mind. Katie, ClariS, Aurora, Jean. He needs superpowers. Having more skills is never a bad thing. And these abilities will be his guarantee of survival in this world. After all, he can improve defects, strengthen the other party's genes, and enhance their abilities once the feedback is received. He can gather countless powerful mutant abilities into one, becoming a hexagonal warrior. Looking at Norland's perfect face and smiling subtle, Katie actually fled in panic. This is simply unbelievable for a typical Western woman. She made up an excuse and left the classroom. Once outside in the corridor, Katie managed to take a few deep breaths to calm her agitated emotions. And her flushed face gradually returned to normal. Katie. Katyuhi, are you so disappointing at this crucial moment? They've completely disgraced women. Katie felt incredibly embarrassed by her actions. She never imagined that she would have such a day. This situation has never occurred when facing other people. They can always talk to them with ease and confidence. But for some reason every time she was with Norland, she felt her heart race and her breathing quicken. She even had an urge to pounce on him. That's insane. That's incredible. Could this be the legendary love at first sight? However, she didn't completely lose face before fleeing. She still boldly kissed him. That feeling was simply wonderful. She had never had such a wonderful experience in the past 10 years. Absolutely wonderful. Oh no, it's the feeling of falling in love. My heart is beating so fast, and it smells so good. Norland has a unique, faint fragrance that doesn't seem to be perfume. Could it be his natural body odor? The scent was so alluring that it drove her to madness and impulsiveness. Katie, you don't seem to be doing well. Are you all right? As Katie was still conjuring up Norland's perfect image, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. Katie looked up. The person she was talking to was Peter, one of the school's top students, codenamed Steel Warrior. He can instantly transform his body into a steel-like substance, impervious to Bladespierce fire, and possesses immense strength. I'm fine, Peter. Katie shook her head, not intending to talk to the other party any further. In the past, she wouldn't have minded chatting casually with the other person. Peter was a prominent figure at school, with excellent grades and strong abilities, often receiving praise from professors and teachers. I recently heard that Peter has been shortlisted as an X-Men candidate and could become an outstanding X-Men member at any time. That's something almost everyone in the school dreams of. Anyone with decent mutant abilities dreams of joining the X-Men and becoming a hero to protect the school. But now that Norland has arrived, the other boys suddenly pale in comparison and lose all their charm. Oh, really? I think I just saw you and Norland exchange a few words. Are you really all right? Peter, somewhat worried, asked with concern, glancing thoughtfully at Norland, who was deep in thought inside the classroom. Don't interfere in my affairs. Katie's voice gradually rose, revealing a hint of impatience. Peter, you're a very nice and gentle person, but there are some things you don't understand. I just remembered something. I have to go. After saying that, Katie turned and left. Peter was left completely bewildered. What don't I understand? I'm almost an adult. He vividly remembered that Katie was a very gentle person, even gentle with dogs. So why was she behaving so differently in front of him today? He only asked a couple of questions. Inside the classroom, Norland carefully savored the feeling from just now, and thought not much. It happened too fast, it was fleeting, the warm, smooth thing recoiled after being lightly touched. Katie then fled in panic, which Norland hadn't expected. He originally wanted to talk to Katie about some things, and even tried to have a deeper conversation with her, however. Before he could even unleash his power, Katie couldn't take it anymore. Norland was certain that he hadn't made any advances towards the other person. But Katie seems to be working on her own strategy. It was just a normal chat and she acted like this. To be honest, Norland has gained a deeper appreciation for his own good looks and abilities. That's absolutely outrageous in my previous life. If I had this ability, I probably wouldn't have needed to make any effort at all. It seems like you don't need to work very hard in this world. The thought had barely crossed Norland's mind when he immediately dismissed it. No, I still need to put in a little more effort. At the very least, I need to wander around a bit more so that some powerful members of the opposite S*X can see me. And then I can live off a woman's. Norland shook his head, got up and walked outside. This is the last class of the morning. It's time to go to the cafeteria for lunch. It's different from the school I attended in my previous life. In your past life, if you didn't sprint to the finish line the moment the bell rang, you'd basically have to wait in line for a long time. And you still might not get a seat. This is true even in university. But it was different at Xavier School. Mutants are ultimately a minority. Charles doesn't just bring back any mutant he sees. This resulted in a small number of students in the entire school, with only about 100 people including teachers, support staff and so on. There are too many people. Even with Charles's financial resources, he can't afford it. After all, this school is not for profit. And the financial investment in mutant education cannot be compared with that for ordinary students. Moreover, there are the X-Men to support, various research investments and base construction, all of which require real money. So Norland was in no hurry at all, walking slowly along the road, passing directly through doors and walls whenever he didn't need to. This is Katie's ability. That kiss just now allowed him to temporarily copy the other person's ability and use it simply. This feeling is quite wonderful. It's practically a must-have for lazy people. There's no need to take a detour, and opening the door is unnecessary. Just keep walking forward and you're done. Arrived at the cafeteria, Norland skipped the queue and went straight to the cafeteria window with a slight smile. Thank you. 1 order of fried chicken and 1 order of mashed potatoes. Please, that warm, sunny smile was the most wonderful reward in the eyes of the cafeteria auntie. The cafeteria lady quickly grabbed a serving of the best-looking and most generously portioned fried chicken, then scooped up a full spoonful of mashed potatoes, filling the plate to the brim. The cafeteria lady spoke with the gentlest of voices possible. Young man, if you're still hungry, come back to me. I'll save you a little of everything. And I promise it'll be piping hot, thanks. Norland smiled and nodded, then turned and left. I hadn't walked 2 steps when I heard the slightly angry voice of the cafeteria lady behind me. Stop talking nonsense, can't you see I'm busy? Turning around, I saw a mutant student standing in front of the window with a wronged look on his face. He had only called out softly twice when he saw the other person grinning foolishly. But for some reason, it sounded like he had insulted the other person's parents. And he was met with a barrage of insults. He felt so wronged. The cafeteria lady ignored him. But when she noticed Norland's gaze, her expression immediately changed to a kind one. When Norland turned around, he had a fierce look on his face, which frightened the young man so much that he quickly ran to another window. Norland ignored these trivial matters. He had gradually grown accustomed to this damned charm. Looking around, I didn't see Katie's familiar figure. Just as he was wondering where that girl had run off to, a petite figure caught Norland's eye. Hey Norland, come over here, I have a seat. Norland, come sit here, I've warmed it up for you. Senior, actually I can do it too. Come to me, I'll give you some delicious milk. Norland, I saw some good stuff last night. I think we can enjoy it together tonight and get a preview of biology and dynamics. Each girl displayed her unique charm, some flirting, others striking seductive poses. If it weren't for the occasion, they probably would have surrounded her directly. Norland smiled as he sat down next to a dark-haired girl. Hi. My name is Norland, what's yours? Me. The dark-haired girl clearly hadn't expected Norland to return and sit down next to her. He never expected the other person to strike up a conversation with him. You know, Norland is a very popular figure in the academy. It is very popular among female students. He was just a junior high school student, and nobody paid any attention to him. How could he have the opportunity to sit and eat with Norland? ClariS was completely unprepared for this. When Norland spoke to her, she was stunned for a moment before stammering, "Senior. I'm ClariS Ferguson, I'm 13 years old." ClariS was not yet 13 but in front of Norland. She made it sound like she was older. "May I call you ClariS?" Norland smiled, his smile as warm as the sun shining into ClariS's heart, making her exceptionally beautiful. "Of course, Senior." ClariS blushed slightly and agreed to Norland's request. But I felt uneasy. He glanced at Norland out of the corner of his eye, wondering to himself if Norland was being so enthusiastic towards him because they both had yellow skin. In this country, people with yellow skin do not have an easy life. Add to that the mutant auras. This makes it even more difficult. Now that I'm at Xavier College, not much has changed. Although mutants are no longer discriminated against here, their skin color cannot be changed. ClariS usually keeps to herself and has almost no friends. Although Norland is of Asian descent, he was not ostracized because of his skin color. On the contrary, he was very popular among the girls and received a lot of attention. ClariS was quite envious now. Norland ignored the senior students and sat with her, which made her feel uneasy but also secretly pleased. Norland, who had been paying close attention to ClariS, keenly observed the complex emotional shifts in her eyes. Norland had to complain about this before he transmigrated. He read novels and saw certain emotions flashing in someone's eyes, or a mixture of 334 or something like that. I often wonder how extraordinary one's perception and emotional intelligence must be to achieve this. I always feel that such abilities are commonplace. But after time traveling, he discovered that his ability to perceive women's emotions had been greatly enhanced. This can only be attributed to this mutated ability to eat a woman's rice and then force it. They've almost reached the pinnacle in this regard. Should I still call you Senior? You can call me by my name too. Norland hinted, pulling the other person back to reality. Norland. ClariS tentatively changed the way she addressed her. Seeing Norland nod with a smile, he was overjoyed. Although Norland didn't say anything comforting, the change in address instantly dispelled ClariS's slight anxiety. As a result, ClariS felt that she had a particularly good appetite today. "I ate a lot more than usual." He even ate some of the food from Norland's plate. The other girls could hardly understand why their relationship progressed so quickly. So much so that they were so envious they lost their appetite, wishing they could take Norland's place and become her sweetheart. But they held back. He wasn't particularly wary of the petite ClariS. After all, ClariS is too young in the United States. That age is not acceptable, at least not on the surface. In those days, the legal age for marriage in New York State was 14. ClariS had no advantage whatsoever at most. She was the same skin color as ClariS. How can someone with a flat figure compare to them? Norland will understand the good qualities of the older woman. They all believed that Norland treated ClariS like a younger sister, and that he was too sorry for her being all alone, which is why he became close to her. Norland is so caring, really, they cried their eyes out. To prevent them from becoming enemies and to avoid upsetting the ostracized little girl, they comforted each other. Norland is so kind. No wonder he's the man they've set their sights on. Every girl over 15 years old at that moment was already mentally preparing a series of excuses for Norrin. And she began to value him even more. They remained indifferent to the advances of other boys. Their eyes only on Norland's. He exudes a unique aura that captivates and enthralls people. They enjoyed the fragrance and were always eager to be moths drawn to the flame. Even if it was just a one-night stand. They felt it was a huge win. Time flies by unnoticed. After ClariS finished eating, Norland invited her to show him around the campus. Norland has only been at the school for 2 weeks and has only just become familiar with a few of the main places he goes. Xavier School used to be an estate with its own lawns and gardens, covering a considerable area. In addition, there are various buildings. It takes quite a bit of time to see the whole thing. Looking at Norland's slightly apologetic smile, ClariS, without suspicion, readily agreed. He showed Norland around the school. Because ClariS was often ostracized, she often wandered around alone, so she knew the school environment very well. Under the warm sunshine, the two strolled around leisurely, with Norland's deliberate efforts to bring them closer. Their relationship progressed rapidly. ClariS even sometimes called Norland Brother Norland. This unique and affectionate Huxia nickname can currently be said to be exclusive to ClariS. In the midday and afternoons, ClariS gained a caring brother, and Norland gained ClariS's affection. It was a win-win situation during this time. Norland also learned more about the school, including gossip that ClariS had overheard from other people's conversations. And of course, there's ClariS's experience. As for Norland's own experiences, ClariS knew very little. Or rather, she didn't care about Norland's origins. As evening fell, Norland left ClariS's dormitory room under her longing gaze. I returned to my dormitory, to be fair. Xavier School does a very good job with its dormitory arrangements. Students who have reached a certain age all have their own independent dormitories. This is to cultivate students' independence and autonomy. It also gives students ample private space. Although the dormitory wasn't big, it was still pretty good for Norland. This will make it convenient for Norland to proceed with his next plan. To quickly improve one's strength. Simply working hard at the mutant school is far from enough. Admittedly, there are many powerful or high-potential female mutants here, including the Omega-level mutant Jane Grey. If Norland can acquire the other party's abilities and further improve and strengthen them, he is confident that he can become a powerful figure in the Marvel Universe. But that's still not enough, as is well known. Some mutants have very strong abilities, but their physical constitution is very weak. Even someone as powerful as Dark Phoenix was killed by Wolverine with a single claw. Norland wants to become a well-rounded warrior, so he can't be one-sided in any area. Therefore, we need to use another cheat code, space travel. This is the second ability Norland discovered later. It is currently unknown whether it is a variant ability or how to improve it. As previously estimated, it would be possible to actively search for and travel to a new universe approximately every month. This universe is not limited to parallel universes of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The search is random and not controlled by Norland, but he controlled the round trip. Once the search is locked, it can be pinned after that. You can travel between the two universes at any time without having to wait for the next crossing node. Norland was still unsure how to improve this ability, and only had one guess in his mind. Perhaps the length of time it takes to travel through space is positively correlated with one's own strength. With his current strength, which is not much stronger than that of an ordinary person, he can only wait for this ability to cool down automatically. After all, the energy required for inter-universe travel must be enormous. With his current strength, even if he were to fill the entire space, he wouldn't be able to create the slightest splash. The reason this ability takes so long is likely to be to build a passage between the two universes. Norland held the key to this passage. They can come and go as they please. Nearly a month ago, he opened a portal to a universe. That's the world of the boys. A world of anti-superheroes with dark violent and satirical themes. The superheroes in that world gained their powers by injecting a compound called Compound V. Some of the most powerful superheroes are in the hands of Vought International. The strongest among them are undoubtedly Homelander, who possesses a weakened version of Superman's abilities, and his father Soldier Boy. With the weapons available to humans at the time, it was virtually impossible to kill them, unless a high-yield nuclear or hydrogen bomb is used. Even within the current Marvel universe, he would be considered a very powerful superhuman. It's different from this universe. Although mutants also possess superpowers, they have become almost universally hated and have even nearly become extinct. In the world of Black Robe superhumans, especially the 7 superhumans under Vought's command, became popular stars. However, behind the scenes, almost all of the 7 members are villains. There are many superheroes in that universe, but Norland understands very well that surviving in that universe would be extremely difficult. The seemingly superhuman person who's all smiles at you might just turn around and deliver a double stab to your ears. He doesn't have a superhuman physique. If he takes a hit like that, his head will definitely be turned into mincemeat. At that time, Norland had only acquired Ophelia's abilities and had not made sufficient preparations. Knowing that the chances of his gathering abilities growing were extremely low, he quickly returned to the Marvel universe. Although Ophelia is a mid-level administrator in Hydra, she doesn't have much power. It also couldn't offer Norland much help. Assistance can only be provided in the areas of intelligence, living conditions and weaponry. However, even with the firearms provided by Hydra, they would be ineffective against most superhumans with enhanced physical abilities in the Black Robe world. This is also why Norland decided to come to Xavier School. To be fair, Charles might be a bit too saintly but in his school. As long as you don't cause trouble, you can get through a pretty good novice period. Moreover, there is no shortage of female mutants with superpowers here. He felt right at home here, perhaps due to his physical constitution. Norland possesses a strong mental defense, making it impossible for ordinary mental abilities to penetrate his mind. Perhaps it's a perk that comes with having a special physique. Or perhaps it's a minor buff resulting from the enhanced soul after time travel. Therefore, unless Professor X uses his full strength, it is almost impossible for him to see through Norland's inner world. Generally speaking, Professor X does not casually pry into other people's minds, especially someone with a certain level of mental defense, as it is easy for that person to become aware of it. Therefore, Norland doesn't need to worry about his secret of time travel being exposed. I wonder what kind of world this time will be. I really hope to gain something from it. Norland looked on with anticipation. This time was different from the last. This time, I was mentally prepared and also gained the ability of the Phantom Cat to pass through objects using molecular mimicry. Although Phantom Cat's abilities are not very strong at this time, it needs to hold its breath when passing through inanimate or living objects and cannot pass through objects that are too thick. But it also greatly enhanced Norland's ability to survive. With Ophelia's improved abilities, she wouldn't have any problem protecting herself even in the Black Robe world. However, while he was trying to protect himself, thanks to Ophelia's in this world, he used Hydra's power to temporarily obtain some documents that allowed him to move around freely. In this respect, Hydra is a perfect fit. It is unlikely to arouse suspicion from others, but it's hard to say in other universes. Documents from this universe may not be valid in another. At least not for things like dates which cannot be faked. Even if Ophelia could use Hydra's authority to create the documents, the time limit would be different. And who knows if the policy had changed. He made up his mind to wait until his strength had improved further before he started to have fun. The world of the Black Robe is not without its risks. With his current strength, he could easily run into trouble if he encountered those powerful superhumans. No matter what, you need to have the strength of the Hulk. It's still a bit difficult. How about we wait until midnight and just go knock on Jean Grey's door? Forget it, not yet. We need to build a better relationship. You can't rush things, be patient. Norland was extremely confident in his own allure. But he wasn't guaranteed to win someone's heart just by meeting them. Jean Grey herself is a telepathic mutant with Omega-level potential. And the Phoenix Force within her is the embodiment of life and mind. No matter how confident Norland was in his own allure, he wouldn't dare say he could seduce her so easily. He even doubted whether his charm would work on her, however. This thing shouldn't be a mental mutation, right? Norland shook his head, forgetting about it for the time being, and took out his phone to check the time, as expected. The feeling of my abilities awakening has arrived. It's August 19th now, 8:30 p.m. It's been about 29 days. 23 hours. And 50 minutes since the last time we traveled through time. It may not be entirely accurate, but it roughly proves one thing: the cooling time has been shortened, which may be related to changes in one's own physical condition. This remains to be determined. More experiments are needed to corroborate this, since it concerned the development of his own abilities. Norland would not be careless in the slightest. He carefully memorized the values in his mind, repeatedly recited them dozens of times, and only returned to consciousness after confirming that he had memorized them. After taking a deep breath, Norland first made sure no one was outside the door, then closed and locked the door, carefully recalling the 18 precautions he had made for his next journey. He took out a backpack from a locked cabinet and began to check the equipment inside. One pocket-sized Laloc 19 pistol with 3 magazines, one bulletproof vest, one satellite phone. There are also headsets, emergency medical supplies, and the like. These are all equipment belonging to SHIE. LD agents. Ophelia sent ordinary people to deliver the items to the school via express delivery. Xavier School doesn't inspect these kinds of packages. That's why Norland was able to obtain these supplies that were impossible to buy outside. There is one point that must be mentioned. Norland has no money in this country and relies on Ophelia for living expenses. They even gave him a credit card and a Chevrolet, which they suspected was bought with embezzled funds, enough for him to live a relatively luxurious life. According to Ophelia, it was better for her to suffer than for Norland to suffer. Although these are hardly used in school. But I still have to admit, living off a woman is really lucrative. After verifying that everything was correct, Norland activated his ability and instantly disappeared from the room. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Mike. How was your experience last night? Tusk, that girl is too crazy. If I didn't have the special drug that Wayne Group developed before, I really wouldn't have been able to win her over. Maybe you can give it a try, really. I definitely need to see if it's as crazy as you say. The sky over Gotham was unusually clear. On the bustling street, everyone's face was filled with a happy smile, to be honest. This is a completely different world from the Gotham that Norland remembers, where supervillains roamed everywhere and gangsters were treated like dirt. It's as if they're just different cities with the same name as Gotham. But the Wayne Group, which people often talk about, clearly tells him this. This is Gotham, the Gotham of Bruce Wayne's DC universe. This place is home to mad scientists who collect human materials from all over the place. Street thugs of all races. Black magic wizards who study dark arts. Various schizophrenic criminals. And a group of ruthless supervillains. Despite its small size, Gotham City is home to countless dark groups, both large and small. If this is truly the Gotham of our memories, then few of the people we see here are good people. Norland felt as if all his luck had been used up the moment he traveled through time. First, there was the seemingly bright but actually dark world of black robes. Now it's Gotham City where no light can be seen. Then I think of the perilous Marvel universe. From Marvel New York to DC Gotham, Tusk. One house might explode at any moment, and the other house might explode at any moment. What a coincidence, Norland shook his head. He had been here for an hour and had gathered some information, so he was pretty sure that this was the DC world. He also saw Arkham Asylum in the newspaper, yes. It's that Arkham, the place known for its talented people. The series has produced a number of super talents, including the honest businessman Penguin, the inquisitive Riddleth environmentalist Poison Ivy, the model husband Mr. Freeze, as well as Two-Face Scarecrow, Bane, and many more. Of course, the most terrifying character. The Clownies also included Hiss, with not many doctoral degrees. Can I really get out of here alive? Maybe I should just switch to the black robe. Norland looked at the bright sunshine and seemed lost in thought. Hey handsome, are you lost? A sexual proportioned and reasonably good-looking blonde girl greeted him warmly from the side. It's nothing, I'm just lost on the path of life. Norland waved to her. What a kind and welcoming Gotham. The people here are so warm and friendly, just as they waved. Some powder carried by the wind entered the other person's body with their breath. The person was completely unaware. She was already lost in a beautiful fantasy. God bless her, today is indeed her lucky day. She just went out for a short walk and ran into a super handsome guy. Good heavens! She could already imagine how envious those B** would be after she brought the handsome guy to school. Tonight will be an unforgettable night. The girl was still internally churning things out when suddenly her gaze became vacant. Norland led her aside and began asking for more information. This is a psychotropic drug provided by Ophelia, which can temporarily control a person's consciousness to achieve a hypnotic effect. Currently, it only works on ordinary people. People with strong willpower or extraordinary physical condition can generally be immune to the effects of the drug. If it can be used with the aid of scientific methods and applied to a person over a long period of time, it becomes a sophisticated brainwashing technique. Due to the long-term exchange of bodily fluids, Norland has temporarily acquired the ability to be immune to Ophelia toxin. Moreover, through Norland's long-term efforts, Ophelia's genes have been improved, eliminating some of the changes in appearance caused by mutations, such as her tongue. The body's ability to resist toxins and its ability to shed skin are also enhanced. They even mastered several new abilities. That is, thermal energy sensing and vibration sensing. As the name suggests, thermal sensing is essentially infrared thermal imaging, which uses temperature sensing to automatically generate thermal images of the surrounding environment. This ability allows Norland to detect the surrounding situation in complex environments and make judgments in advance without the other party noticing. He can move freely even in the dark. Its temperature change accuracy allows it to detect changes in the surrounding temperature of only a few thousandths of a degree Celsius. Almost nothing can escape his sight. As for vibration sensing, it enhances the perception of ground vibration and wall vibration, and can accurately determine the direction, distance, weight of nearby walking objects, and then judge the size and quantity of the other party based on existing knowledge. These two abilities greatly enhanced Ophelia and Norland's survivability and fighting skills. In addition, he gained super reaction ability, which greatly improved his reaction speed. According to Ophelia's data analysis, their reaction speed is several times that of ordinary people. Even highly trained elites are far inferior to them. Even Norland, who hadn't received much training, could still take down a Hydra soldier who was heavier, stronger, and professionally trained than himself. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, Ophelia, having undergone systematic training and received the boost from her super reflexes, experienced a terrifying increase in strength. According to her, she could easily subdue more than 10 IELD agents. She could even fight against Black Widow, one of Hydra's top agents. However, according to intelligence, Black Widow may have been injected with a super soldier serum, so it's hard to say who would win if they actually fought. A dozen minutes later, Norland had reached another street, but his expression was unusually strange. He seems to have come to the wrong place. This is DC, but not the DC I remember. There is no Superman, no Flash, and no Aquaman in this universe. The concept of superheroes is limited to fantasy films and television shows. They do not exist in reality. Earth has not been attacked by aliens. Demons and gods are legends. There are some urban legends in the city, But like Norland's previous life, no one has confirmed them. Gotham does have a Batman, but he's become a legend and hasn't been active for a long time. Everyone speculated that Batman had either retired or died. Nowadays, people can only see glimpses of the old Batman on DVDs. Bruce Wayne does exist, but he hasn't been seen at any major public events in recent months. As for those terrifying supervillains, little was known from the kind citizen. It seemed they were already dead. Thanks to Wayne Enterprises' efforts, Gotham City has become one of the most developed cities in the United States, with its residents consistently ranking first in happiness. It has a full range of medical facilities, educational facilities, transportation facilities, sports facilities, social welfare facilities, and so on. At first glance, Gotham really does seem like the city of Gotham with its simple and honest people. All the well-known villains have disappeared. Humans remain the masters of the earth. Aliens no longer exist. It can be summed up in just 2 words, safe. But upon closer reflection, it becomes quite terrifying. Norland glanced instinctively at a TV in a supermarket next to the street, which was playing a promotional message, "Welcome to the safest city in 2013. Gotham City 2013 seemingly." This is an even bigger problem. Norland thought of the movie he had watched before he traveled through time. One of them is a parallel universe, whose background seems extremely similar to the universe I live in. If it really is that universe, isn't that the same as joining the German army in 1944, moving to Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, and pledging allegiance to the battalion commander in 1949? No, it's even worse. At least the 3 mentioned above were lucky enough to survive. In that universe, it would mean certain death. To confirm their guess, Norland turned his gaze in a certain direction. According to the enthusiastic girl from earlier, Wayne Manor was in that direction. He hailed a taxi and, amidst the frequent sidelong glances from the driver, soon arrived at Wayne Manor. It's different from what I imagined. Although Wayne Manor was not much different from what I remember. It looked much more dilapidated. The surrounding environment was very quiet, and there was no one around. If someone told Norland that this was a haunted house, he would believe it as he walked. Norland carefully sensed the vibrations around him. The pattering of ants walking by, the rustling of caterpillars crawling by, are the vibrations felt when no one is walking. Within a radius of several dozen meters, there was no one else but him. Walk a few more steps and you'll reach the iron gate surrounding the manor. Norland rang the doorbell several times. No one inside the manor responded. Seeing this, Norland became even more certain of his suspicions. Without hesitation, they climbed over the gate. They walked towards the interior of the manor. As I walked, I finally felt a vibration in my mind. It was very faint, but he was certain that there was someone inside the building in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, this person is Batman Bruce Wayne. And this universe. It's highly likely that this is the universe that Barry Allen created in The Flash. A universe that will inevitably be destroyed and rebooted after he altered the past. In this universe, Bruce Wayne is already a 60 or 70-year-old man. He took down villains like the Joker and the Penguin decades ago. Cleansed Gotham's dark world, then in the subsequent time, he used his wealth to change Gotham. This has transformed what was once the darkest city into the safest city in the world. In this universe, Wonder Woman did not appear. Arthur's father, who worked at the lighthouse, never met Queen Atlanta of Atlantis. He only had a plump wife and a dog named Arthur. Barry Allen was also not struck by lightning, thus gaining the Speed Force and becoming the fastest man. Moreover, he did not lose his parents and grew up in a harmonious family. Victor Stone was playing football at Gotham City University when his father transformed him into a cyborg. Instead of causing him to become disabled in the explosion that occurred during a failed experiment. As for Superman, Clark, he did not reach Earth. Only Clark's cousin Kara-El fell to Earth, and is most likely currently in Russian territory, being imprisoned and studied by an organization. If I remember the time correctly, 2013 was the year Zod invaded. Although the Kal-El in this universe is a true Kryptonian who possesses the Life Codex, making him the true Superman of this universe, however. Because her spaceship was locked after she arrived on Earth, she never had the chance to come out and bask in the sun for decades. After the Flash rescued her, she barely had a day in the sun before she had to face Zod and a host of other bosses and elites. You're facing a max-level world boss right after entering the starting village. It's no wonder you're going to die. He ultimately died at the hands of Zod. Batman will also die in that battle. As for the Flash and the Flash of this universe, he will travel back in time countless times to try to save Kara and Batman. Kill Zod, destroy the world engineering to save the Earth. But in the end, this universe will eventually perish. Flash tried for decades until his hair turned white. But he still couldn't kill Zod and save everyone finally. The Great Flash returned to the past in reverse time, essentially rebooting the universe. It can be considered destroyed. If this is indeed the universe destined for destruction, then we're in real trouble. The most urgent task is to confirm the speculation. If this is indeed the universe, then we need to find a way to solve this problem after all. This world has the Supergirl Kal-El, a Supergirl who combines beauty and talent. That's the real protagonist of DC. A superhuman bloodline with limitless potential. If I could gain Supergirl powers, then all I would need to do upon returning to Marvel is lie down and sunbathe until I become invincible. However, given the limitations of his own abilities, he must at least ensure that Kal-El lives long enough. They continuously improve their genes, replicate them, and eventually make them permanent abilities. The world cannot end before this happens. At the very least, Kal-El cannot die. Norland walked along, pondering his next steps. When they came to their senses, they had already arrived at the entrance of the manor. The white manor was surrounded by weeds, with ivy-like vines climbing all over the outer walls. The whole place looked like it had been abandoned for many years, with almost no human presence, clearly. The owner of the manor had not had anyone come to clean it for a long time. Or they are enjoying their retirement. Outsiders are not welcome even now. With Norland already at his doorstep, Bruce Wayne shows no sign of coming out to greet him. There were no warning actions taken. Norland didn't believe that the other party hadn't noticed his presence. Batman is Batman after all, even in this doomed universe. Even though he is old and frail, Bruce is still the invincible money-powered warrior. You know, this universe's Batman truly dispelled the dark clouds over Gotham City, cleared away the darkness and let the sun shine into Gotham. This surpasses 99% of all Batman in the universe. In other words, this feat is almost equivalent to the Huxia national football team winning the World Cup, while the Huxia table tennis team comes in last place. That's the kind of high quality it has. Bruce's vigilance may have lowered considerably, but he was certain that Bruce was watching his every move from somewhere in the room. The other party was clearly very confident in himself and did not think Norland would be a threat to him. He might even have deliberately let Norland in to pass the time. Aren't you coming out yet? The Dark Knight of Gotham City, Batman Bruce Wayne. Norland looked at the monitor above the side of the door and read it softly. There has still been no response upon seeing this. Norland pushed open the door and went inside. The door wasn't closed based on what he knew about Bruce. He probably thought no one would come to Wayne Manor. It cannot be ruled out that it was done intentionally. After entering, Norland didn't move around randomly. Instead, he used infrared thermal imaging to memorize the temperature differences throughout the house. A short while later, Norland's lips curled slightly. Found it, combined with the ability to sense vibration. Norland walked in one direction with a clear purpose, passing by the hall with the fireplace still burning, until they came to a door. A brief pause. Infrared thermal imaging provides a complete view of the interior. A small pot that is currently boiling water. The stools and chairs were still warm, and the lights that had just been turned off. Norland saw Bruce Wayne. The other person is currently in a locker in the room. Without a doubt, Bruce Wayne was just preparing lunch when he keenly sensed the arrival of the uninvited guest. So without having time to turn off the stove, he hurriedly hid in the storage cabinet to observe. The slippers scattered on the ground are proof of this. Upon seeing this scene, Norland pushed the door open and entered. He glanced around casually. Then his gaze finally settled on the locker. "Come out, Bruce Wayne, I have no weapon. I know you're in the locker, a locker can't block my eyes." Bruce remained silent, however. Norland could see Bruce's hand gripping the cabinet door tightly. It seems like it could be opened at any moment. Norland did not see any weapons on him, he believed his eyes. So Norland didn't panic. He first went to the side and lifted the lid of the scalding pot to let the steam out. "I put the ramen noodles in and stirred them to prevent them from mixing together." Then he pulled out a high stool, plopped down, and began to speak to himself, "Bruce Wayne, the mysterious Batman of Gotham City, I mean you no harm. Let me start with a brief self-introduction. I don't belong to your universe. I come from another universe and possess some superpowers. Well, I think you should understand what superpowers are, the kind you're thinking of. If you don't believe me, you can look up my information online later. It won't be difficult for you, you may not believe it. But I actually know some things about your universe. Especially that your universe will be destroyed by an accident within the next year. You heard me right, not only Gotham's, but also Earth and the entire universe will be destroyed in a certain period of time. If you believe, come out now. If you don't believe me, I'll leave in a minute. I will no longer interfere in the terrible future of your universe." After saying that, Norland looked at the wall clock beside him, start timing. Norland wasn't sure if Bruce would believe him. He knew Bruce's character well. Bruce Wayne is a suspicious man by nature, and he has many things in common with Tony Stark. They will never fully trust either their enemies or their teammates. They would secretly study each other's weaknesses and devise contingency plans. In case they betray humanity, we can deal with them at any time. Even Superman has a corresponding plan. It's almost impossible for someone like that to gain the trust of another person on the first meeting. Even if he appears very honest, there was absolutely no lying. They even talked about things from other universes. However, it's still possible to believe half of it. If Bruce comes out, he can find and bring Supergirl out as soon as she arrives on Earth. It also allows for the design of multiple solutions for Zod in advance. All will be fine once Norland permanently replicates Supergirl's abilities. If Bruce doesn't come out, Norland wouldn't completely ignore the world either. He could find other computer experts and use some tricks to get them to work for him. Money, poison, or psychotropic drugs. However, this involves a certain degree of risk. Most computer experts do not have the technology and equipment to guarantee that they can hack into Russia's network. Only someone as wealthy and powerful as Bruce, who owns his own satellites, can monitor the world at any time rather than defeating Zod. Norland, without Bruce's assistance, would be more likely to extract some of Kal-El's genes and blood to see if he could conduct any research. If it were just blood, it would have a much smaller effect on Norland. But Kryptonian blood is priceless no matter where it is. Norland is currently unable to take anyone across the universe. The passage can only be used by one person at a time. Therefore, the idea of taking Kara into the Marvel Universe to prevent the Flash from causing trouble is also impossible. Time passed second by second. When the countdown reaches its final 3 seconds, the locker creaked open, an old man wearing a gray coat, with shoulder-length hair and a messy beard, jumped onto the floor. He glanced at the boiling water and ramen beside him. Then at Norland and asked, "Are you hungry?" "No, thank you." A few minutes later, old Bruce made some ramen. Took a bite and it looked pretty good. "So you mean that in the near future, some idiot who can reverse time and change the past will come to our universe, wreak havoc on it and then just leave, leaving our universe to be rebooted? Or you could say destroyed. It's a really good story. I think it could be published in the latest science fiction magazine." Maybe a lot of people would like it if we're lucky. Some sucker might even spend a lot of money to adapt it into a science fiction blockbuster. Let's call it The Flash, however I will not invest. The story is not rigorous enough and too childish. As a superhero of the universe, should be mature enough. But he made the decision to go back to the past and change history without authorization, which led the universe to an unknown and uncontrollable direction. In the end, he had to go back to the past again to change history and restart. Moreover, he has not made any progress and continues to alter known history. Is the Flash stupid? Or is the writer who created the story stupid? I don't think anyone in the world would be a fool to do something that's destined to lose money. Right? Bruce glanced at Norland and said. Looks like there really are idiots, unbelievable. Is this how they define a superhero, an immature superhero? Even if he were to grow would have to pay a far too high price. Making at least dozens of universes pave the way for his growth. Are they out of their minds? What's the point of this for his character development? Who has so much money to squander? He seems to be richer than me, I can be sure of that. He doesn't have as much as you after all. You have the financial power. Norland said without hesitation. Warner and Wayne Enterprises are not even in the same league in terms of capital. Bruce continued eating his noodles without refuting the accusation, and said honestly if what you said is true, then I do need to think about what to do next. I don't want some idiot causing trouble in my universe. He can run away anytime, but we can't run away in this universe. Tell me what do you want me to do? But I'm telling you this if you're lying to me. I'll show you what the Dark Knight is all about. Hearing this, Norland smiled slightly. I want you to monitor Russia, especially the Siberian region, if I remember correctly. There is an outer spaceship that may have already crashed or is about to crash. If I find it, I need to know its exact location immediately. And I need you to take me there, a superhuman from Krypton. I'd love to see her unleash lasers from her eyes or freeze everything in their path. Bruce nodded, which was taken as an agreement. He finished the noodles in a few bites and threw the bowl into the sink. Let's go find this invincible Supergirl. Norland glanced at the messy room and said nothing. The Alfred of this universe is long dead. It seems that Bruce did not hire another butler after the butler's death. After all, not everyone can earn Bruce's trust like Alfred. Since loyalty cannot be determined, it's better to stay alone in the manor. This is Batman. Follow Bruce to the grove in the backyard. There is a well on the ground with no cover. The well cover is rusty and covered with a layer of dust. Come lend a hand, I'm getting old and can't do much anymore. Bruce brushed the dust off with his hand and turned to Norland. Norland didn't believe Bruce's nonsense. Batman is still Batman no matter how old he is. He saw Bruce kill a lot of mercenaries in The Flash and even swap with a Kryptonian. He stepped forward and together with Bruce, grasped the edge of the manhole cover. With a creak, the two of them struggled to open the cover. By the way, your eyes seem to have some kind of special ability. Then you go ahead, you know. People's eyesight doesn't work as well as they get older. Bruce gripped the edge of the well, panting as he spoke. His appearance suggested that opening a manhole cover had truly taken a lot of his energy. If Norland hadn't known that he was still the same old, vigorous Batman, he probably would have actually believed it. He knew very well that Bruce was trying to probe his abilities and lower his guard. However, Norland had no intention of hiding anything. Gaining Bruce's trust was already difficult enough, and if he were to deceive him further, the cooperation would be virtually impossible. Besides being Batman and a money lover, Bruce Wayne is also incredibly intelligent. Mastering micro-expression analysis, psychology, criminology, and similar fields was not difficult for Kei Chang. Having frequently dealt with criminals, he was bound to be able to judge whether most people were lying by their speech rate, heart rate, and micro-expressions. Norland considered himself just an ordinary person who had just acquired a cheat ability and had not undergone professional agent training. He did not believe that he could deceive the professionals in Marvel and DC with lies. This will only ruin the already fragile partnership. You don't have to answer. But there is really no need to hide it, Norland walked ahead, holding onto the iron ladder as he climbed down to the bottom of the well, casually describing his ability to sense heat. Able to perceive the temperature of the surrounding environment in your brain with perfect accuracy. Impressive ability. No wonder you could pinpoint my location so precisely in a cluttered room. Well, perhaps you are more suited to protect Gotham than I was back then. The night is your domain. Upon hearing this, Bruce couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He had previously suspected that the other party was using language to trick him into revealing himself. But when the time was down to the last 3 seconds, he still showed up on his own initiative. He wouldn't gamble on matters of cosmic safety lightly. Most importantly, he can analyze the other person's tone of voice to determine if they are not lying. If that's the case, then either he's mentally ill. A psychology masterer, it's true. Although it was outrageous, he was still willing to listen to some of it. Now, Norland's answers were sincere, and he gradually began to trust him. But it was only a little bit. He needs more evidence to verify this, the Dark Knight. You are the most suitable no matter which universe. Norland spoke with genuine sincerity. Being a Dark Knight is no easy task, and he would never become that kind of hero. He values his life very much. Everything I do now is to become stronger. You've been to many worlds. Bruce sensed the underlying meaning. I suppose so. Norland didn't say much and led the way to Batman's headquarters. Although the facilities here haven't been in operation for a long time, it doesn't mean that the technology is outdated. Wayne Group's technology is trustworthy. Furthermore, Bruce has his own private satellite, which allows him to bypass other countries' satellites and monitor the entire globe. Have a seat for a bit, I'll get it done in a minute. Bruce first wiped a chair clean and gestured for Norland to sit down, while he himself went to the computer and began a series of dazzling operations. Norland glanced at it a few times and then decisively chose to give up. This is what a professional is like. Even though he had learned coding before he time traveled, his typing speed and proficiency are far inferior to those of old Bruce. Compared to the other party, I can only be an amateur. Moreover, he couldn't understand many of the things on it. It's pointless to even look at it. Then we began to walk inside the Bat Cave, taking in this legendary place. Bruce noticed Norland heading off in other directions but did not stop him. He skillfully opened another window, retrieved Norland's footage from the Manor's surveillance system, uploaded it to the database, added the word Norland, and searched for related information. To ensure authenticity, he matched similar images from a global database. Furthermore, they gained full access to and control over the entire Gotham City surveillance network. A dozen minutes later, Bruce's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He just matched and excluded hundreds of similar image data. In the end, all the information about Norland was found to be incorrect. The most recent surveillance data about Norland in the United States was released this morning. It's in an alley in Gotham. Before this, the world had absolutely no information about the other side. Once Bruce had a clear idea of what was going on, he closed all the search results and focused on finding any information about alien spacecraft in Siberia or even Russia. Although Bruce has technological advantages, finding information about another major power is obviously not easy. It took a full half-hour to finally find what I needed from an inconspicuous news report. Asteroid impact, extraterrestrial life on board. Siberian mercenaries found it. Norland had already come up behind Bruce, looking at the familiar pictures on the computer. I felt a mix of excitement and melancholy. Excitingly, he will soon meet Supergirl Kara and gain superhuman powers, ensuring his safety in the early stages. Sadly, Supergirl has already arrived on Earth. But is the Flash still a long way off? Perhaps somewhere in Central City. Barry Allen has already met the Barry Allen of this world. Time is running out. Siberia. Snow and wind have long lingered over this land, And even sitting in a bat fighter jet seems unable to completely block out the knife-like chill. Activate hover mode, ejection seat deployed. To be honest, the feeling of such a rapid descent is not pleasant. Norland had not received any landing training before. On the planes, Bruce briefly reiterated the K-points a few times. So he was still somewhat uneasy, however. Thanks to the molecular mimicry ability obtained from the Phantom Cat, there's no need to worry about being smashed into a pulp due to improper handling. Fortunately, during the descent, which was even more thrilling than bungee jumping, I managed to open my parachute and land safely. Although my posture wasn't exactly graceful. After trekking for some distance, the two arrived at the outskirts of the secret base where the mercenaries were located. What do we do next? Just barge in and rescue this Supergirl you mentioned. After surveying the entire base, Bruce looked at Norland. Although you have built-in infrared thermal imaging and vibration sensing, which allows you to bypass the other side's patrol personnel, this base does not have a very suitable entry point. Maybe you're missing a piece of bulletproof gear. But what they're holding isn't some kind of fire poker. No need. Now come with me, don't resist, and hold your breath. Norland approached Bruce, and as Bruce's muscles suddenly tensed, he grabbed Bruce's wrist and slammed him against the wall. Are you crazy? This is. Bruce was about to say something when he saw Norland's body disappear into the wall, as if it had plunged into a pool of water. Upon seeing this, he quickly realized what was happening and immediately shut his mouth and held his breath. A very peculiar feeling spread throughout my body. At the moment he crashed into the wall, he felt himself become one with the matter inside the wall, inseparable from it. That was an even more wonderful feeling than swimming in water. I don't know how much time passed. The two passed through the wall and continued walking inside. This is molecular mimicry, which means exactly what it says. It can pass through almost any object. Norland seemed to know Bruce's doubts, and explained while looking around. Can the molecules that make up the body instantly mimic the molecular structure of the material it penetrates, and even mimic other objects along with it? What an amazing ability! What if the material it can penetrate is made entirely of atoms? Or what if it creates a non-material structure? Would it still be able to penetrate? Bruce's eyes flickered, and it was unclear what he was thinking next. Guided by the blueprints Bruce obtained after hacking into the base, the two easily bypassed all the guards. Bruce also witnessed the wonders of molecular mimicry. It can pass through walls and go underground. It can do anything. This truly broadened Bruce's understanding, however. Given his mental fortitude, he was still able to remain calm and composed, although his mask completely concealed his expression. Arriving at the place where Supergirl Kara is being held, Bruce instinctively took out the password-cracking device. This thing is clearly made of an unknown metal. It might even be the work of Kryptonians. He had serious doubts about whether Norland's abilities could penetrate the barrier successfully. Norland didn't hesitate and got right to it. Although it doesn't know the structure of the substance in front of it, Phantom Cat's molecular mimicry never needs to know the composition of the mimicry substance. Talking physics to mutants, you must be kidding. As expected, Norland successfully led Bruce through the wall and into the house. What comes into view is a short-haired girl wearing a thin shirt who looks very weak. This is the Supergirl you were talking about. Her eyes can light up. Bruce was highly doubtful whether such a frail girl could help them. Judging by appearances, he could take on 10 people at once. You'll find out once we get out, then. To Bruce's astonishment, Norland, taking advantage of Kara's weakness, picked her up and kissed her. It was a French kiss. Bruce remained silent, wondering if he had trusted the other man too much. He had gone to great lengths to cross the ocean to get here, only to end up helping Norland act like a scoundrel. Kara, however, was too weak to wake up at this time, unaware that while she was asleep, her first kiss had been stolen after Norland let go. He even smacked his lips as if savoring the memory. Bruce remained silent. All right, we should go out now. I'll explain to you later. Norland didn't immediately explain his actions, but instead eagerly went out to bask in the sun. Time was running out. He didn't have the energy to win over Kara, nor did he have much time to explain. The most urgent task is to raise our strength to the level of Henry, the super in body of steel, before Zod arrives. Otherwise, even if they teamed up with the Flash to defeat numerous Kryptonians, they would still struggle to defeat the main villain Zod, let alone destroy the two world engines. It's worth noting that even Henry, who has been basking in the sun for decades, would find it quite difficult to destroy the world engine. Seeing Norland's anxious expression, Bruce knew that the important matter was at hand. At this point, he had basically come to believe Norland's doomsday prophecy. It's good to get back quickly and come up with a proper battle plan. On the way back, there was still no disturbance. Molecular mimicry capabilities are practically maxed out when it comes to stealth. Without prior preparation, who can prevent an enemy that can penetrate walls and go underground? Even if I saw it, I would only consider it an illusion. Norland carried Kara and successfully brought Bruce to the outside world. The instant I stepped outside, Kara opened her eyes. At the same time, Norland also sensed the solar power constantly flowing into his body from the sky. His body, like a woman longing for her husband after decades of thirst, constantly craved that energy. All the cells in the body are vying to absorb it. And it continues to grow stronger, double, triple, quadruple, as tenfold. The speed of its enhancement is beyond human comprehension. In just a few breaths, his strength was comparable to a vast ocean. With a casual movement, it seemed he could shatter the ground. This is the superhuman power I've always dreamed of. Before Norland could become obsessed, after absorbing energy and recovering its strength, Kara regained consciousness on his shoulder. When his eyes met Norland's, he was slightly taken aback. So cool. Can there really be such a handsome person in the world? Kara's heart skipped a beat with just that one glance. She was captivated. However, a Supergirl is still a Supergirl. He forced himself to look away and tried to break free from Norland's grasp to jump down. But she discovered that Norland's hands were incredibly strong and powerful. Noticing Kara's movement, Norland came to his senses and put Kara down. Who are you? You can call me Norland, Carol. It's a pleasure to meet you. Norland's smile, like the rising sun, dispelled all the coldness, and Kara was somewhat mesmerized by it. A few hours later, Norland and the others returned to Gotham. Through the explanations along the way, Kara learned from Norland what was about to happen in the future. Kara didn't show much emotion when she heard that General Zod of Krypton would destroy Earth and transform it into a habitable planet for Kryptonians. To her, Earth was just a strange planet. Moreover, upon arriving on Earth, he was imprisoned by mercenaries. Therefore, she doesn't have a good sense of human perception. There was no meaning to staying on Earth and fighting for humanity. In comparison, she would much rather find her lost cousin, Carl. That was Krypton's last hope. Moreover, her duty was to protect Carland on Krypton, where hierarchy was strict. Orders from superiors were almost impossible to disobey. Wayne Manor. Kara looked at the sun high in the sky outside, and after a moment of silence said, "This has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Bruce looked at Norland, his eyes seeming to say, "This is the helper you found. Are you sure he'll be useful? What if I said Zod killed Carl?" As Kara walked away, Norland dropped a bombshell. Kara turned around abruptly, her expression one of utter disbelief. How could this be? How could Zod kill Carl? That's exactly right. Zod needs the codex of life within you, you know that thing. Only by obtaining it can Zod recreate all the Kryptonians and bring Krypton back to life on Earth. How can a baby produce a codex of life? Or do you think that given Zod's personality, he'll slowly nurture Carl until he grows up and then make him hand over the life codex that doesn't exist? Thinking of Zod's personality, Kara fell silent. Zod is a Kryptonian general who commands the most powerful armed forces outside of the Elder Council. He has an eagle-like personality and is ruthless. If anyone obstructs his plans, especially the Kryptonian revival plan, given his personality, he will not hesitate to strike without mercy, even if the person standing in his way is a fellow countryman. This is inevitable, because this is a personality trait that was etched deep into Zod's genes from birth. The code of life, what's that? Bruce, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask about the culprit who had attracted Zod to come. The codex of life is the gene pool of Kryptonians. As long as you have it, you can use Kryptonian technology to recreate Kryptonians. By the way, the Kryptonians have abandoned the natural process of gestation. All life is cultivated through genetics except for Carl. He is a Kryptonian who conceived naturally, possessing limitless potential. Norland said succinctly, that means that as long as we get the codex of life out of the country, Earth can be spared from being invaded by the Zod. Bruce was already considering how to solve the problem in the simplest way possible. Strictly speaking, that is true, but it's too late now. Norland shook his head when Joel sent Kara and Carl to Earth. Earth's fate was already sealed. Zod will definitely be able to detect the signal from Kara and the others' pods. They're most likely on their way to Earth right now. Even if Kara were to leave Earth now, it wouldn't make a difference. Why? The universe is so big. There should be many planets like Earth. They don't need to turn Earth into a new Krypton. Bruce expressed his confusion because of it. Norland pointed to the sun. The star system where Krypton is located originally had a red sun. But the star system where Earth is located has a yellow sun. When under the yellow sun, Kryptonians will gain 10 times, even 100 times more power than before. And this boost is almost limitless. Kryptonians already possess physical strength that surpasses almost all Earthling technology. If they are further amplified by the yellow sun over time, each of them could become a god. Is this temptation enough? Upon hearing this, Bruce looked at Kara. No wonder Kara was so weak when she was imprisoned. But once she was outside, she was like she had been injected with hormones. Full of energy, incredibly strong, and could even fly. This improvement is more than 100-fold. And this is only the first time they've come out to bask in the sun. What if they bask for 100 or 1,000 years? Who could possibly be a match for the Kryptonians then? It's likely that conquering the universe is not even a pipe dream. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. After Bruce himself joined Zod's side, if they knew that the sun on which Earth is located would provide such a significant boost to them, and that Earth is the only planet with life, making it the easiest to terraform, and that the native inhabitants are incredibly weak, then they would be mistaken. Therefore, he will certainly not let Earth go. The Kryptonian race must not be allowed to grow unchecked. Bruce silently thought to himself, this monstrous race should perish along with the destruction of their home planet. If they are allowed to continue to exist, even if they do not occupy Earth but other planets, they will eventually become a terrifying race that threatens Earth and even the entire universe. Is everything you just said true, Kara? Who had been lost in thought and confusion, asked again to confirm, how do you know all this? How do you predict the future? Perhaps the future is just a lie, whether it's fake or not. We'll know after a while if two people named Barry Allen come looking for us. According to the timelines, this year is the year Zod will come to life. And we don't have much time left. Norland said very seriously, all right. I'll join you in fighting Zod. I want to personally question him about Carl's situation. Looking into Norland's sincere unadulterated gaze, Kara chose to believe him for the time being. Such a handsome man wouldn't lie to her, would he? This is the favorability bonus from Norland's special physique. Even Supergirl contestants are influenced during their first meeting. Immediately boosts goodwill and makes them more trustworthy. If it were Barry's, gaining Kara's trust would have almost cost him his life. Words alone are not enough to get Kara on his side. That's where the difference comes in. Comparing him to Bruce, Norland believes that Bruce is probably already studying his own abilities and even thinking about how to limit himself. So getting back to the main point, do you have any suggestions for dealing with Zod? Bruce asked Norland. According to Norland, their original universe had already been destroyed. Clearly their chances of defeating Zod on their own are zero. Their only hope lies with Norland's. Norland's arrival will be the only life in this universe. A suggestion, Norland pondered. He had thought about this problem before, but he didn't really have a good solution. Kara has only been on Earth for a short time. Even if he comes out early, he won't be in the sun for very long. Zod is a general of Kryptonland even without the yellow sun. His strength is definitely no less than Steppenwolf's. Compared to Doomsday, it should be able to rival the original Doomsday after all. That was it to secure a victory over Zod. Henry Cavill would need to be incredibly strong. But Henry Cavill has been basking in the sun for over 30 years. This is how you maintain the upper hand in the fight and then break their neck. If it were Kara now, she would be the one with her neck broken. The gap in strength cannot be bridged simply by spending 2 days in the sun. Moreover, this is only against armored Zod. Once Zod's Kryptonian armor is damaged and exposed to the sun, its strength will increase, making it even more difficult to defeat. As for the other way to win, that is kryptonite, however. This thing can only be released after the world engine is destroyed. The world engine is an even more difficult problem to solve than Zod. You want to solve the world engine problem before dealing with Zod. You might as well give up and go to sleep. Besides, even if we solve the world engine and Zod, what about the bosses after that? This isn't the Justice League's world, but we'll still encounter characters like Doomsday, Steppenwolf, and even Darkseid. The enemy is getting stronger and stronger, but Earth's strength has not improved much. Without Henry's 30 years of accumulation, how many enemies can Kara, who is just starting out and is not much stronger than ordinary Kryptonians, defeat? In the end, it will still be destroyed. Although the suggestion was useless, Norland still voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the two men frowned. So, even if we rescue Kara, still won't pose any threat to Zod. Then why do you need my help? Maybe we could just lie at home and quietly wait for the day the world ends. As Bruce aged, his temper became noticeably more volatile than when he was younger. That makes sense. Anyone in that situation wouldn't be in a good mood. Not necessarily. I have 2 more ideas. Since we can't quickly gain the power to defeat Zod by shining the sun on Earth, we can improve our strength much faster by being closer to the sun. If we fight them in space, there might be a sliver of hope. A sliver? What's another way? Bruce was clearly dissatisfied with this probability. Another way? At this moment, Norland looked at Kara, his expression quite hesitant. Kara and Bruce were both puzzled. Was there some unspeakable secret? At this point, is there any need to hide anything? What could be harder than saving the world and defeating Zod? Is there anything I can do? Just tell me if you can defeat Zod and I'll do it. Kara's expression was very determined. As if she was ready to go all out. In her eyes, Zod was doomed. The crime of killing the last son of Krypton was enough to condemn him to death 1,000 times over. Hearing Kara say this, Norland stopped hiding it and told them about his abilities in full. In fact, my ability is not the perception of heat and vibration, but rather, as Norland recounted his true abilities, Bruce and Kara were both dumbfounded. Could there really be such an exaggerated ability in the world? Through that thing, one can copy and enhance the other person's genes and abilities. Is this a joke? But looking at Norland's serious expression, unless he was a psychological crime master like the Joker, it was impossible for him to be so calm and deceptive. As for Kara, she was already embarrassed by her earlier guarantee. This is so unexpected, although, if it were him, it wouldn't be impossible, no. What are you thinking, Kara L? You're a Kryptonian, not an Earthling. Can you really have children? Wait, what am I thinking? We've only just met, how can I be so easily convinced? And I've skipped the familiarization stage entirely. This idea of immediately engaging in sexual activity upon meeting someone is still too avant-garde. even in the open-minded United States. This situation is rare, but good looks are everything. Norland's constant hormonal aura made Kara's liking for him naturally above average. A few words between them were enough to make them friends. But directly starting, wait. So the reason you did that before was that you gained Kara's power. Bruce suddenly realized Norland's reckless behavior earlier. Norland nodded his eyes, gathering energy, and the next moment, two beams of heat passed directly through the wall. Bruce wanted to say something more but then stopped. He desperately wanted to question Norland about whether he had come to this universe to save Kara and the world in order to gain the power of the Kryptonians. But then I thought, what's the point of asking? At least for now, Norland is on their side against the enemy. Moreover, as long as Kara is alive, Norland will always be on their side. Bruce isn't stupid. Nor will he dwell on Norland's true intentions, or even reveal them if Norland isn't lying. Then this method might be the last resort. The only enemy this universe will face in the future that it can rely on is Norland. An aging Batman, a physically deformed Supergirl, an eternally immature Flash cyborg playing football, Aquaman still in his sperm stage and unlikely to appear, Wonder Woman whose face has never even been shown. Well, it's hopeless if this world is to continue to exist. It can only rely on Norland's. This is the conclusion Bruce reached based on his account of Norland's story. Kara fell into deep thought upon seeing this. If this could really defeat Zod. Kara took a few deep breaths and looked at Norland's face. Well, she felt herself sinking into it. It's amazing that Earthlings have such beautiful life forms. That's way too illegal. Kara then thought of the first person she saw after waking up, Norland. His flawless eyes and warm smile left a deep impression on her. My heart started pounding even harder. That's the feeling of excitement in the hearts of the Earth's population. Kara didn't actually understand any of this. Not even the language of Earthlings. But the moment she shone into the sun, she awakens super hearing, able to hear the conversations of countless distant humans. Her super brain, which had been developed, quickly understood and mastered these languages. There are many things she doesn't understand. So naturally she can't comprehend what it means to be moved. Limited human cognition prevents her from fully controlling her rationality. A flutter of the heart equals love. Love equals being able to do XX, Kara understands. What happened next left Bruce bewildered and deeply shocked. He even wondered if he was too old to keep up with the times. Or is Kara just too naive, so easily convinced? Are Kryptonians more adventurous than Americans? He saw Kara actually kiss Norland, and it was a French kiss. How did you learn that? Where did you learn it? Looking at Kara's bold and proactive attitude, Bruce suddenly felt that Norland and Kara were truly a match made in heaven. This feeling isn't bad. Is this one of the ways you Earthlings express love? Kara pondered for a moment, then turned her gaze to the other wall. Her mind quite focused. What are you looking at? Norland looked over curiously, and then immediately understood why Kara had done that. Bruce looked over as well. Okay. So they're just taking advantage of the fact that I don't know how to use X-ray vision. At this moment, Norland's expression became slightly strange. Because on the other side of their field of vision, a man and two women began to take the next step. Based on Norland's analysis of the three people, it's clear that the two women are professional gamers. Norland turned his head again. This kind of thing doesn't need anyone else to guide the next step, lest it offend Kara's eyes. It's best if he teaches her himself, hissed Tilda. Kara seemed eager to try as well, etc. Norland gestured for Kara to stop, his gaze sweeping over Bruce. The meaning clear. Why aren't you leaving yet? F***K. Bruce felt that what happened that day was far beyond human comprehension, and even he found it difficult to process for a while. Everyone was discussing how to solve the apocalypse, but I ended up being the third wheel for no reason. In a group of three, there's bound to be one who's single. Damn it, don't old people have human rights? Bruce walked out grumbling to himself, however. As soon as he stepped outside, he realized something was wrong. Wasn't this his home? How come he had been kicked out? Bruce shook his head, not turning around to chase the person away, but went to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of wine, took a sip and then put it aside. Looking in the mirror, I carefully examined my body. My clothes were still the same, but I was no longer the same person, at least. Let's face the battle with the best possible health. Rumble. A loud crash came from inside the manor. Bruce looked over in astonishment. Don't worry about it, it was just a mistake. I just forgot to activate the biological field. Hearing Norland's slightly embarrassed voice coming from afar, Bruce had several question marks on his forehead. Is this a fight or a house-wrecking incident? Well, it's a fight. Superman doesn't understand the world. Bruce looked out the window at the sky with a melancholy expression. The sky, darkened by thick clouds, made him feel inexplicably heavy-hearted. This battle lasted for a full half-day. Despite Norland's multiple buffs and full-force attacks, Kara still weakened and ultimately met her demise. But Norland could sense that all the cells in her body were also developing in a more powerful direction under the influence of her essence. Although the Kala in this universe possesses the codex of life, she is not actually born naturally. The only one who was born naturally is still Karl, who was killed by Zod. In other words, Kara's true potential is probably less than Karl's. But with Norland's help, Kara's potential is slowly increasing. This change is not obvious at the moment, but as the number of times increases and time goes by, it will inevitably take Kara to another level at least. Norland also felt the subtle genetic improvement during the enhancement and replication process. He was curious to see just how strong Kara, who already had almost unlimited potential, would become in the future. Silver Supergirl. Golden Supergirl. Will it reach or even surpass the limits of Superman in the comics? Seeing Kara, who had fallen into a deep sleep from being overworked, Norland turned around to tidy up the messy table shares, kitchen, bathroom, and so on before going out to find Bruce. Bruce had already taken a nap, but it wasn't a very good one. The frequent earthquake sensations were really testing one's adaptability. Is it finally over, even from several meters away? Norland could sense Bruce's resentment. Norland gave an awkward laugh. Kara hasn't recovered from her weakness yet, so she's fallen asleep again. Good heavens. Knowing that the person was still weak, you still knocked them unconscious. That's too ruthless. No, wait, you even knocked Superman unconscious. That's incredible, this damn superpower. How are you feeling? Excellent, fantastic. An unprecedented experience. Norland savored the memory. How to put it, it was very smooth. Don't be fooled by the fact that Kara isn't wearing black stockings and a short skirt. Her battle attire is in no way inferior to the fighting spirit conveyed by a uniform. Speaking of which, Kara is only 16 years old now. But this is Gotham, so age doesn't really matter. F***K. I meant, how about improving your strength? Bruce clenched his fist, really wanting to punch the other person in the face. Saying these things to his face is disrespectful to an elderly person. Sorry, I haven't quite come to my senses yet. Norland chuckled and then said, the effect is not bad. I can sense that my body cells and Kara's body cells are changing. And the genetic level is also improving. But we still need more light. So I hope you can create a space for Kara to live in. In the sunniest place or in outer space, of course. Don't forget to put in some small items so we can continue to improve our potential and strengthen our power before Zod arrives. Norland gave Bruce a knowing look. If it's on the ground, design a space where the outside can't see in. But it doesn't affect sunlight at all. Some special glass is actually quite good. I suggest it's best to do it in space. If there's not enough time, then forget it. Bruce's lips twitched slightly. This was really fancy. They actually expect him to contribute money and effort to build the palace. But for the sake of this world, he had no choice but to accept it. Wait. You mean you're leaving? Oh right, I forgot to mention. I'm still a student in my Universuela high school student. And there are some abilities there that can help us defeat Zod. If everything goes well, Zod and the world engine will be fine. In addition, The flow rates of the two worlds are different. Based on my previous experience, it is roughly 1 to 10. If I stay in this world for 10 days, then 1 day will pass in the other world, similarly. If I stay in that world for 10 days, 1 day will pass in this world. Norland had already studied this point in the Black Robe world. It's absurd, but that's how it works. However, this is also a good thing. This means he has 10 times the time Kara to improve his abilities, and also more time to think about how to resolve the Zod crisis. Hearing this, Bruce, though worried that Norland might not return, had no choice but to agree. With 10 times the time to increase his strength, plus the power of another universe. If even this is not enough to fight against Zod, then he has to accept his fate. It's shameful that it takes high school students to save this world. What about the adults? Bruce sighed. The world is really in a transitional period. Before Bruce could finish his exclamation, Norland vanished right before his eyes. Back to the Marvel Universe. Norland first glanced at the time, 7 a.m. Just the right time, sure enough. I still have the potential to become a qualified time management master. I'll calculate the time and wait for Kara to rest before going over to practice. Norland nodded in satisfaction, then went to wash up and remove the traces of the battle. The power of the Kryptonians is indeed formidable. When he first received this power that far surpassed his own, he was initially unable to adapt. It was only with Kara's guidance that he gradually became more familiar with it. Fortunately, Kara also possessed the same powerful physically otherwise. Given Norland's control over this power, an ordinary person would likely not have been able to withstand it. Just like No looking at the broken wash cup in his hand, Norland immediately activated his biofield. And they intentionally got used to this feeling, in fact. Biological stance can be considered a passive ability, which does not require him to deliberately control it, unless his emotions are too intense and cause his power to go out of control. However, Norland was only a Kryptonian halfway through his life. Unlike Carl, who was used to it from a young age, he still needed some time to adapt, even Kara. Though just a little, Gil is a Kryptonian, whose power is inherently greater than that of ordinary people, and whose control over their own power far exceeds what outsiders can imagine. After absorbing sunlight, Kara quickly gains control over her super hearing and super vision. Norland, however, could only forcibly shut down his hearing when his abilities awakened. Otherwise, the chaotic sounds would have driven him mad. Later in the way back, he was able to control it at will with Kara's help. After becoming familiar with Superman's physique and abilities, Norland finally relaxed with his current strength. In this timeline, he is not invincible, but he can certainly protect himself. Of all the mutants in the entire academy, Norland's only fear was Gina's for the other swell. He could easily handle them, 2 words, utterly crushed. This is confidence, the confidence that Kara brings. Oh no. My strength today is entirely due to my own hard work. With anyone else, it really wouldn't work. Wash up as quickly as possible. Norland slung his bag over his shoulder and left the dormitory early. As for going back to sleep, Shaw that underestimates his stamina. It's just one Supergirl. Another one would be no problem for him. Stepping outside, the warm sunshine bathed my skin. If there were a system notification, it would display strength +1, constitution +1, agility, energy +1. All the cells in my body are unusually active, and I look particularly energetic in the sunlight. What a beautiful day. Norland sighed and walked towards the classroom, choosing a seat by the window where he could perfectly bask in the sunlight. After a while, people finally arrived at the classroom, one after another. They were all a little confused when they saw Norland, because Norland was never this proactive in the past and always arrived at the last minute. The girls smiled broadly when they saw Norland, blushing as they placed their breakfasts, which should have been theirs, in front of Norland's table. Norland, you are here so early. You must not have had breakfast yet, right? Come and have some of my milk, it's sweet and delicious. Absolutely wonderful, don't drink hers. Come and eat my round bread, a really big loaf. One is as good as tooth, texture is amazing. And it's very fresh, no one else has ever eaten it before. My bread isn't big enough. And my milk isn't sweet enough. But it's as white and tender as an egg. Seeing the small mountain that quickly piled up on the table, Norland could only give each girl a gentle, sweet smile and politely tell them to go back to their seats, citing the possibility that the teacher might come in at any moment. Then, faced with the delicious food on the table, she wondered whether to eat sweet milk or fresh bread, or perhaps a white and tender egg dipped in milk. It's such a difficult choice. Despite having played a lot of games, Norland wasn't actually hungry for Kryptonians. Sunlight is actually all they need to replenish their energy, unless one is in an environment without yellow sunlight for an extended period. It is not necessary to eat to replenish energy, and in such case one must eat in large quantities. Generally speaking, Kryptonians can live for a long time in a place without energy, but they will become very weak, just like Carol. After being captured by mercenaries, she has been in her pod without eating, but she will not die quickly. She will just be weak and need to replenish her energy for a certain period of time to restore her original strength. According to Kara from the Flash during her battle with Zod, she was also too weak, and the energy she replenished was quickly depleted in the high-intensity battle, after which she lost the ability to fight back, of course. Eating like this has been a habit for over a decade, and Norland can't change it in a short time from now on. Eating will change from absorbing nutrients to meet the body's basic needs to appreciating delicious food. In the end, Norland chose to eat the bread and milk together. Only children make choices, adults want it all. Watching Norland devour milk and bread, the girls watching, despite their hunger, felt immense satisfaction. This at least proves one thing: Norland really liked their gifts. It seems he must have a good impression of them. Otherwise, why would he have such a good appetite? That's wonderful. However, when they saw Kitty the Phantom Cat plop down next to Norland, the other girls all snorted and thought to themselves, little b****ch. The morning passed quickly under the warm sunshine. This class is still Aurora's class. Norland listened quite attentively. The sunlight made him exceptionally energetic, however. As noon approached, the sun did not become more intense. Instead, it was blocked by clusters of dark clouds. This severely affected Norland's absorption of solar energy. Norland frowned slightly, wondering what to do. When he looked up and saw Aurora, suddenly an idea struck him. He got it as the bell rang. Everyone started organizing their notes in preparation for heading to the cafeteria. Before Katie approached Norland again, he had already strode out of the classroom and called to Aurora, who was about to leave. Aurora was momentarily stunned by Norland's handsome appearance, which seemed to exist only in novels. Ms. Aurora, can I ask you for a favor? Norland asked very seriously upon hearing this. Aurora immediately snapped out of her daze, suppressing the tremor in her heart, and asked in a gentle tone, what is it? Well, for some reason I really like sunshine. So could you use your powers to get rid of the dark clouds up there? Aurora thought she was asked to explain the math problems she had encountered in class. But this was the actual request. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Rejecting someone as handsome as him wouldn't be polite. But for her it was just a trivial matter. Looking at Norland's warm and slightly apologetic smile, she felt as if she were basking in the sunshine. Yes, such a person is like sunshine. If they were bathed in the sun, they would be even more pleasing to the eyesight. Aurora quickly realized that the dark clouds in the sky were indeed an eyesore. She remembered that there was an outdoor class tomorrow, and she couldn't dampen her classmates' enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Aurora's eyes rolled back, a sign that she was activating her powers soon. A gust of wind blew in, dispelling the dark clouds overhead and allowing sunlight to shine through. Norland's body regained its activity. Thank you, Ms. Aurora. It's nothing, just this once. Our abilities aren't used so casually. We have to follow the laws of nature. All right, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Aurora wanted to say something more, but Charles's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. So she had no choice but to leave Norland and go find the professor. Norland. What were you talking about with Teacher Aurora just now? After the teacher left, Katie immediately ran up to her. Hiding her inner emotion, Sand asked curiously. It's nothing. I just asked Teacher Aurora to get rid of the clouds. Don't you think the sunshine is lovely? Norland spoke frankly, looking at Katie's mouth. It seemed that molecular mimicry needed to be replicated again. I wonder how much stronger molecular mimicry can become if it continues to be enhanced and upgraded. Oh, I see, but is Aurora really that easy to talk to? Katie also felt that Norland and the sun were a perfect match. Just like now, his body was shining with a golden light under the sunlight. How charming he was, however. Katie always felt that Aurora had other intentions. Aurora isn't the type to use her powers to do these things casually. It's a pity. If only she had control over the weather. She could maintain sunny weather for Norland every day. And I'm sure he would be happy. Just thinking about Norland saying to me in the gentlest voice in the world, "Thank you, Katie." My heart felt as sweet as if it had been filled with honey. However, after her illusions shattered and she returned to reality, she was just a low-level mutant with molecular mimicry, whose combat power was almost zero. Perhaps Norland prefers a strong woman like Professor Aurora. Katie began to feel anxious and insecure. Katie. Actually, I didn't really get to taste it properly yesterday. Norland said meaningfully. Taste what? Katie looked up in confusion. Did you eat anything good yesterday? Then he saw the direction Norland was looking, and his face instantly turned red. Oh no, what happened yesterday? So embarrassing. That fleeting feeling is already wonderful. But if you were to savor it more deeply, oh my God. Katie instinctively squeezed her legs together. Just thinking about it was unbearable. If you can't stand it, then forge ahead. Katie took Norland's hand and ran to the side, passing through wall after wall, until they reached a secluded spot. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him deeply. Tilde this taste, I'm intoxicated with touchmulsight. Taste and hearing all intertwined. Katie couldn't stay awake and was instantly captivated. This is a multifaceted feast that even Kara couldn't resist. So how could Katie possibly resist? Only those who have tasted it know how wonderful it is. It felt like I had entered heaven in an instant. If you can't bear it, then don't bear it. This was Katie's last thought before her consciousness completely collapsed. A noon has passed when it was time for class. Norland and Katie walked into the classroom together. However, Katie was supporting Norland with her hands as she walked, the battle having left her almost completely exhausted. Although they hadn't eaten lunch, Norland didn't dare to go hungry, and Katie was also well-fed and not hungry either. Coincidentally, this class was Charles's biology class. Everyone needs to take notes, because what Charles teaches is all about genetics, which may have a positive effect on their own ability development. Charles is well-versed in genetics and biology, and has trained outstanding mutants such as Jean Grey and Cyclops. He is an absolute authority in this field. Every mutant who wanted to improve looked forward to Charles's classes. When Norland and his companion arrived, the other students were already seated and waiting for class to begin. Excuse me, Professor. Katie twisted her ankle. Katie lifted her foot and frowned in agreement. Charles nodded upon hearing this but said nothing more. Based on his own experience, he could naturally see Katie's situation. But Katie and Norland are strictly speaking adults, so it's not surprising that these things happened. He's been through that age himself, so he understands what young people are thinking. All right. The next lesson will mainly focus on one question: can mutants still undergo genetic mutations? This lesson was quite interesting. It mainly describes the detailed classification of mutant abilities, as well as secondary mutations. Normally, mutants only possess one special ability, then, by continuously exploring and developing this ability, other derivative abilities can be obtained. Like Jean and Charles, they have telepathic abilities. But after developing them, they gained the ability to read memories and control people's minds. The development of the piano also includes telekinesis, which is somewhat different from Charles's approach. According to Charles's genetics, each mutant's abilities are unique. The possibilities of genes are astonishing, and different combinations produce different results. Unless there are enough mutants, there are almost no two abilities that are exactly the same. Only similar ones. Different strengths lead to different development directions. However, a very small number of lucky individuals will undergo a second mutation. This manifests as acquiring new abilities that are completely different from the original abilities, or as a significant enhancement of the original abilities, or as an appearance that resembles atavism. The most famous example is the White Queen and the Beast. Charles specifically used wild animals as an example. Originally, wild animals looked no different from ordinary people, possessing powerful physiques and intelligence. However, after a second mutation, their bodies exhibited atavism, and their strength became even greater. He currently serves as the director of the Mutant Affairs Division, which is also the Academy's primary source of information from the government, and is responsible for maintaining communication and peace between humans and mutants. When the topic of secondary mutation came up, Norland noticed that Charles was looking at him unusually frequently. Does this mean he considers himself a secondary mutant? Norland pretended to remain calm, but secretly wondered what Charles had discovered about him. However, he wasn't worried, given Charles's character. He wouldn't do anything ruthless. Otherwise, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. Moreover, he is no longer afraid of Charles. His innate mental defense can withstand mental control for a period of time, which is enough time for him to destroy the Academy hundreds of times over. Charles's lectures were very advanced, but he presented them in a very interesting way that made them understandable to almost all his students. Everyone has gained a deeper understanding of their own ability to mutate. But at the end, Somion raised their hand and asked, "Professor, since mutant genes are irreversible, is there any chance for us to live peacefully with ordinary people?" "Of course, child, aren't we on this path right now? As long as we unite and work together, I believe we will succeed one day." Charles spoke with exceptional confidence, firmly believing that as long as they continued, ordinary people would see their efforts and fully accept mutants. Hearing Charles's assurance, the other students' expressions became resolute. They too would work hard to ensure that those people would no longer fear or discriminate against them because of their abilities. However, one person in the crowd stood out from the crowd, making one want to laugh. Norland completely ignored Charles's words and didn't believe a word he said. The old and new timelines through blood and tears have proven one thing: if Charles's ideas continue, there will be no possibility of peace between mutants and humans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such a headache after learning that he was a mutant. A sense of urgency constantly loomed overhead, like the sword of Damocles ready to fall at any moment. Although this world is a fusion of mutants and the MCU universe, other forces cannot be ruled out at present. However, one thing must be acknowledged: even if aliens, gods, and other superhumans exist, mutants are still objects that humans fear and even wish to exterminate. All of this stems from the emotions of intelligent life. They feared, dreaded, and envied the mutants' abilities. The higher-ups do not allow any power outside their control. Moreover, mutants are not beings like Captain America or Thor, who are almost impossible to replicate. Instead, they are evolved humans who have evolved to a higher level and have a high probability of replacing humans as the new masters of Earth in the future, to prevent mutants from growing stronger and eventually ruling over them. The choice they ultimately made is not hard to imagine. Norland also had ideas about changing the fate of mutants. However, due to his previous lack of strength and lack of familiarity with the Academy, he did not have enough say-so. He had not rashly brought it up. But now the time has come soon. Charles announced his resignation, and he specifically asked Norland to stay behind. Norland was not surprised and told Katie to go eat first and then go back to get some rest. Professor, is there something you need from me? Looking at this kind-hearted mutant, Norland still felt a bit of admiration. But the only flaw was that he was too kind. Turning into a saint, Norland, you seem to have a different opinion from what I just said. Perhaps I could ask you what you're thinking. To Norland's surprise, Charles's first question was not about his mutant abilities, but rather about the relationship between mutants and humans. Perhaps this is Charles's heartache. In the face of this matter, other things become less important. Norland pondered for a moment, and Charles appeared very patient, willing to listen to everyone's opinions. Finally, Norland spoke, Professor. If I told you that the ideals you hold dear will ultimately fail no matter what, would you believe me upon hearing this? Charles's smile gradually faded, not because he was angry that his beliefs were being questioned, but because he took the matter more seriously. Norland continued, and not only will it fail, I would even assert that there will be no place for mutants to live in the future. One day, mutants will face extinction. Even after these words were spoken, Charles remained unperturbed. He was no longer the easily angered teenager he once was, even if Norland completely denigrates his ideas. On the contrary, Charles was worried that Norland would go down another path of no return. He saw the man's shadow in the other person. There was a time when the other party stood before him, harshly rejecting his ideas and regarding them as naive. At that moment, their figures seemed to overlap. If that were the case, Charles felt it necessary to correct Norland. He didn't want anyone else to follow in that man's footsteps. He failed to notice and pull his best friend back when he was at his most radical. But Noah wants to make up for it. He wants to do what he didn't do before. Charles was about to fully explain his ideas to Norland, believing that the numerous books he had read provided sufficient theoretical support to persuade Norland. However, when theory meets reality, it will be utterly defeated. Norland knew very well that he didn't have the eloquence to persuade someone like Charles by simply talking about human nature. Before his time travel, he always found it absurd to see other people come to the Marvel and DC worlds and gain the unconditional trust of these geniuses simply by talking. So from the very beginning, he never tried to show off with Mao Zedong thought or other outdated theories, but instead used facts to shut the other party up. This was true for Batman before, and it's true for Charles now, Professor. I think you've probably guessed that I have other special abilities. In fact, your guess is correct. I also have another ability, which is to travel through time and space and see a wider universe. Yes, Norland is ready to lay his cards on the table, just as he did with Bruce. Of course, he didn't reveal everything, for example. It's best to keep quiet about things like his ability to improve and enhance the genes of the opposite S*X. After all, this world is different from the old Bruce universe here. There are too many female mutants with genetic defects, and even many non-mutant female ability users. What if people come knocking on my door begging me for? Well, once I tell them. Norland wouldn't mind if it were a beautiful woman. But if it were a fat old lady or a weird woman covered in slippery tentacles from the Four Emperors, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Even turning off the lights didn't help. There was another consideration as well. By revealing the truth about traveling through the universe, I can gain Charles's trust and then begin the plans I had previously conceived. That is to usurp Charles and Eric's place, become the mutant leader and build his own power. Mutants have great potential, and their numbers can be sustained. With his continued efforts, he will surely gain a place in this world in the future. This process also requires Charles's strong support. Otherwise, he would have to collect other scattered mutants. Furthermore, he also understood that he couldn't keep his ability to travel to other universes a secret for long. Time continued to flow even as he traversed the universe. Someone will eventually notice that he has disappeared. I'll still have to explain it then, therefore. It would be better to lay all the cards on the table first and thereby gain control of the college's discourse. Norland may be safe, but a lack of foresight will inevitably lead to immediate trouble. The enemies of the future will only grow stronger. And as a mutant himself, he must also take the future of mutants seriously. The mutants are currently disorganized, and without absolute power to unify them, they can only consolidate their forces through other means. The faster this process is completed, the better, so that there will be more time to deal with crises in the future. Especially for Norland, who has no system and can only rely on himself. He needs a powerful force to help him perfect his plan. There's nothing we can do. Charles and Eric are really terrible teammates. We can't rely on them. You mean you can travel to parallel universes? Even with Charles's composure, he was somewhat out of control at this moment. Their mental activity was exceptionally high. Parallel universes, that's just a theoretical concept. And it hasn't been proven yet, and now it's being said so casually by a man who's not even 18 years old. Combined with Norland's complete rejection of his ideas, he couldn't help but wonder if Norland had visited other similar parallel universes and seen the future of mutants. Thinking of this, even though Charles had countless theories he could readily come up with, he had no desire to defend himself at this moment. Charles looked dejected, even as if he couldn't face reality. What did you see? I saw a world that was almost exactly the same as our universe. There was also Xavier's School for Gifted Children, Professor Charles Jean Scott Ororo and the others. And of course Magneto, however. Unlike our current universe, they are in a later time. Probably more than 10 years from now, also in New York. Norland paused. Hearing this, Charles had a bad feeling. And then there was no then, because by then, New York had become ruins. The entire world is under threat from robots called Sentinels. It is a weapon developed by humans specifically to target mutants. It can detect mutant genes in the human body and then eliminate them. They are countless in number and can be consumed. Moreover, they are very powerful. More than 90% of mutants are like lambs to the slaughter in front of them. Xavier's School was reduced to ruins, and many people I knew became corpses. There was no safe place in that world. It was full of war and death. I saw you and very few others. Of the once numerous mutants, when there were fewer than 10 left. And then I watched them perish. Magneto is dead. ClariS is dead. Colossus is dead. Bobby is dead. There were no winners in this battle. Because of a problem with the Sentinels' decision-making process, more than half of humanity was also wiped out. But the mutants fared even worse. But at the last moment, Katie and a man named Logan reversed the future through a consciousness transfer. Charles was quite taken aback by what he heard. Although he didn't examine Norland's mind to confirm the truth, he could tell from his expression and tone that the other man was not lying. However, its authenticity remains to be seen, regardless. This matter must be taken seriously, as it concerns the survival of mutants, and it's happening more than a decade into the future. Logically speaking, since that day will come, there should be some signs by now. For example, Sentinel robots actually exist, and Logan. He knew the other person, given Norland's age and background. He would not be able to recognize the other party. Norland also said some other things he shouldn't have known. Things that Norland shouldn't have known. Once he thought about it more deeply, Charles couldn't bear to imagine what would happen next. Did mutants really have no future? Where exactly was the future? But, fortunately, the future was reversed in the end, and our universe was saved. Perhaps my ideas are really wrong. But what other path can we take besides this one? To subvert humanity. Charles was both relieved and bewildered. He never intended to kill humans and let mutants become the dominant species. His experiences and his life determined that he would not go down this extreme path. Charles believes that with enough effort, it is possible to make ordinary people and mutants live in harmony. Because everyone has love in their hearts. On the other hand, Charles had a very peculiar feeling. A subconscious force that was stopping him. It seemed impossible for him to join forces with his old friend Eric to kill all of humanity. It was a very peculiar feeling. As if he would die if he did that. Earth is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. After all, besides mutants, he also knew that there were other non-mutants who also possessed superpowers. Though few in number but very strong, were saved. To Charles's surprise, Norland shook his head again. Could it be as the bad feeling grew stronger? And Charles's expression became increasingly solemn. Professor, what happened? At that moment, Kingsley suddenly burst in as a telepath. Jean is very sensitive to mental fluctuations. Charles's mind was unusually active and volatile just now, giving the impression that he was losing control of his abilities. She rushed over as soon as she realized Charles was in trouble. But it seems that she was mistaken, although it was strange. Charles's solemn expression caught Chin's attention. This was the first time she had ever seen the professor so serious. Or even bewildered. Is this still the knowledgeable professor she remembers? Who is always calm and composed in any situation? And that boy's Norland's. Chin knew the other person and had even taught him lessons. Every time she went to class, she couldn't help but glance at the other person a few more times. Norland seems to possess a special charm that makes people unable to look away and become completely absorbed. She even wanted to get closer to him, but she kept holding back because of their respective statuses. Before she knew it, Jin's feelings for Norland were almost at their peak. Excuse me, Professor, have I disturbed you? It's all right, you all have the right to know about this. So listen to it together. After Charles brought Chin over, he asked Norland gently, may we continue? Certainly. Norland first flashed a deadly smile at Chin, a move that had captivated Kara twice. Although Jean possesses powerful telepathic abilities and has fragments of the Phoenix Force, she still does not have an immunity. If Charles hadn't been there, she would have been willing to spend some time alone with Norland, just to catch another glimpse of that smile and inhale that intoxicating scent. When they were with Norland, they could feel a genuine joy from the bottom of their hearts. But this joy quickly dissipated as Norland recounted his story. What Charles and Jean faced was an utterly hopeless future. The end of the mutants, the death of Logan the Wolf. It all started with Reverse the Future, going back to 1973. Norland begins to narrate the world after days of future past. At that point in time, Jean was still young and unaware of the situation. But Charles, following Norland's voice, traveled back in time to a period when he had lost his telepathic abilities and become utterly despondent. The story of Logan is very tragic. After the events of Days of Future Past, mutants finally enjoyed a period of peace, and humanity temporarily halted the Sentinel program. The two sides began to understand each other on the surface. But is the future really bright decades later? All the naturally conceived old mutants died. Ordinary humans, through a more successful means, a specially researched genetically modified plant, influenced and eliminated mutants from every corner of their lives. No new mutants have appeared for 25 years. Older mutants have also experienced a decline in their abilities and even developed certain diseases due to long-term consumption of genetically modified organisms. In the end, only the newly created mutants born from genetic engineering remained. And they almost suffered a massacre. This is the end for mutants. This also foreshadowed the failure of Charles's ideas. Even if the future is reversed, mutants still cannot live in peace with humans. There is only one final outcome: extinction. Throughout the process, Professor X, who originally possessed the most brilliant mind, developed Alzheimer's disease during his dementia. His powers went berserk, killing the older generation of X-Men and wiping out almost all of the remaining core of the mutant force. Only Logan's, whose abilities had declined due to long-term use of genetically modified drugs, remained relying on Professor X for support. But in the end, he still could not escape death. When they heard that Wolverine's, whose powers had waned to the point where each claw strike required excruciating pain and took a long time to recover, had died in a desolate land protecting artificially created mutants. They were deeply moved. Charles's heart clenched. Logan. That wild lone wolf. That man who hadn't aged for over a century and was completely oblivious to pain, had fallen to this state, and he could already imagine the cruelty of that world. If even Logan met this fate, where in the world are mutants left to stand? Although some new mutants were eventually created through genetic engineering, they would still face endless persecution. Without the protection of older mutants, how much power do they have to protect themselves? This is a world that is quite cruel to mutants. After Norland finished speaking, Charles and Jean were both stunned for a moment. This was an unprecedented shock to their beliefs. Mutants are extinct. Those people don't forbid mutants from existing. They just don't allow mutants to disobey them. What they need are mutants who are completely controllable and have no self-awareness or emotions, so that they can use them as the most powerful killing weapons. Is all of this real? Charles was shocked and couldn't help but have doubts. He hoped it was all a lie Norland made up on the spot, because it was too cruel for mutants. Chin, however, was even more skeptical. She couldn't imagine that the world's smartest person would suffer from Alzheimer's disease due to brain atrophy and even kill his own student. This is far too cruel for a highly respected elderly person. It's tantamount to killing one's own son. Was I really wronged? All my previous efforts couldn't change the fate of mutants. Charles fell into self-doubt. Perhaps he was just being wishful. Is there any possibility that humans and mutants can coexist peacefully? So what should they do? It seems that no matter which path they take, it won't work. Charles always thought of himself as a very determined person, and he was indeed soon as he chose this path. He continued down it, but now, when he finds that the road ahead is blocked, he is at a loss for what to do. If you really can travel the world, how can we believe you? Jean couldn't bear to see that kind of ending, and she couldn't believe that the future of mutants would be so tragic. Charles also looked up. He really wished it were all a lie. But I have a way to prove that although I can't bring people through time, I can bring things from other universes in front of the two. Norland traveled to other worlds of the Black Robes and took a magazine from the current era, the cover of which featured a promotional poster for the Super 7. I also picked up some other magazines and newspapers that seemed to prove the difference between the two worlds. Without lingering long, they went straight back to the Marvel Universe. According to Norland's plans, the Black Robe world must be conquered. The world of Black Robes is not simple either. It possesses the advanced technology of Compound V, which can mass-produce superheroes and create superpowered individuals with abilities like Homelander. Homelander's design grants him immunity to almost all current human weapons, and even a nuclear bomb of average yield would not be enough to kill him. Despite being called Superman's mini-version, Homelander is not even as strong as Henry Cavill. But now Norland is not as good as Henry, no matter how weak. Has been basking in the sun for more than 30 years. His current strength is merely a copy of Kara's strength in a weakened state. He's more than capable of dealing with ordinary superheroes, but he's not entirely confident in his ability to handle Homelander. At the very least, he lacked the confidence to withstand a nuclear attack, unless other abilities such as molecular mimicry are used. It's not too late to conquer the world of Black Robes after basking in the sun for a while longer. Turn it into a back gardens. It can be considered a fallback plan. Norland had not been gone for long, and Charles had searched for Norland's signal on a city-wide scale. But to no avail. When Norland appeared and showed them magazines and tapes that were clearly different from the current world timeline, Charles and Jean had to accept the fact that Norland could travel through time. This means that the Twilight Wolf universe and the Days of Future Past universe will become a reality. The opportunities left for them are running out. We need to reconsider our next steps or we'll face despair. Jean said to Charles, taking a deep breath. Charles nodded and looked at Norland. Do you have any suggestions? Yes. Although I can't say for sure that it will succeed. We can give it a try. Norland was naturally prepared. Charles's eyes lit up. You can tell me. At least there can't be anything worse than the extinction of mutants. Actually, part of the answer is in your hands, The two of them looked at the magazine in their hands at the same time. It featured the Seven, led by Homelander. Norland briefly explained the situation of the boys' world to the two of them. Despite both possessing superpowers, they went at two extremes, mutants. Because of their superpower ser feared envied, and even hunted down, ultimately leading to their doom. The superpowered individuals in the Black Robe world are portrayed as God's favorites and embodiments of justice. But in reality, they are wicked villains who commit all sorts of evil. This difference made Charles and Jean both fall into deep thought. Where exactly did they go wrong? We lost because we weren't ruthless enough. We lost because we couldn't pretend. We lost because of power and money. We lost because we weren't united enough. We lost because of our lack of strength. Norland provided them with the answers, without a doubt. Professor X and Magneto work together very well, with one acting as the villain who destroys humanity, and the other as the pacifist who helps humanity and safeguards peace. Professor X always manages to stop Magneto whenever he gets into big trouble. Admittedly's approach may win some favor with people, but they have forgotten one thing. The villains who do evil are mutants, and the ones who save them are mutants too. Imagine you were the one attacked by Magneto, and you were also the one saved by the X-Men. Would you think about this question? They're all the same kind of people. Could they be staging their own drama? Should I also possess sufficient strength to protect myself? Faced with this uncontrollable force that could potentially replace you as the new master of the world, what would you choose to do? They didn't really take action against the mutants, partly because they were wary of Magneto's power and needed Professor X to keep him in check, and partly because they were afraid of Professor X's abilities. Most importantly, they lack the power to win with a single blow. Before having a trump card, ordinary people will choose to endure and develop their strength in secret. But once they possess the power to disrupt the balance, they can deliver a fatal blow to mutants at any time. First of all, although we have Magneto, it's not enough. Because Magneto is not influenced by us and cannot truly cooperate with us to eliminate organizations and people that are harmful to mutants. In fact, he even makes ordinary people have a bad impression of us. Secondly, we need a suitable disguise. Put yourself in a vulnerable position and package yourself well. Being a celebrity is actually a very good identity. Imagine if we formed a team like the Seven, with the mission of maintaining peace, constantly promoting ourselves, building our persona, and getting more people to support us and speak up for us. Even if the authorities want to do something to us, they have to see if the people are willing. You should know a term, die-hard fans. They can exert a power far beyond your imagination. A brainwashed fans. Charles and Jean understood what this meant. This group is indeed crazy for their idols. They can abandon their race, their nationality, their families, and even fight against the whole world. And they enjoy it, feeling that they and their idols are spiritually one. In addition, we can create more identities to give ourselves some little buffs. A small buff, what's that? They don't think it's just a word from a game. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. Seeing their confusion, Norland smiled mysteriously and slowly said, "You should know the term political correctness, right? As you know, this country has many small groups, such as people living with HIV/AIDS contact lists, racial discrimination, transgender people." Norland vividly remembers the extent to which the United States went to extremes in terms of political correctness in later generations. Although the world has changed, we can still learn from it. In this respect, both sides have something in common. Especially in recent years, transgender people have become very popular in the United States. According to Ophelia, Hydra also has related industries and recently opened several hospitals, secretly stirring up public opinion. This shows how exorbitant the profits are. Looking at the world, there are quite a few mutants. Surely you can find one or two transgender people. There are also quite a few black people of mixed race. If one buff isn't enough, add a few more: vegetarians, environmentalists, transgender people, obese individuals, people with HIV/AIDS, and contact lists, all to emphasize inclusion, freedom, and diversity. What? You're saying I'm not a normal person but a mutant? That's discrimination, blatant discrimination. It violates the freedom of the United States. We are human beings too. We can marry ordinary people and have offspring that are still capable of reproduction. So why do you say we are not human? Just because I have certain special abilities. Do you discriminate against me, if necessary? These special groups can even be added to our Super 7 team. Or one can be placed in each state or city. We must unite all groups that can be united and integrate ourselves into the community so that we can gain more supporters. Celebrity image building and sob story promotion can be done simultaneously. Although there are few mutants, many of them are unhappy with their lives. If we can spread the word, we can get those with overflowing sympathy to speak up for us. Upon hearing this, Charles and Jean had to admit that Norland's ideas were very unconventional and completely beyond normal human thinking. It seems unreliable, but upon closer inspection, it actually seems to have some feasibility. It may not truly improve the situation for mutants, but it can allow more people to see their plight and evoke sympathy. I refuse to believe that there isn't a force in this world that doesn't covet the superpowers of mutants. Just like the force that captured me before. They must have studied mutants, if you're willing. You can find evidence that some forces in the world are capturing mutants and conducting inhumane human experiments. We'll spread this information around and let more people know what true misery is. For a major country like this that prides itself on democracy and freedom, playing the victim is a traditional skill, and it often yields unexpected results. When it comes to who's the most miserable, mutants are never afraid of anyone. They could be as miserable as they could possibly be. You could easily find a whole host of examples, but what if those people use their power to prevent these things from spreading? Chin realized the key issue, even in this universe. The propaganda media of the United States is not free. There are always people behind them. We must firmly control the propaganda front. If they disagree, it probably won't be able to spread widely. That's why I say we need power, we need wealth. Norland's eyes were bright and piercing. He was just short of being able to chat and laugh with ease. Don't forget the true nature of this country. Capital is everything to improve this environment. We need capital support to break the blockade they have set up. Publicity and packaging require capital. Uniting with other mutants. Uniting with other small groups all require capital. Otherwise, why would those people speak up for us? There is an old saying in Daxia, all the world's hustle and bustle is for profit. Most people are only pursuing one thing: profit. Freedom, democracy, it's all bullshit. Only those who are full and have nothing better to do would pursue freedom. Even to the point of courting deaths. But most people can't even reach that level. Norland's words were rather vulgar. But after thinking about them carefully, Charles felt something was off. Yet also that they made some sense. He was a member of this group himself and was aware of some of the clues. Capital is the best tool when it comes to avoiding widespread mind control. However, Norland didn't mention one more crucial thing: power. After all that, strength is the most fundamental factor. Capital is only necessary when absolute power is not yet achieved. If it were a purely mutant universe, Norland would naturally not need to build a power base. Accumulate capital or create mutant stars with his power. He only needs to bask in the sun for a few days to sweep through the X-Men world. But this universe is different. It's a fusion of the MCU and mutants, increasing the danger level by more than 100-fold. To possess the power to sweep away everything on Earth would be extremely difficult. Norland didn't know when he would have that power. So before he possessed absolute power, making his living environment as safe as possible was his primary task at this stage. There's no other way. If he doesn't intervene and lets Magneto and Professor X continue their antics, The mutant environment will only get worse. While they are surrounded by sworn enemies, they all go their own way and lack even the most basic unity. If others don't bully you, who else will they bully? Norland's words greatly shocked Charles and Jean. They needed time to process them and to verify them. But compared to the original two possible futures, how much worse could it get? Chin, go contact the other people. We need to have a serious talk. By the way, Norland, you should come too. We need you to take charge of this matter. Charles suggested that if he knew what Eric was doing, he would even like to call Eric over. This matter concerns the future of mutants. And how to proceed and what path to take cannot be decided by one or two people. This pressure is far beyond what one or two people can bear. One wrong step leads to another. The mutants are now walking on thin ice and cannot afford to make even the slightest mistake. No, I'll come after you've discussed it. In the meantime, I'll prepare a rough plan, and then you can refine it yourselves and decide whether to proceed. Norland refused outright. He didn't want to waste his time on such troublesome and exhausting things. He proposed this plan so that Charles and his team could think about and research it themselves, while he himself would work towards a grander plan. Moreover, this plan cannot be done without him. That is to enhance the mutants' top-tier power. How many mutants are truly outstanding these days? Magneto is one, Professor X is one. Mystique and the X-Men together barely count as one. And Jean Grey is -10, that's impressive. In Norland's eyes, those who truly possess top-tier strength must be at least level 4 and be offensive mutants. Wolverine and Cyclops are fine against ordinary people, but they're less effective against other superpowered individuals. In Norland's true plans, top-tier level 4 talents and even level 5 mutant talents are truly considered strong. But you have to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time as a second-best option. Having 10 or 8 more level 4 mutants would also significantly improve the mutant environment. Oh right, he's one now too. Even ordinary Kryptonians can easily defeat almost all level 3 mutants, and even pose a huge threat to level 4 mutants. Level 4 mutants are very strong, but because their abilities are limited, they are also very easy to target. Kryptonians are different, they are too comprehensive. There is no kryptonite in this universe, so only a more powerful force can suppress them, therefore. Norland must work harder to help more female mutants stand up. That is his most important task. My task is too difficult. So you can understand if I slack off a bit, right? The rest of the miscellaneous tasks are yours. Before the plan was even finalized, Norland was already prepared to coast along. His time is very precious. Since Charles is still able to move around, he might as well continue to shine and work hard for the future of mutants. And he only needs to step forward at some crucial moments to take the lion's share of the credit. Which is what a boss should do. Charles gave Norland a special look, surprised that Norland was unwilling to show off in front of others. You know, boys of this age will basically not refuse any opportunity to show off. Otherwise, how can they express themselves and win the favor of the opposite S*X? Wait a minute. It seems Norland doesn't need to steal the spotlight. He is the spotlight himself. Wherever he goes, he's never short of female admirers. Charles felt relieved as he thought about all the changes Norland had caused since he came to the school. In less than 2 weeks, he became a public enemy among men. Even Scott was secretly unhappy with Norland because Jin, whom he was pursuing, had suddenly become somewhat distant from him during this period. And the main reason for this was Norland, even secretly. Some people have given Norland the unofficial title of succubus. Well, this nickname actually suits me surprisingly well. After greeting Charles, Norland hurried out, not wanting to continue talking and delay his sunbathing time. Besides, it doesn't matter if his plan isn't adopted. He'll take matters into his own hands and lead his people to other universes to live a carefree life. It's not like he has to suffer in Marvel after Norland left. Chin was also preparing to go out and contact Scott and the others. At this moment, Charles suddenly spoke up. Jin, go and contact the Presbyterian hospital for me. I need to go there next week, Professor. Jean turned her head in surprise and looked at Charles. There are some things you have to be aware of beforehand. Right, I don't want that day to come. Besides, if that day really comes, can you make up your mind? After speaking, Charles's gaze drifted. As if lost in memories, could she bring herself to do it? Chin didn't know, and she didn't dare to think about it. Seeing Charles deep in thought, Chin quietly went out and closed the door. Leaning against it and breathing heavily, her gaze complex. In the empty study, only Charles's sighs could be heard. He doesn't know how another version of himself in another universe, when he was conscious, faced the fact that he had personally killed the X-Men team and ended the last hope of mutants. They must be suffering every day, right? Those days are unimaginable, therefore. For our own sake and for the sake of others, we must prevent such phenomena from occurring. Charles would rather commit suicide before that moment arrives than let the disaster repeat itself. Perhaps it's time to train the next manager. Kill me when I lose control, Norland. Would you be the right person? Charles thought of Norland again. Norland's mutant derivative ability had a certain degree of mental immunity. It would take him a lot of effort to control Norland, and it would be impossible to infiltrate him quietly. It can be said that Norland and Jean are the most suitable candidates to succeed him. They all have enough potential to kill themselves. But he is still unsure how much potential Norland has and whether he is qualified to be a leader. Intelligence alone is not enough to become a leader of mutants. Strength is also a part of the test, and perhaps one of the most important parts. Chin is good too, it's just a pity she's not perfect next. Xavier Academy for Gifted Children suspended classes for one day, and there were no classes scheduled until the weekend. One person with enhanced hearing said that he seemed to hear arguing inside the conference room as he passed by. Because the soundproofing was so good, he didn't dare get too close. So he didn't know what was happening inside. Everyone speculated that something bad had probably happened recently. It actually sparked a lively discussion among professors and teachers. However, Norland perpetrator lived a very carefree life. That same day had Ophelia deliver a beach chair, and he would lie on it and sleep whenever he had free time, indulging in the pleasure of increased strength. Katie and ClariS followed suit, sitting or lying down next to Norland. I didn't realize ClariS was such a good student. She's always reading books. Katie saw that ClariS was still young and didn't see her as a threat. The two even became acquainted and chatted about interesting things. When night falls, Katie will sneak over in the dark. After her first taste, Katie has become fond of this feeling. Although after each session, Katie would lie in bed until late morning or even noon before she could barely get up. But they still enjoy it immensely instead of feeling down. She looked even more radiant, prompting ClariS to ask her what her secret was. Each time she asked, Katie felt incredibly embarrassed, as she couldn't very well say it was Quinn. Moreover, Katie also discovered that her abilities were becoming more and more proficient without deliberate practice, and even some strange changes were occurring. How should I put it? Like Charles said last time, it's a secondary mutation. But isn't the chance of a secondary mutation very small? And it requires a very specific stimulus to trigger it, which she hasn't done recently except. Katie's expression was strange. Could that thing really trigger a secondary mutation and enhance mutant abilities? However, she also heard from other female mutants that this was not true at all. Is she too special, or is Norland special, with that in mind? Kata, despite her weakness, jogged over and found Norland, who was sunbathing when I arrived. There were already many S******Y and cheap women sitting around me. Everyone at Xavier School who was 10 years old or older, whether they had a boyfriend or not, came. They call it sunbathing and reading, but in reality, it's just for a feast for the eyes. Norland wore only underwear to maximize his sun exposure. Even the beach chairs are made of special glass, which is quite expensive. It is said to be a new material specially researched by Hydra and is not yet available on the market. That's why Norland's perfectly proportioned figure was almost perfectly showcased. His perfect 8-pack of well-developed muscles, Flowing hairstyle and melancholic eyes drive women crazy. Even the slightest movement could spark a flurry of discussion. And the sound of cameras snapping photos never stopped. Fortunately, this is a school with only mutant students and not many girls of suitable age. Otherwise, Katie couldn't imagine the exaggerated effects it would have caused if it were outside. Norland, it seems I'm about to undergo a second mutation. I can feel all the cells in my body becoming active. Amidst the envious gazes of many girls, Katie walked right past them to Norland's side and whispered a boastful message. He glanced at ClariS and, seeing that she seemed engrossed in the world of books, quickly whispered after my second mutation. Remember to come a couple more times, and you'll gain new abilities too. Norland nodded lazily without much expression. Upon seeing this, Katie's expression became quite excited. She realized that her guess was correct. Did you do this? Having S*X with you enhances mutant abilities. Norland readily admitted it but added, this is a secret between Yao-Minged heaven and earth. Don't tell anyone but in his heart. He secretly added, Kara knows, Batman knows, Ophelia knows. Katie nodded her head quickly. I'm always very tight-lipped, you know that. I would never tell anyone, Finalish asked in a low voice. ClariS doesn't know either. Norland gave her a look that said nothing. But he said everything without actually saying anything. Katie held her head high, beaming with joy, as if she had won a battle. The women outside couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy when they saw Katie's smug expression. Why wasn't it one of them sitting on Norland's lap? With Norland's strong physique, being held in that position by him must be more pleasurable than flying. Sensing the envious glances of those S***Y women, Katie became even more smug and whispered in someone's ear. Let's take the back path tonight. I haven't tried it before. I wonder if this will speed up the mutation. Norland perked up upon hearing this, and with a rigorous scientific attitude, he decided it was definitely worth a try. But are you sure you can handle this? Norland glanced at Katie, who was barely able to walk, worried that she might accidentally kill someone. Katie's face immediately fell. How come this was different from what she had found? Wasn't it said that a woman could do the work of 3 men in this area? How come it was the other way around when it came to her? It was another embarrassing day. She didn't even dare to talk about it with other girls. Otherwise, she would definitely be laughed at. He could only explain it away by Norland's unusual and excessive strength. Katie rubbed her thigh and cursed herself for being so useless. But once the words were spoken, she couldn't take them back. No matter how bad it was, she had to do it. Just as she was about to say something, Norland seemed to have noticed something and said, all right. If it really doesn't work, just rest for the night. I just remembered I have something to do. You should lie down and relax. Okay, go ahead and get busy. In Norland's presence, Katie was more obedient than a dog, nodding repeatedly. They wouldn't even ask Norland what he was going to do. Norland got up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the school under the reluctant gazes of the other girls, and in places unseen by others. A few inconspicuous insects stayed quietly on a tree not far away. If you use a very precise infrared thermal beam, you can see a forest above. Arriving outside the school gate, a Chevrolet was parked on the road not far away. The car door opened and the first thing to emerge was a long, slender-legged Thena blonde, blue-eyed beauty wearing a green leather jacket stepped out of the car. My dear, I'm so glad to see you again. I've been thinking. 3 hours later, the Chevrolet sped out of a secluded grove of trees. Ophelia leaned back in the passenger seat, her cheeks flushed, watching Norland intently driving. She subconsciously licked her lips. The taste was still so sweet and delicious, intoxicating. Take a short break. Despite her exhaustion, she bent down again. Tell me what brings you here today. Norland stared straight ahead, letting the greedy kitten do as it pleased. Unfortunately, he had many important things to do and couldn't feed a cat whenever he wanted. He could only feed it every now and then until its belly was so bloated that it couldn't hold any more before leaving. One feeding is enough to last for several days. The kitten can also continue to grow, and he can also enhance his abilities to extend the duration. Sometimes kittens are stubborn and always want to eat more. And then there's nothing you can do. They'll get too full if they eat any more. So you have to feed them milk. Milk is a good thing, especially the one he personally prepared. Many people love to drink it. I was a little worried because the kitten's mouth was always bulging. I wondered if it would drink too fast and choke deep in its throat because it didn't know its limits. I think I should see a doctor. Cuckoo. Ophelia probably drank the water too quickly and said indistinctly, I recently received a mission to go to Japan to help the former head of the Yashida group. Yashida Ikura complete the development of a weapon. Norland subconsciously thought of Wolverine too. In the X-Men series, Viper worked for the Yashida Corporation and created the Silver Samurai for Akira Yashida, nearly defeating Wolverines. But in the end, good triumphs over evil. With the help of Mariko, the granddaughter of Akira Yashida, he successfully defeats the Silver Samurai, and Wolverine once again embarks on his journey alone. The Yashida Group is the largest conglomerate in Japan, with immense wealth, however. According to our intelligence, they have secretly purchased a large amount of adamantium, seemingly to develop some kind of mysterious weapon. Because of my achievements in medicine, I was invited by Yashida to treat Yashida Akira and help him improve his equipment. Ophelia recounted all the information she had obtained from the Yashida Group and Hydra, while also working diligently without any slackening. Norland patted her head approvingly, pondering as he drove. This seems like a good opportunity. Why build your own conglomerate when there's no better way than to find a ready-made one? Although the Yashida Group may have already incurred a deficit due to its large-scale purchases of adamantium, that is not difficult to achieve. This is a golden goose, wielding immense influence in Sakura country, and it will recover quickly with a little time, however. Its drawbacks are also obvious. As a Japanese company, it can play a very small role in the United States. What kind of son gives orders to his father, however? Norland does not intend to bring it into the mutant school, but rather to keep it as his private resource. Or perhaps they'll use the nest to lay eggs, sacrifice the Yashida Group, and reincubate a phoenix that will satisfy Norland. Now is a good opportunity. Let Ophelia go ahead and find out the situation first. Then use a few tricks and it will be fine. I remember Mariko was quite charming, and she was Yashida Akira's nominal heir. Norland then gave Ophelia some tasks and promised to visit her often. Norland was generous with his gifts in order to get the kitten to work more diligently. That evening, the two went to a two-story detached house that Ophelia had bought with her secret stash of money. The house was registered in Norland's name. In Ophelia's words, what was hers belonged to Norland, so she was too lazy to put her own name on it. Upon entering the room, Norland raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, what's that on the bed? A whip. What's in the wardrobe next to it? A whole collection of clothes that will get your blood pumping. Ophelia, are you playing with your lives? The next day, Norland, looking radiant, returned to school early. Although he was gone for an afternoon and a night, almost no one noticed. It's normal to go out and have fun on the weekend. We're all adults, don't we even have this basic freedom? He had just returned when he saw Katie looking resentful. She had even bought the engine oil and was just waiting for Norland to fix her car and lubricate it. However, Norland did not come all night. Because of Norland's instructions, and fearing that worrying about Norland would ruin things for him, he did not go to Norland's dormitory to look for him. I finally fell asleep around 3 or 4 in the morning. At that time, she was still wondering if Norland was still busy and must be working very hard. Cat, sporting dark circles under her eyes, was trying to have a proper talk with Norland when she saw Aurora come over and call Norland away. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Norland left with an apologetic expression. On the way to the conference room, Aurora kept glancing at Norland. What's wrong, Ms. Aurora? Norland turned his head to the side, and as the other person turned his head again, he suddenly asked, is our future Perhaps already predetermined. Destined only for destruction, Ororo said with concern. Norland shook his head. The future is not static. Any action we take now could lead to a different future. As long as we keep striving for it instead of sticking to our original ideas. Then the future is promising. Is the future promising? I hope so. Ororo remained deeply worried. The thought of the current peace being completely shattered and the mutants being slaughtered sending chills down her spine. Actually, there's something I haven't said. Neither of the two universes I saw contain me. What? Norland suddenly uttered a sentence that made Ororo fall into deep thought. She seemed to understand something, but you can't quite grasp it. The two walked into the conference room. Now, all current members of the X-Men have arrived. The current timeline is quite early, and the only official members are Phoenix Cyclops Storm, and Professor X Wolverine has not yet joined. And Colossus is also a candidate from this perspective. The mutant school camp only has Professor X to hold its own. The others are all incapable of standing up on their own. If it comes to fighting the military, and Professor X is restricted, then there's no point in playing unless Jean turns evil. But that would destroy not only mutants, but the entire Earth to Norland's surprise. Although everyone was watching him, Charles did not talk about the plan. Norland, Scott, Ororo, you go and get ready. You're going to Canada, Alberta, to bring Wolverine back. My old buddy has his eye on him for some reason. Norland was a little confused. Why was he included in this mission? Scott and Ororo were equally surprised. Professor, given Magneto's power, this operation is likely fraught with danger. Norland's power might also affect our plans. Scott countered, although he was looked down upon. Norland didn't care, wanted to spend more time in the sun. Magneto won't be going this time, just be careful. Charles said in an unquestionable tone. Seeing this, Scott had no choice but to agree, however. He gave Norland a deep look, and Norland saw a hint of displeasure flash in Norland's eyes. Good grief, does this mean they see me as an enemy? Could she be a love rival? It seems that being too handsome is also a sin. And I am truly unforgivable. After Norland and the other two went down to prepare, Jean then asked, Professor, is Norland really all right? This operation involves fighting Magneto's men. And it's quite dangerous, don't underestimate him. His strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Charles spun his chair around to the back of the table, opened a drawer, took out a black box, and opened it to reveal a crushed wash cup inside. This was found in a trash bag that was thrown out of Norland's dormitory. Chin frowned upon hearing this and looked at it. After examining it for a whileish, said with surprise, this seems to be a mark from being crushed by excessive force. Charles nodded. To achieve this level, one must possess a physical enhancement mutation ability, such as Peter in his steel-like state. Have you forgotten the data Ororo brought back from that lab? Jean naturally wouldn't forget. She remembered that it said Norland's mutated ability, which allowed him to acquire the other person's abilities for a certain period of time through the exchange of fluids such as kissing. At the time, they all thought this ability was too strange. But considering that it could replicate abilities, they still recruited it into the school, unbeknownst to us. He must have acquired the abilities of some kind of physical enhancer. And do you really think he's weak? Given that he survived such a horrific apocalypse to the very end. I'm afraid his strength is no less than Scott's. This is just speculation. Charles is looking forward to Norland's performance. A world filled with Sentinel robots, where even Magneto has died in battle. A world where humans have completely dominated the Earth, and mutants have been driven to extinction. It is not easy to survive to the very end in either of these worlds. If he truly possesses this ability, perhaps he is more suitable to be the successor than Jean or Ororo. Unfortunately, its ability is too flawed. It can only replicate briefly with the opposite S*X. It would be great if it could transmit to all bodily fluids and replicate for a long time. Therefore, he is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Even if all else fails, the mutant school can still gain a great general. since Norland's participation in the operation was a last-minute decision by Charles. There was no matching uniform when Norland joined the operation. Norrin didn't care about this thing when the time comes. Go back to Kara and see if you can use her spaceship to create a Superman suit. Don't be fooled by how thin the Superman suit looks. As if it would tear easily with a single cut in reality. Their uniforms are made with genuine Kryptonian technology. And even that thin layer of defense is quite astonishing. Human weapons are almost incapable of damaging its material. However, under the aura of Superman's steel body, the Superman suit seemed rather ordinary. Norrin wasn't after that bit of defense. He just wanted to prevent the clothes from being torn apart. In battle, unexpected things can happen. He didn't want to end up in the middle of a fight-o deer, with his clothes gone and him running around naked. A proper fight, not the kind you do in bed. And it doesn't affect his ability to absorb sunlight. He doesn't even like the X-Men's uniforms. The material is simply incomparable. Wearing it would hinder my ability to improve. So it's not worth it. New York is not far from Canada. The three piloted a Blackbird fighter jet and quickly located their target using Professor X's satellite positioning system. At this moment, Uncle Wolf was in a rather disheveled state. He was being relentlessly attacked by a burly, strong man. The scene was unbearable to watch, comparable to the R-18. Not far away, a girl was struggling to get out of the passenger seat. But because the truck had been damaged by the Sabertooth tiger, the seat belt had malfunctioned, and she was unable to get out for the time being. In addition, the pickup truck was engulfed in flames and looked like it might perish in the inferno. Norland immediately executed a perfect jump. Norland, your parachute. Aurora was terrified by Norland's actions. This was hundreds of meters in the air. Without special abilities, going down there would be certain death. Even she had to carefully control the strong winds to land safely. Connellan didn't even bring a parachute. That's too reckless. I don't know what Jean and Charles saw in him. Scott frowned as he assessed the situation and immediately steered the Blackbird fighter to a rapid descent. Aurora spread her arms, rolled her eyes, and tried to unleash a gust of wind to help Norrin control his body. But Norrin seemed to have grown wings, moving freely in the air and arriving in front of the burning Pikachu in the blink of an eye. Zoraro, you're becoming more and more proficient with your abilities. Scott was quite surprised and gave the other person a special look. I don't have the ability to activate it yet. Before the surprise on Aurora's face had faded, she witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Norland tore the truck door apart as easily as tearing paper, then flung the badly deformed door dozens of meters away like a crumpled piece of paper. So strong. Aurora's throat bobbed as she stared in disbelief. Scott remained silent, and if you looked closely, you could see that the corner of his eye seemed to twitch slightly. On the truck, little rascal was momentarily stunned when he saw Norland appear as if he had descended from the heavens. My goodness, is he an angel from heaven? So handsome, so powerful. Did it fly down to help me because it felt so sorry for me? The little rascal wondered if she was seeing things, because she even saw a faint golden light on Norland's body. So dazzling, that smile is the only beauty in the world, sweeping away all sorrows. As Norland carried her away from the Pikachu, the little rascal suddenly snapped back to reality. No. Don't touch me, something bad will happen. Norland raised an eyebrow and suddenly an idea came to him. Rogue, also known as Rogue, is a level 2 mutant who can rapidly absorb other people's memories. Superpowers life forcing so on through skin contact. It seems to have great abilities, but it is completely out of control. Unable to have normal contact with people, therefore. In order not to harm others, Rakshasa usually covers herself up tightly, only showing her face, and dares not let anyone approach her casually. Her abilities have great potential. She can absorb not only the abilities of mutants, but also those of non-mutants like Captain Marvel. In the comics, she eventually gains the ability to freely control her absorption abilities, and can even learn and copy other people's superpowers without harming them. In some ways, she is more powerful than Apocalypse. Norland naturally coveted this ability. Although he could copy or even enhance the abilities of the opposite S*X, he could not copy those of men or neutral individuals. If we could replicate Rakshasa's enhanced form, this flaw would be overcome. The only problem is that I can no longer increase the strength of the abilities I gain from non-opposite S*X. It's not a big issue. Norland was now thinking that he had acquired Kryptonian abilities. The ability to generate biofields. Something invisible and intangible. Which was different from telekinesis. Superman is usually able to catch airplanes and ships because he can control a biofield to envelop them and protect them from harm. If he were to apply a biofield to his entire body now, would he be able to avoid being absorbed by the Rakshasa woman upon contact? Norland hesitated for a moment, and before the little rascal could refuse, he grabbed her wrist and helped her up. "No, you'll get hurt." The little rascal had just exclaimed in surprise when he saw that Norland had clearly touched him, yet was completely unharmed. The other party is unaffected by my abilities. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing Norland's puzzled expression, the little rascal swallowed hard, a surge of emotion welling up inside him, and his eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She trembled as she took off her gloves, grasped Norland's hand and caressed it. Then she hugged Norland tightly and cried. Finally, someone can ignore her abilities. This was a moment she had always longed for but never experienced. A moment that only existed in her dreams. Norland didn't stop the little rascal. He understood how the boy felt at that moment. The test results were perfect. The bioforce protected him from being absorbed by the little rascal. But it also shattered another of his ideas. He had originally considered whether to copy little rascal's abilities and then use them to deal with Zod, directly absorbing the latter's abilities and life force. However, it seems that Zio Tauki's abilities are also limited. It won't work on Superman, however. Its development potential is still considerable. Are you my angel, little mischief crap? Then looked up and asked in a soft voice. If you say so, then so be it, Norland replied. Little rascal nodded emphatically. My name is Anna Mary, you can call me Little Rascal. Norland was about to say something, but it was clear that someone was unwilling. Sabertooth had finished attacking Wolverine, who lay helplessly on the ground, looking utterly exhausted. Logan happened to see what was happening and stared at his boss. I'm being relentlessly pursued by other men. And you're looking for a gigolo shit. How could you do this to me, following Wolverine's gaze? The satisfied Sabertooth tiger stopped venting and turned his attention to Norland. Or rather, the little rascal in his arms, the next moment. He transformed into a red-eyed bull and charged forward. Hearing footsteps, Norland turned around and saw two thick, hot eyes, instantly focusing on the Sabertooth tiger's chest. The Sabertooth tiger, struck by a fatal blow, fell silently, its eyes almost lifeless. But a few seconds later it got up again. Mistaking Norland for Cyclops, he covered his chest and head with his hands to protect his vitals and continued charging forward with his head covered. Although Sabertooth tigers are not intelligent, they are not stupid either. To deal with mutants like laser eyes, you only need to withstand the damage and get close enough to easily defeat them with your physical strength. He possesses a healing factor comparable to Wolverine's. And while Cyclops can at most hinder him, he cannot truly defeat him. The advantage lies with me. The Sabertooth tiger was dreaming. If it really is Cyclops, then defeating him would indeed be very difficult. However, he was facing Norland, who possessed superhuman strength. Even in his weakened state, Kara could still easily toy with him with one hand. While holding Little Rascal, Norland accurately caught the Sabertooth tiger's charging right fist. And with a gentle twist, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The Sabertooth tiger was resilient. Or perhaps it was already used to this level of injury. And it didn't utter a sound. Being single-minded, he wanted to use his other hand, bang. Before the Sabertooth tiger could even move its hand, Norland's right foot went straight for its abdomen. With a loud thud, the saber-toothed tiger was kicked hundreds of meters away like a broken doll. As it flew out, everyone heard a sonic boom. It crashed heavily into the deserted forest and fell completely still. Norland, who delivered the kick, knew very well that the saber-toothed tiger's entire abdomen was likely shattered, and it would probably be reduced to a pulp upon impact. Even if saber-toothed tigers have strong regenerative abilities, they cannot recover to normal in a short period of time. If you're unlucky, you might get covered in snow and frozen into an ice sculpture before you've fully recovered. Protected by the biological field, the saber-toothed tiger's blood did not splatter on the two men. Moreover, the attack was too fast. Little Rascal only knew that the saber-toothed tiger was approaching, and the next second the saber-toothed tiger flew away again. As for Ororo and Cyclops, who were still on the plane, they both fell silent. It feels like my worldview has been reshaped. Scott, him and you don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Scott immediately distanced himself, but he felt extremely uncomfortable about Norland's laser eyes. She's already drawn Jean's attention away, and now she wants to steal his laser eyes title. That's outrageous, and he's stronger than him. With a single kick, he turned the saber-toothed tiger into mud. It's unimaginable what terrifying power was hidden beneath his not-so-strong body. Even Colossus, whom they highly regarded, was far from possessing such power after being tempered. Looking again at the wrecked and deformed car doors, steel was no different from paper in Norland's eyes. Scott felt a deep sense of frustration. Let's go down and bring them back first. If Magneto comes, things will probably get complicated. Seeing Scott's stunned expression, Ororo took over his control and piloted the plane to land. On the ground, Logan had barely recovered from his injuries and was preparing to help deal with the saber-toothed tiger. Then they saw a figure fly by. Upon closer inspection, the saber-toothed tiger was gone. He was kicked away. Whose subordinate is this? He's so fierce it's beyond what's expected. Well, the difference is huge. Logan prided himself on his strength, but he was outmatched in his fight against Sabertooth. However, the man who had been unleashing his fury was knocked away by another man in 2 blows. Meanwhile, his girlfriend also fell into his arms. He was very unhappy, but he didn't intend to cause trouble for Norland. The relative strengths of the two sides are quite clear. We're no match for them. They're just trying to help me. There's no need for that. Little Rascal, who is this? Logan stepped forward, intending to say hello. But the little rascal completely ignored him and continued chattering away. Trying to talk to Norland, listen carefully. You're so strong and amazing. How come nothing happened between us? Are all angels as handsome as you? You couldn't even bait Logan's, but you took him down with one hand. You're way stronger than that big guy. I like you so much, Tilda. Logan felt he shouldn't have been so soft-hearted as to take the little rascal away. It hasn't been longed in the blink of an eye. She's become another man's sycophant reality. Norland wasn't completely absorbed in the little rascal's praise. Instead, it took a moment to nod at Logan. To be fair, he still admired Wolverine. But admiration aside, he still had to step in when necessary, which helped Logan escape his predicament and free him from so many emotional entanglements. So I'll just have to bear this sin myself, you know. He was willing to fight the whole world for his woman. Kara, you're right. So he doesn't mind having too many emotional debts. Not long after, Scott and Ororo came down to clean up the mess. Scott tells Logan about Magneto's pursuit of him, while Ororo uses the strong winds to blow away the trees blocking the road. Norland looked over, surprised that Ororo was so thoughtful. As if on the same wavelength, Ororo explained. We had to register with the United Nations before we came. This is a right that the professor fought for mutants. After registering, we notified the local government in advance so that we could fly in the airspace they had designated. What? Norland raised an eyebrow. Do we have to report before every operation? Ororo replied matter-of-factly, of course we need to. If we act without prior notice, It could trigger a backlash in the region and further fuel the hatred of ordinary people towards mutants. It's also possible that sometimes we don't have time to report, and we'll need to explain to the authorities afterwards to make up for it. And we might even have to pay for the aftermaths. Although it made a lot of sense, Norland found it too rigid. If we report every operation beforehand, wouldn't that be like telling the other party our route directly? If a raid is to be carried out, and the target base is connected to higher-ups, good grief, that's a joke. The moment you report your deployment, they already know the specific route, deduce the exact target location, and then transfer important data while leaving behind some insignificant information. Norland remembered the Hydra secret base where he had been before. No wonder Hydra started transferring key personnel as soon as Aurora and her team set out. Opheliath senior manager immediately approached Norland to discuss the matter. Norland was puzzled. Why were they retreating before the enemy even arrived? So you guys were up to something, and who is Hydra? That's the superpower that turned SHILD into Snake HILD. With countless intelligence sources, almost all of Charles's actions were immediately known to the Hydra leader. Then we played hide-and-seek together nice. Norland remembered that after the important personnel at that base were transferred away, he waited there for a full 2 hours out of boredom before Aurora and the others finally arrived. That's just outrageous. The key question is, what's with that smug look on your face? Are you proud? The so-called privileges are nothing more than the needs of those in power. And there may even be Hydra involved once he got back. Norland planned to throw away this privilege as soon as possible. No, perhaps we can make use of it 2 hours later. The fighter jets returned to Xavier School. In the underground base, Professor X breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Norland and the others return unharmed. Aurora Scott, thank you for your help. It's not troublesome at all. Aurora thought about it and realized that she had only been flying the plane for a short time before the battle ended. So she couldn't really say she was tired. Scott nodded coldly without saying a word. He is falling into self-doubt. Charles, still unaware of the situation, looked at Norland and asked, "How was your first time participating in an operation?" Norland thought for a moment. "It's all right. Much simpler than I expected," Charles smiled and nodded. As expected of someone he valued. He was so calm on his first mission, showing no emotional change since before the mission. He was a promising talent at that moment. He saw the little rascal tugging at Norland's clothes. Only half of his body showing, he merely gave him a kind smile. Then looked at Logan with a complicated expression. The one who would accompany him in another world for the rest of his life. They are also the biggest contributors to the reversal of the future. Unfortunately, the plan ultimately failed. But Logan's contributions cannot be forgotten. Logan looked at himself in confusion, wondering why the man in the wheelchair was acting so affectionate. He subconsciously thought that he and the man in the wheelchair had some kind of blood connection. At this time, Logan was still suffering from amnesia and had forgotten many things from the past. Charles's performance was so intense and emotionally charged that Rhodes, being naturally sensitive, would inevitably become suspicious. Logan asked cautiously, "You know me. Are you perhaps my old man's?" These words shocked the entire audience. Everyone looked at Charles and Logan with strange expressions. His gaze swept between the two of them. Charles was also taken aback, then smiled slightly. "If you're willing, I don't mind." Logan rolled his eyes. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. "So what are you doing since you're nobody to me? Why are you acting all sentimental?" "I am Charles Xavier, the headmaster of this school. This is Aurora Monroe, codename Storm. This is Scott Summers, codename Cyclops, and this is..." "Wait, Cyclops. You mean the kind where your eyes shoot out red beams of light?" Logan gestured with his eyes. "Yes, you've seen his abilities very clearly." Charles nodded. "Cyclops is him, then who is he?" "I clearly saw that he was the one releasing the red beam. Shouldn't he be more suited to that title?" Logan looked puzzled and pointed at Norland. Those eyes had given him quite a shock back then in an instant. They pierced through the Sabertooth tiger's chest and even snapped several trees that would take 2 people to encircle. Charles looked at Norland with a puzzled expression. Then at Aurora and Scott. Scott looked crestfallen. Okay, so the nickname Laser Eyes is gone. This is Norland codename Dawn. Charles suppressed his inner doubts and looked back and forth between Norland and Scott. Is it possible for Morphin to exchange bodily fluids with men as well? When did Norland and Scott get together? This is so messy, kin. Standing behind Charles, gripped the wheelchair even tighter. Seeing that something was wrong, Norland immediately stepped forward to explain. My ability is not laser ice but thermal vision, which can release ultra-high temperature energy beams. And it is somewhat different from laser eyes. If he doesn't explain, his reputation will be ruined. And rumors that he's gay will probably spread everywhere the next day. Charles glanced at Chin behind him. He felt like his wheelchair had almost fallen apart. But thankfully Norland explained, saving his backside from a potential disaster. But Charles's expression tightened slightly. For a brief moment, he felt as if he could sense that ferocious beast, the harp, has a problem with its power. Fortunately, it only lasted for a moment and didn't last long. So there shouldn't be any major problems for now. Charles continued talking to Logan, assuring him that the place was safe and Magneto had no way to infiltrate it. As long as he doesn't go out, no one can threaten him. However, Norland then spoke up. Professor, I think we may have misunderstood something. Is it possible that Magneto's target isn't Logan but her? Norland pushed Anna the little quail forward and, under her bewildered gaze, continued, when we first arrived, we saw that Sabertooth tiger giving Logan a brutal beating. Moreover, every strike is a fatal blow, with no intention of holding back. Seeing his disheveled state exposed, Logan retorted defiantly, they must know I have near-immortal regenerative abilities, which is why they went to such lengths to incapacitate me. Besides, I was just caught off guard by a sneak attack. If it were a head-on fight, I would have crushed his balls. Norland shrugged, not exposing the fact that Logan always got the short end of the stick. If their eyes really were on Logan, then they must know his abilities. If they wanted to capture Logan, why didn't they just knock him out instead of trying to kill him? After Logan was almost out of fighting ability, Sabertooth turned his attention to Rogue. I could sense his gaze. Therefore, I am certain that she is Magneto's true target. Logan was most likely just an extra piece of information, which is why Sabertooth didn't succeed immediately. Feeling the gazes of a group of strangers, the little rascal could only awkwardly wave and greet them. Hearing Norland say this, Charles pondered for a moment, also finding it strange, then asked in a gentle tone, Are you little rascal, may I ask you a question? What is your mutant ability? The fact that a strange little girl could be targeted by Magneto can only mean one thing. Rogue's mutant abilities are very special. Little rascal glanced back at Norland, and with the latter's encouraging smile, his courage was instantly renewed. My name is Anna Marie. I don't know what my mutant ability is, but if someone touches my skin, they will get hurt, and my body will become very strong. However, this power is beyond my control, so I can hardly have close contact with people. In the end, the little rascal lowered his head sadly. Norland patted her little head, which cheered her up considerably. The others were puzzled. Was this ability unusual? Get hurt? Let me try. I'm never afraid of getting hurt. Logan was completely unafraid. He extended a finger and touched the little rascal's wrist. He had just smiled when he froze, feeling a surge of energy flowing into the other's body through the point of contact. That's life. Moreover, he felt incredibly weak. In contrast, little rascal, after gaining self-healing abilities, had a cut on her hand from a pickup truck that healed at a visible speed. It quickly became as white as jade without a trace. Logan. Separate them, Charles shouted. Norland casually brushed Logan's fingers aside. After being freed from his touch, Logan gradually regained his composure, but was still quite weak. Just know in that instant, she absorbed my power and my life. Logan's expression shifted unpredictably. This ability was simply outrageous. Norland, are you all right? As Chin looked at Norland's hand on the little rascal's head, she suddenly felt a strange emotion. I wish I were the one getting my head patted. It would feel so good. I have a special ability to isolate other forces at the nanoscale. So little rascal's absorption ability has no effect on me. Norland didn't fully explain the role of the biological stance, which is a trump card. But it's best not to say too much about it. Absorbing the mutant abilities of others. What a powerful force, Charles sighed. The others also looked at the little rascal with strange eyes. They were surprised and at the same time somewhat afraid. Norland's guess was now confirmed in his mind. The little rascal's abilities were too overpowered. Rogue's abilities are dangerous to other mutants. Magneto is looking for her now. Although we don't know what he's up to, we have to stop him. Norland, you're the only one among us who can be exempt from little rascal's abilities. So you'll be in charge of protecting her for the time being. No problem, Professor. Norland had no problem with it. And the little rascal had even less of a problem. Nodding in agreement repeatedly. Logan wanted to say something more. He was the one who met the little rascal first. And he was the one who protected him first. How come he was now an outsider? Then I saw the little rascal's gaze almost never leaving Norland. What could Logan say? It's good that my tag-along is gone. It means I can drink and play with women without getting in the way. Logan circled around, his gaze finally settling on the piano. He couldn't figure out why, but he felt the other person was very charming and mature. This is his favorite dish, however. Wolverine is destined to be a lone wolf. He still has to search for his lost memories and find traces of his existence. So after Rogue finished dealing with the situation and confirmed that he wasn't Magneto's target, Logan prepared to leave, but Charles stopped him. Logan, we have more important things to talk about. Isn't everything all right now? Logan seemed very impatient. What we're about to discuss concerns the future of mutants as a whole, including your future, thump thump thump. Professor, we're here. Kitty the Phantom Cat and Hank the Beast knocked on the door and came straight in. Catiathas is Anna Marie, who will be our partner from now on. Could you take her to get used to the new environment? Of course, please follow me. Katie winked playfully at Norland, then directed the little rascal outside. With Norland's smiling gesture, the little rascal understood that the conversation that was about to begin was not for him to hear. So he obediently followed Katie away. Next comes the most crucial step. A meeting concerning the survival of mutants was thus convened. On the other side, Canada, Alberta. On the highway where the Sabertooth tiger kidnapped little rascal before, three figures appeared. Looking at the broken tree lying by the roadside, the wrecked car door and the exploded pickup truck Eric. The leader had an extremely gloomy expression. Where's Sabertooth? The mission wasn't completed. Where did he go? Neither the Toad nor Mystique dared to speak beside him. Find him alive or dead, Eric looked very uneasy. The little rascal was the most crucial part of his upcoming task, and he couldn't afford to fail. Although he was doing it for the future of mutants, he wouldn't risk his life to use the Jinn radiation machine. He firmly believed that only he was fit to lead a world full of mutants. The two separated to search for clues and also saw the forest ravaged by Laser Eye. It is clear that Cyclops and Sabertooth Tiger engaged in a major battle. However, they also couldn't understand how a Sabertooth Tiger, with its strength, could completely disappear after failing its mission. They have confirmed that the X-Men did not take Sabertooth away. Otherwise, they would have been informed much earlier. If he wasn't taken away, then he's trapped somewhere. It's impossible for him to use his healing abilities. There's no way to kill him. The three searched the area for a long time but only found some bloodstains. Eric was about to give up while flying in the air. He saw a place in the distant woods that had been ravaged. Realizing that it was also a battlefield, he led the two to the place where the Sabertooth Tiger had fallen. Then I saw the Sabertooth Tiger frozen in ice, Moreover, the Sabertooth tiger was in very bad condition at the moment. Although he had recovered a lot thanks to his healing abilities, he was so badly injured that he even fainted from the pain. The cold weather froze him, so much so that his upper body and lower body were still separated. Upon seeing this, the three of them gasped. What kind of terrifying battle did the Sabertooth tiger suffer to be thrown so far from the battlefield and crash here? With its body even shattered, in other words. If the person who came was Sabertooth tiger, they don't think they could survive if it were Mystique or Toadman. Eric unusually did not continue to rage. He manipulated the metal to shatter the ice, and the Sabertooth tiger's body began to heal again. Once the Sabertooth tiger awoke, it immediately inquired about the situation. Although Sabertooth tigers rarely speak, this is only due to amnesia. They are not completely unable to communicate with humans. However, there is not much friendship among the members of Magneto's camp. They are all people who are very sparing with words. So it doesn't matter whether Sabertooth speaks or not, as long as he can understand what is being said and can complete the mission. This is why Sabertooth tigers speak haltingly, making them difficult to understand. But in order to understand the situation, Eric listened patiently for a long time. I managed to figure out the whole story. Has Charles and his crew gained another new mutant? He has flight, lasers, and super strength. What a powerful mutant. It's a pity he's followed the wrong team. Eric looked grave, feeling a deep sense of regret. If only I were his subordinate. I believe the dream of mutants ruling the world would be even closer. What should we do next? Mystique turned her head to look at the other person. Continue with the previous actions and capture Representative Kelly first. Mystique, I'm leaving Rogue's affairs to you. Mystique nodded as a professional spy. Xavier Academy's defenses were practically useless to her. Those mutants who are used to peaceful lives and have lost their sense of crisis will not have any defensive measures at all. As the meeting proceeded, Logan initially seemed indifferent and didn't take it to heart. But as they talked more and more, even Logan realized that the problem was very serious. So many things happened to them in the future. He actually joined the X-Men and more than a decade later. In order to reverse the fate of mutants, he reversed the future even if the future were reversed. And mutants could enjoy a few decades of good life. They would eventually be sabotaged again. This time it's even worse. Those people have found a better way to eliminate mutants at their root. For 25 years no natural mutants were born. And the mutants of the past either died of old age or were captured. And they could not escape death, in the end only he Caliban and Professor X were left to depend on each other. The key issue is that they're all old. Caliban suffers from albinism and has no fighting ability whatsoever. Professor X has developed Alzheimer's disease and often loses control. He's not only incapable of managing affairs, but he could also kill his own people at any moment. As for him, his self-healing ability declined. His physical strength decreased and he even began to age. In order to provide the three of them with daily necessities and Professor X's special medicine, he had to work odd jobs everywhere. Their only possessions were enough to rent a car for a pickup and drop-off service. Even a few petty thugs can cause him trouble. Logan clearly didn't believe it. Even Beast and Scott were deeply moved when they heard it a second time. And for a moment, they didn't know what to say. I have a question. Since you say you can travel to another universe, why don't you take the opportunity to ask about what happened in the past? Logan was skeptical. He couldn't believe he could do something like that for a man like Professor X. In the world before Days of Future, past the moment I entered, I was met with an overwhelming number of Sentinel robots. I can say with certainty that every Sentinel possesses the strength of a full-fledged X-Men member. Or even stronger if they cooperate in combat. The X-Men might be able to eliminate hundreds of Sentinels. However, Sentinels are consumables. They only require some non-metallic materials and a little bit of replicable genetic data. A single factory can produce tens of thousands a day. Moreover, once you engage in combat with it, it can replicate your abilities and... based on the genes in its database. Transform them into counter abilities, leaving you utterly helpless. Just like when dealing with Iceman Poppy, it can transform into a flame-shaped body. And when dealing with Colossus, it can also transform into a full-body metal body upon contact. Although this ability has its flaws, as it can only replicate physical abilities and not external forces such as mind control, metal manipulation or weather control. These alone are enough to wipe out mutants. You can use all your imagination to imagine what the outcome would be if they fought while talking about the past under that kind of pressure. Upon hearing this, the others frowned. No wonder mutants will become extinct in the future. They couldn't even imagine how powerful the Sentinels would be after eliminating and absorbing so many mutants. No matter how confident they are, they wouldn't dare say they can fight against 100 such enemies. As for the world after the reversal of the future, its trajectory is very different from ours. So what's the point of telling us all the details? Norland spread his hands and asked in return. Don't be discouraged, that's just another universe. And our universe has already realized this problem in advance. So the future will definitely be different. Seeing the heavy and somber atmosphere, Charles spoke up to encourage them, however. The encouragement didn't work well. And everyone looked grim after all. Who could be in a good mood knowing their fate would be so tragic? What will be different in the future, according to you? No matter whether the future is reversed or not. What awaits us is destruction, so what should we do? Logan had a bad temper, and hearing this made him very irritated. We've discussed this before, and Norland has offered some excellent suggestions. After the discussion, we also realized that our previous ideas had some problems. So starting today, we need to redefine a plan to deal with future crises. In a life-or-death situation, Charles frankly admitted that his beliefs were flawed. While he did improve the mutant environment to some extent, the fundamental problems remained unsolved. Mutants are still discriminated against and not pitied. They have no voice and can only gain the approval of the higher-ups by being exploited, hoping that they will understand that there is no need for humans and mutants to be hostile. But clearly, one-sided flattery is sycophantic behavior. People won't appreciate it, and they won't consider a sycophant a human being. They will exploit every bit of value a sycophant has, and then inhumanely destroy them, therefore. They must follow the new plans, step out of the shadows where they secretly begged for alms, and rely on their own strength to make their demands to the world. They're even willing to fight. War is for peace, for the dignity of mutants. Charles projected the proposals he had previously discussed with others onto a slide. For a moment, the only sound in the conference room was the projected audio. Beast and Logan, who were attending the meeting for the first time, were particularly surprised by Norland's solution. They had never even considered these ideas. The brainwashing plan, celebrity packaging, buff halo. These unbelievable ideas make one wonder how Norland's brain works. You might say it's illogical and unrealistic, but reality does exist and it's right around them. But if you say it's useful, it just doesn't seem reliable. It has a kind of unconventional feel to it, however, considering the environment in which mutants live. He immediately felt relieved studying medicine. Cough, cough, conventional methods can't save mutants. Only by finding a new path is it possible. Hank, what do you think? Charles looked at Beast, whose intelligence was arguably the highest among mutants, and whose fighting ability was also considerable. He was considered a veteran of the X-Men. Although it's a bit strange, it has to be said that it's feasible to some extent. If it succeeds, it could indeed greatly improve the living environment of mutants. Hank said uncertainly, although he is very intelligent. He focuses too much on scientific research, and his research on human nature is weak. Otherwise, mutants would not have been driven to the brink of extinction. In that case, let's proceed in this manner first. We need to establish a group which I will call the X group. The group should have good control over publicity channels and own a large number of high-quality industries. I will transfer all my assets to the X group to support the group's initial development. At the same time, we need to select a Super 7 with a tentative number of 7 members as positive publicity for the group. Norland, would you like to be a member? No. Norland refused without even thinking. The 7 are nominally heroes of the people and embodiments of justice. But what's the difference between them and monkeys in a zoo? In essence, they are all the same. They try to please the audience with all sorts of behaviors, from maintaining their idol image to countless public relations announcements. He prefers to be the one in control behind the scenes, enjoying all the pleasures while leaving all the troublesome tasks to his subordinates. Charles was quite disappointed to hear Norland's firm refusal. Norland's strength and intelligence are both top-notch, and coupled with his perfect appearance, he is definitely the best candidate to be the leader of the 7. Forget about the packaging. Just her appearance alone is enough to make countless women scream. He occasionally makes an appearance and shows off his abilities, and he gains countless die-hard fans. It is likely that half the world's population will have a significantly altered influence on mutants. The mutant codename he came up with for Norland was Dawn, meaning hope and symbolizing the rising sun. For mutants, Norland's appearance was hope was the sun. While I have no intention of joining, I have some other suggestions after Norland refused. The topic changed and Charles's eyes immediately lit up. This is the plan I wrote before. The specific details still need improvement. Norland took out a notebook which Charles carefully took. This notebook contained secrets about mutants and needed to be kept under the highest level of confidentiality. This must absolutely not be revealed, first of all. I discovered a fatal flaw during this operation. According to Oraros, the X-Men always register with the United Nations before they go out, and even notify the local government. That's true. It was a decision that Hank and I made together. Charles nodded, and the beast beside him was also puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? It allows us to gain the government's trust as much as possible, despite the increasingly unfavorable environment for mutants, and the fact that Congressman Kelly frequently promotes the dangers of mutants in public and spreads the idea that mutants need to be controlled or even imprisoned. There are many such legislators, and quite a few of them harbor malice towards mutants. However, thanks to Charles and Hank's efforts, a small number of politicians recognized their contributions and stood up against those who had done so. But the voices of mutants are ultimately too few. With the deliberate propaganda of those in power, mutants have been portrayed as demons from hell, monsters that will destroy humanity with their genes. Many mutants are even referred to as the devil by their code names. They were afraid, were terrified. They wanted to kill the mutants. They wished they could exterminate the entire clan. But Charles was still very firm in his beliefs, and he was even a registered member of the X-Men with the United Nations. Their existence is no secret, and even their abilities are widely known. Your initial intentions were good, but you underestimated the evil of those people. Norland shook his head. Charles clearly possessed telepathic abilities, allowing him to read almost everyone's thoughts. Yet he still preferred to believe that those people would be merciful. To be honest, Charles is too saintly. He clearly possesses godlike power, yet he chooses not to use it otherwise. He would discover just how evil the villains in this world truly are, and how vast the forces that covet and want to destroy mutants are. If he had actually gone to see it, the mutants wouldn't always only start to fight back at the most dangerous moment, when it would be too late to turn the tide. Therefore, Charles is not a qualified leader, and Eric is too radical and unsuitable. In addition, this is the Marvel Universe, where there are countless beings stronger than Magneto. Magneto is just the most arrogant and powerful one on the surface right now. Putting everything else aside, of the Hulk, who is currently on the Roonies, no weaker than Magneto. Needless to say, those sorcerers in secret were, strictly speaking, no less powerful than Magneto. Especially the Ancient One. Is it that serious? Charles was puzzled. Chin and the others also looked over. Serious? This is beyond serious. I just have one question during your operations. Haven't you noticed anything unusual about the targets? Norland's gaze was serious. He didn't believe that no one could have noticed. He had previously checked the basic situation of this world and saw a familiar name on the list of UN members, Alexander Pierce, the current president of the United Nations Security Council. The X-Men's reporting to the United Nations was tantamount to walking into a trap. In other words, Hydra is not yet prepared to deal with the Mutant Academy. Otherwise, it is very possible that they would wipe out the entire school when the X-Men are deployed. Charles looked at Scott and Aurora. Due to his mobility issues, Charles spent most of his time at headquarters directing operations, while Scott and Aurora were the main force in the operations, with Jean occasionally lending a hand. They know more about this matters. After thinking it over carefully for a while, Aurora said, "It seems a bit strange on several occasions. The defenses at the target points were too weak, and there were few personnel, especially some researchers. The important targets were not in the base, and even research data was scarce." Upon hearing this, Charles's expression gradually became serious. He hadn't paid attention to it before because he hadn't thought about it in this way. But now that Norland had brought it up, the problem had become serious. "You mean the UN has enemies?" "Yes. They may even be secretly capturing and experimenting on mutants." Norland nodded affirmatively and briefly recounted his previous experience. "It seems that this is something we should pay attention to. Next time we operate, we should try to avoid revealing our target to avoid alerting the enemy." Charles pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't expect this to happen." Hank was quite embarrassed by this, as he had initially thought it was a good thing for mutants. But he never expected it to indirectly help the enemy. "It's not your fault. After all, we all agreed to it in the first place. We just didn't expect our situation to be even worse than we imagined. We can't even trust the United Nations." Charles sighed. He really did have enemies everywhere. "Since the UN has our enemies, we might as well stop reporting to them," Logan said, scoffing. He couldn't understand why something as simple as filing a report was being made so complicated. Charles shook his head. "The agreement we have reached with the United Nations is not convenient to destroy unilaterally, and it could easily cause regional conflicts, or even put more people on the opposite side of us. This matter requires careful consideration. We will discuss it thoroughly later to determine how to resolve it and, as far as possible, conceal our whereabouts without clashing with the United Nations." Norland didn't speak up, letting them continue the discussion as a future boss. "It's reasonable for me to start getting used to only asking questions without being responsible for answering them." After Charles and the others had finished their discussion, Norland offered a second supplement. "I propose that we reduce the time allotted for cultural and other courses in the future and add more practical combat training courses. Every mutant with combat capabilities should have the ability to deal with crises. And even if it's just to protect themselves, we must strengthen their training in this area. Those mutants with non-combat abilities also need to undergo some military training, at least to the point that in dangerous environments they can only shout or glare at people. The mutant school does offer relevant courses, but the class time is very limited, and it is only for official X-Men members and candidates." Charles's philosophy was that he wanted mutant students to live like normal children, rather than being trained as soldiers in this vast school. Only the X-Men can be considered combatants, of course. This is also related to the fact that most mutants are not very powerful. The majority of mutants are level 1 or 2, but only a small fraction of them have high potential for development. While this idea is good, let's not forget that we are actually at war. Mutants are already at a significant disadvantage in terms of numbers and living conditions. If they don't get everyone to practice their abilities, they won't even be able to protect themselves when disaster strikes, and they'll only become a hindrance. Norland's proposal was immediately opposed by Scott. "No. They're just children. If we go against their wishes and force them to learn knowledge that only soldiers should know, how are we any different from evil forces, still a child? Norland sneered when they point their dark gun barrels at us. They don't care if you're a child or not. In their eyes, mutants should all die. They're even trained to be mindless killing machines. Or rather, would you rather see people who graduate from school be captured, dissected, and used for experiments because they lack the ability to protect themselves? Faced with Norland's questioning, Scott was speechless. In previous operations, it wasn't unheard of for those people to capture children and conduct experiments on them. But he always felt that with the X-Men protecting the school, nothing like that would happen unexpectedly. A little over a decade later, mutants suffered a devastating blow, with even powerful figures like Professor X and Magneto dying in battle. Naturally, they wouldn't dare say that they could protect the school from invasion. However, it is indeed against common sense to have students participate in real combat training. This is the United States, where people are deeply influenced by their culture and simply cannot imagine this situation. It also runs completely counter to freedom. How about this? Junior high students and above will have one more practical training session per week. And senior high students will need to have a certain amount of practical training every day. Those with combat-oriented abilities can voluntarily join simulated combat training after 3 months of training. Charles ultimately decided to take Norland's advice. He lacked confidence in protecting all the students. And the facts proved him right since that's the case. Why not give them a means to protect themselves? Perhaps it can also contribute in the future. If you start training them now, they will be able to stand on their own in a dozen years. Although he was a saint, he was not pedantic. He knew how the future would develop and that corresponding changes would inevitably be made. After Charles agreed to Norland's proposal, no one else objected. What followed was a series of task assignments. Charles directly handed over the task of selecting the Super 7 to Norland. According to him, since you are unwilling to be the leader, then you, who are most familiar with the world of the Black Robes, should be responsible for recruiting them. Norland had no objection to this. Some were even eager to try. However, to be fair, he is indeed the most suitable person to be one of the 7. Homelander is known as a miniature version of Superman. On the other hand, he's a true Superman, possessing abilities similar to Homelander's, and even having a biological field, and will likely gain additional superpowers such as freezing breath in the future. To be honest, Norland wanted to experience what it was like to be a Homelander before he transmigrated. Of course, Crescent Moon was not within the scope of his experiment. He wasn't that abnormal. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to give up. There's no other reason than that this world is a complex and dangerous place. And remaining stagnant and acting like a traitor will only get you beaten up. If you want to do whatever you want, you need to be at least a superstar to be considered a true citizen of the motherland. Moreover, they can only do it for a few years after that. They'll be just as cowardly as before. Homelander only dares to cause trouble in the Black Robe world. If he were in the Marvel Universe, he'd be taught a lesson in no time, however. Although there's no hope of becoming Homelander in Marvel for the time being, I can go to the Black Robe world, where there's not much water and I can do a lot of things. 7 people, who should we choose? According to Norland's original plan, the 7 were basically the 7 strongest mutants. Otherwise, it would not be enough to convince the public. This means that Charles and Eric would be needed, however. If one person is in a wheelchair and the other is a world-class fugitive, how can they attract people in this society? Who would want to see an old man in a wheelchair? Brainless fans only care about looks. He's old and lame. Who's going to be brainless for you? They're just bored. Eric, on the other hand, might be able to gain a wave of fans. For example, groups like Al-Qaeda, or groups with inhuman personality disorder, and violent fanatics who glorify violence and believe in the supremacy of the strong. These people are utterly useless. All they do is cause trouble, and they'll only have a negative impact in the end. Norland also considered recruiting people directly according to the configuration of the 7-person team. Mutants are lacking in everything, but they are not lacking in various types of ability users. It would not be difficult to assemble a 7-person team. But as for their actual abilities, that's another story. If every time we go on a mission a few of us get slaughtered, then the 7-man team will truly become a joke. How about we bring Wolverine in? Norland pondered to himself. Wolverine, aside from everything else, is incredibly good at staying alive. He's not that easy to kill, moreover. Her good looks are what attract young people the most. Logan's occasional melancholy, Gaz in particular, gives off a sense of a story to tell, making him a perfect candidate for stardom. But considering Logan's terrible personality, he probably won't agree to the Seven's invitation. Left with no other option, Norland had to select candidates from within the academy. Among the short ones, pick the tallest, choose 2 to make do. Norland walked along lost in thought, however. The direction was indeed towards Katie's dormitory. I fed another stray cat yesterday, so it's time to feed the house cat today. I can't neglect one for the others, moreover. Phantom Cat is already on the verge of a second mutation, so it should naturally work harder. Upon arriving at Katie's dormitory, Norland walked through the wall and entered. Nothing was said that night, Norland. I've gotten stronger early in the morning. Norland was awakened by Katie's exclamation. After Norland regained consciousness, he quickly covered Katie's mouth and said, "Speak louder. Everyone in the next dorm can hear you." Katie realized the situation, but she couldn't suppress her surprise and said as quietly as possible, "I went to the bathroom just now, and when I was passing through the wall, I instinctively wanted to breathe. Usually, I would be pushed back by the wall, but after I passed through, I realized that I didn't need to breathe anymore." Norland congratulated. "That's good. Anything else? I bet there are definitely other improvements." Katie nodded. "I'll give it a try," as she spoke. Katie prepared to perform molecular mimicry on the spot. However, Norland stopped her. "Perhaps we should have a morning workout before the experiment." An hour has passed. Norland left the dormitory looking radiant and returned to his office. Yes, he has his own office now. At yesterday's meeting, Norland graduated from high school on the spot and became a full member of the X-Men. Temporarily codenamed Donner, the Son of Dawn, Norland's name seems acceptable. As someone with Kryptonian powers, he is inseparable from the sun. Using Dawn as a name is quite fitting at the Academy. A full-fledged X-Men member has their own office and a 2-bedroom apartment. Because of their responsibility to protect students, X-Men staff dormitories are generally not far from student dormitories. We can act immediately if anything happens. Norland's dormitory is located on the 2nd floor, very close to Chin's dormitory, and also close to the girls' dormitory. As for the office, the X-Men rarely use it. They usually hold events in conference rooms or underground bases. I only spend time in the office when I'm preparing lessons. However, due to Norland's special circumstances, although he became a full member of the X-Men, he did not take on the teaching duties that he should have been responsible for. Norland was happy to relax. Who would go to class if they could just slack off? It's mentally taxing back in his office. Norland first asked Katie for leave, and then went to experiment on Katie's second mutation on his own. First, the enhanced molecular mimicry ability means that you don't need to hold your breath when passing through walls. It seems that in this state, you are completely integrated with the surrounding environment, and breathing becomes unnecessary. Norland speculated that under molecular mimicry, it would be possible to travel directly from the Earth's surface through its core and see the sleeping god Tiamut. To avoid waking Tiamat prematurely, he deliberately told Katie not to burrow too deep, lest it cause an irreparable disaster at this stage. Waking Tiamat prematurely is almost impossible. Secondly, during molecular mimicry it can also float, an ability that is useful to Katie but meaningless to Norland. Does he still need to float? He could even fly directly off the Earth if he wanted to. Caddy, on the other hand, gets to experience the feeling of flying furthermore. It can directly destroy electronic devices while passing through them, absorb energy shockwaves and attacks, and directly negate physical damage as well as most energy damage. This ability is undeniably powerful. Once the molecules are mimicked, they are virtually invincible furthermore. With the breathing problem resolved, permanent molecular mimicry is entirely possible. If Katie could awaken to this level in days of future past, the Sentinels wouldn't be able to harm her at all. The only concern is whether long-term molecular mimicry will be subject to some unpredictable effects. In addition, Norland speculated that molecular mimicry would possess derivative abilities of mental immunity. As for the last ability, it is the ability that only Shadowcat could do in days of future past. This kind of molecular mimicry time travel seems to touch on the conceptual level, allowing a person's consciousness to briefly return to the past, possess their own body at that time, change the past, and thus change the future in the experiment just now. Katie traveled back in time to 3 days ago. She even considered controlling her past self to find Norland XX. Fortunately, Norland had warned her beforehand not to try anything that went against the past. So Katie returned to the future after confirming that her consciousness could travel through time. This ability is powerful, although it cannot allow one to directly return to the past. It touches upon a corner of the essential power of this world. If it continues to improve, it might actually be able to travel through time. But Norland was not excited. Time travel sounds impressive and sophisticated, but it's actually quite impractical. In the Marvel universe, there are quite a few people who can travel through time, the most typical example being Kang. But what's the point of traveling back in time? Time in the Marvel universe is non-linear. Traveling back in time changed some things, but it only caused the timeline to split at that point, creating another parallel universe. The things that are destined to happen in the universe will still happen, and tragedy will not disappear because of it. It's easy to travel back in time, but difficult to return. There are too many universes. Who knows which world you came from? Maybe it will be destroyed after you travel back in time. It's like reversing the future. Did we really reverse the future? The outcome is irreversible, remaining Wolverine. Professor and Katie will all die, nothing has changed. Only Wolverine's consciousness survived, however. Although this ability is somewhat useless, it still has its uses. It can allow people to achieve another form of immortality. If the world is destroyed or your body ages, you can travel back in time to continue living, or even experience another life. But Norland didn't think he would fall to that level. This upgrade to Phantom Cat's abilities has brought about a qualitative improvement for both her and Norland. In the remaining times, Norland picked out a suitable target from the student handbook. However, after looking around, they found it difficult to select a suitable candidate. There are hundreds of mutants, with all sorts of strange abilities. Some can control TV channels by blinking. Some can release ultrasonic waves. Some can spew acid but are not immune to it. And some have the ability to create clones, but are still as strong as ordinary people. Most of them are useless. The girl who can emit ultrasound from her mouth, although she has the abilities, not even 12 years old. So it is not appropriate for her at all. Characters like Sunspot and Bishop, who appeared in Days of Future Past, are not on the list, suggesting they likely joined the academy later. At present, only notable mutants at the school. Besides the X-Men are Iceman, Pyro, Colossus and Shadowcat. It was very disappointing, that's it. How are we going to get a group of 7? Norland waved his hand and put a question mark next to Iceman, Fireman and Colossus. They are all level 3 mutants with decent strength, but they haven't undergone long-term training. Only Colossus has barely reached the level of a formal X-Men, while the other 2 are not mature enough, considering that they are reasonably capable of managing the situation. At worst, they can be assigned to firefighting or similar jobs to maintain their presence. As for the rest, Norland was helpless. He even considered putting it off for now and focusing on training Phantom Cat. Little Rascal and Blink. The first Phantom Cat's bred underwent a second mutation, resulting in a significant increase in their strength. In terms of survival skills, it even surpasses Wolverine. Even if Fireman, Iceman, and Colossus were all combined, they couldn't hurt Katie if the stalemate continues. Katie could even take down 3 of them single-handedly. Although the Fire People and Ice People possess elemental abilities, their physical abilities are no different from ordinary people, and they can be decapitated with a single dagger. While Colossus can harden Katie, with her ordinary human strength cannot harm him. She can only deliver a fatal blow when he is not hardened. This is one of Katie's remaining flaws. But for Norland, it was not a flaw. His physical abilities are those of a Kryptonian. Even if he can't compare to Zod or Henry, he's still far superior to Colossus. The greatest improvement in molecular mimicry was actually seen in Norland. Combined with his other abilities, he can now completely overwhelm Homelander and is no less formidable than Zod. Whether it's Homelander or Zod, their only means of attacking non-material entities is heat vision. However, Norland's experiments showed that thermal mimicry is ineffective for molecular mimicry. But Norland's attacks were effective against both of them. If Norland hadn't been unable to effectively break through Zod's defenses, he would have even returned to the Flash universe to await Zod's arrival. Norland has tested the ability to suddenly stop when a molecular mimics an object. Is it possible to destroy the target through an internal attack? Later, it was discovered that this method worked, however. One's physical strength must be greater than the strength of the object being traversed. Otherwise, it will be torn apart by the object it passes through. The internal defenses of Kryptonians are actually not much different from their external defenses. Biological principles can even work within the body. Molecular mimicry ability has little effect on Kryptonians. It just goes to show that Kryptonians have an incredibly overpowered physique. Norland had a theory that Zod was killed instantly before he could even remove his Kryptonian armor. At this stage, the Kryptonians have not yet mastered the biological field, and there is a certain probability of instant kill. If there isn't enough time, this is the only way to try, then. They used molecular mimicry to destroy the World Engine. The World Engine contains kryptonite, which has amazing defensive capabilities and a certain self-protection mechanism. The main defense mechanisms are twofold. One is a nanometal weapon that can automatically identify attacks and transform into tentacles to bind or even kill intruders. Another type is gravitational waves, which are extremely difficult for Henry to resist. Moreover, the closer you get to the inside, the stronger the gravity becomes. Combined with the influence of kryptonite, this is enough to cause fatal damage to Norland and Kara. However, with molecular mimicry, gravitational waves can be exempted, and even the effects of kryptonite can be exempted to some extent. Perhaps the World Engine is no longer the biggest problem. With the combination of Big Flash and Little Flash, the success rate of defeating Zod and other Kryptonians, as well as the World Engine, is roughly 50-50. We're one step closer to success, thinking of this. Norland misses Kara a little. I glanced at the time. It had been almost 3 days since I left the Flash universe. The Flash universe is only 7 or 8 hours long. It's time to go back and pamper myself once. After locking the doors, with one blink of an eye, you find yourself in Gotham. It's still the familiar Manor. It is dusk next to the Manor. Another house suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This house has only 2 floors, and a special type of glass is used between the upper and lower floors. It is impossible to see inside from the outside. You're back 7 hours 40 minutes, and 48 seconds have passed since you left, which means you stayed in that world for 3 days. 4 hours and 48 minutes. A moment later, Bruce's familiar voice came from behind. Norland raised an eyebrow slightly. Goodness. No wonder he's Bruce, even his timing is so precise. Upon careful consideration, I realized that the amount of time I spent there was exactly the same as what the other party had said. Was this built by a hired contractor? It only took 7 hours. Are you sure the quality is fine? Don't worry. The main body of this building is made of the world's best-performing metal and the most advanced integrated glass. It uses the latest special glass developed by Wayne Group, which is one-way transparent and can only be seen from the inside to the outside. It also has an added sound insulation effect, which can block more than 95% of the sound. Its defensive power is sufficient to defend against large-caliber weapons and a certain degree of artillery attack. There is no need to worry about its defensive power. I also had some design improvements made to make it able to gather sunlight. The temperature and light inside are far greater than anywhere outside. For this reason, all the furniture and appliances inside are made of heat-insulating and fire-retardant materials. This also means that apart from superhumans like you, ordinary people cannot stay inside for more than a day during the day. In addition, I have reinforced the shock absorption system so that unless someone deliberately causes an earthquake, it will not affect the interior of the manor. He emphasized the last sentence several times. Other people just make a lot of noise when they're doing X. But you guys are playing with earthquakes. He's getting old, he really can't take any more stress. I had a good haul this time. Even if I were to face Zod and the others now, I would have a 50% chance of winning. Norland awkwardly changed the subject. Although the topic shift was poorly executed, it successfully diverted Bruce's attention to the apocalyptic crisis. 5 floors, that's already pretty good. Bruce didn't think the odds of victory were low. They were facing a group of unreasonable Kryptonians, so a 50% chance would be pretty good. Given their inevitable defeat, who can say there's a 50% chance of turning their fate around? During this time, he had been monitoring Barry Allen in Central City, who was still the same spoiled teenager who had grown up in a pampered environment. Although Bruce himself despises people who lack family ties and don't cherish life, he hopes that the other person can continue like this until the end of the year, or even forever this way. They will have enough time to prepare for and deal with the crisis. We still have time if we work harder. Our chances of winning might be even higher. Bruce patted Norland on the shoulder, seemingly trying to comfort himself or Norland. Just as Norland was about to have a proper talk with Bruce, Bruce gently pushed him forward from behind. By the way, Kara is in that room right now, hurry up. Don't waste time, huh? Norland turned around and looked at him in surprise. Bruce glared at him, his tone dripping with disdain, and said, "Kid, don't tell me you can't do it right now. A man can't say he can't if you really can't do it. You can tell me anytime and I'll give you a push from behind." Tusk tusk, the subsequent tusk tusk sounds, coupled with the contemptuous gaze, were incredibly devastating. No. You're not talking about yourself, are you? Well, someone has long been willing but unable. Before Bruce could go berserk, Norland vanished from his sight in a supersonic leap. Bruce smiled helplessly, gazing at the warm sun. Lost in thought at that moment, he saw several clouds approaching in the distance, and his brows furrowed immediately. He pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket. "Everyone get yourselves together. The target is those clouds around XXX and XXX. Get them out of here if they get close to Gotham. You can forget about your $3 million reward today. Don't be stingy with ammunition. I'll provide an unlimited supply." Just a few seconds after he finished speaking, rumble. A few faint sounds of artillery fire came from afar, and a dozen or so fighter jets took off. The cloud that hadn't even gotten close was dispersed before it reached Gotham. Bruce had just breathed a sigh of relief when he felt a slight tremor. Looking at the newly constructed building in the distance that seemed to be shaking, Bruce rolled his eyes, ordered his men to continue monitoring the weather around Gotham, and then went straight back to the manor to begin his rehabilitation exercises. Meanwhile, under his orders, Wayne Enterprises was also developing some new weapons. They even launched several defense satellites on short notice, each carrying a missile for use in space. They also used their connections to bring in several troops from other military bases to patrol and conduct exercises in the waters near New York. With all the funding paid by the Wayne Group, once the Kryptonian ships arrive, they will face satellite missile attacks, bombardment by aircraft carriers and various fighter jets, followed by an attack by American soldiers and a team of superhumans. Bruce would do anything to increase the chances of victory. No matter how small, everything for victory. After a passionate encounter, Kara lay helplessly on the bed, naked with the sunlight still streaming in. The body's cells thirstily absorb energy to strengthen themselves and slowly restore their physical strength. Norland, is Carl really beyond saving? Then what is my duty on Earth's? Kara's gaze was filled with confusion. Her duty is to protect Carl as he grows up and restore Krypton's glory. Carl is Krypton's last hope and its chosen leader. But now that Carl has been killed by Zod, all that remains in her mind is revenge. And she feels a sense of emptiness. It's certain that Carl is beyond saving. Zod will prioritize searching for your ship. Especially Carl. They've always believed that Jor-El entrusted the Life Codex to Carl. And in order to revive Krypton, they must obtain the Life Codex. But to obtain the Codex of Life, the host must be killed. Do you think Carl can be saved? This is the flaw in entrusting the Code of Life to the physical body. Jor-El believed that doing so would prevent others from obtaining the Life Codex and doing bad things. And at the same time, it would also allow him to completely leave behind the old Kryptonian world, which had gone astray and become rigid and conservative. But he never expected that Zod and his group would be able to escape from the Phantom Zone. And because they were exiled, they also managed to avoid the crisis of Krypton's explosion. Even more unexpectedly, Carl and Kara were separated due to unforeseen circumstances when they left. It did not receive stronger sunlight, so much so that Zod followed the signal and found them, killing the defenseless Carl directly. As for Carl, without enough sunlight could never be Zod, whose genes were modeled after a general. There is an insurmountable gap between a battle-hardened soldier and a civilian who has never received military training. From this moment on, her tragic fate was already sealed. Even if the Great Flash doesn't come, what awaits this universe is the fate of being transformed into a new Krypton by the Zod. Kara remained silent. Krypton was destroyed and his cousin Carl died. In the entire universe, only she and Zod's group remained. But because of Carl's hatred must kill the culprit, General Zod, even though she was a fellow Kryptonian, she was willing to spare the other Kryptonians. But looking around in this vast universe, there wasn't a single familiar face except Norland. Kara looked at Norland with a puzzled expression. Come on. Make me stronger at this point. Kara realized the gap between herself and Zod. And in her boundless rage, she became a machine solely driven by revenge. Or rather, the Walking Dead. She didn't even want to have any free time to think. The moment she closed her eyes, all she could see was the destructive fire that engulfed all her people when she left Krypton, and the devastating news of Carl's death. You don't really need to do this, Norland said gently, stroking her still delicate face. No. It has to be this way. Kara gritted her teeth and no one knew how she did it. Despite lying helplessly on her back, she still managed to adopt a queen-like posture of looking down at others. What can't take it anymore? As long as you say no, I'll let you go today. We'll continue after you go back to that universe to rest. Seeing that Kara and Bruce were saying exactly the same thing, Norland suspected that they had secretly agreed not to stop until they had squeezed him dry. However, that's a huge underestimation of me. With enhanced endurance and iron kidneys, combined with superhuman physique, the mere Kara is nothing to worry about. If I wasn't afraid of making her faint again, would I even have the energy to speak now? Even if there's sunshine to help me recover, I still need to lie down properly. Norland understood that Kara wanted to divert attention in this way, while also increasing her strength and potential so she could personally kill Zod to avenge herself. But what happens after Zod is killed? Kara never imagined that she might even leave this planet and go to an unknown place to live in seclusion. With that thought, Norland leaned down and whispered in Kara's ear. Under her defiant and stubborn gaze, Kara's pupils also dilated. Carl exists in other universes too. Does that mean the Kryptonians aren't extinct? But soon that joy faded, so what? I can't travel to other universes. And you can't take people with you either, besides. Even if Carl were here, would be Carl from another universe. Not my cousin. And certainly not a Kryptonian from this universe. They're just alternate versions of each other from different dimensions. He's not him and I'm not me. As she spoke, Kara's eyes widened again. Her complexion became even rosier, having a child. A daughter for you and me at my age having a child. Isn't that a bit too early? And why are you only talking about having a daughter? What about a son? Don't like sons. Only want a warm little cotton-padded jacket. Wait, that's not right. How can Krypton be passed down and revitalized without a son? Your son is too naughty, how can he be naughty? He even tries to steal your milk, you. Why are you fighting with your child for it? Wait, no. I never said I wanted to have your baby, stop talking. Kara tried to push Norland away. But it didn't take much effort. It only offers a token resistance for a couple of moments. Then looks helpless and lets you take it, unfortunately. In the entire universe besides Zod and his group, there are only Kara and Norins. Who can replicate the Kryptonian physique? For ordinary people, the chances of getting together with Kryptonians are almost non-existent. If the man were Kryptonian, it would be fine. But now it's the woman given a man's pride. Would he still exist if he encountered a female Kryptonian with limitless fighting power and no fatigue? When the man is exhausted and collapses, the female Kryptonian pretends to be very satisfied and weak, and quietly comforts him saying that he is amazing. Tusk, where's your self-esteem? Oh, it's shattered. This was the result of the female Kryptonian deliberately controlling her bodily functions using a biological field. Otherwise, that single layer alone would be enough to make ordinary people sigh in despair and weep with inferiority. Whatever, I can't go against you anyway. As for having a baby, you can get me pregnant first. Kara gave up completely, but she held Norland firmly with her hands and feet, preventing him from leaving. He put on a look of helpless disgust. Seeing this, Norland didn't hold back. For the prosperity of Krypton, he launched an attack and fought to the death Kara. On the other hand, paid a heavy price for reviving Krypton's prosperity. Another day has passed. By the time Norland came out, it was already dark. Bruce leaned against a wooden stake in the distance, gazing quietly at the starry sky, as if enjoying the last piece before the end of the world. Not bad in terms of combat strength, but it's a pity it's not quite up to my level back then, Bruce said without turning his head. No one knew if his eyes were tired or not. Norland thought his eyes were ruined and he couldn't close them anymore. Otherwise, why would he lie through his teeth? I've recorded what you just said. When I find the younger version of you later, I'll show it to him and then we'll have a competition to see if he's as strong as you say. Norland shook his phone, which was recording a video. Upon hearing this, Bruce immediately turned around and tried to snatch it away. However, Norland's hand twitched, and the phone disappeared without a trace. You'd better be busy, Bruce offered his sincere advice, then looked up at the starry sky once more. Do you think we'll ever see these again? Trust me, it definitely will. Norland promised that he would try his best, whether it was to improve his strength or for Kara's sake. In just over 10 hours, the win rate increased by 5 levels. I believe the chances will increase in the future. Until they reach 100%, maybe so. Whether we succeed or fail, at least we tried. Bruce smiled and asked another question, by the way. You mentioned before that there are many parallel universes in our universe. Does that mean there's another me in other universes? Norland nodded, of course. Beyond our universe are other universes. And things happen differently in each one, so if you have the time, would you be interested in telling me about the other me and what happened? As a way of fulfilling the last wish of a dying person, Bruce became interested and pulled out 2 bottles of red wine from behind his back, the brands of which he did not know. Since Gotham returned to normal and Alfred died, he hadn't had a real conversation with anyone in a long time, because those who knew him and understood him are all dead. Having shed his identity as the Dark Knight, he was no longer used to or knew how to live as a normal person. He didn't need to personally oversee the group's business. Money was automatically deposited into his account every month and year. No doesn't even know how much money is in his account, because it's meaningless. It's just a string of virtual data. Norland's arrival made him feel the crisis, rekindled his fighting spirit and at the same time gave him someone to talk to. Because Norrin is from another universe and won't stay in this universe for long, anything he says won't have any impact on him. Seeing the red wine Bruce handed him, Norland smiled wryly, opened it, and took a swig without regard for his image. This is clearly completely out of place with aristocratic bearing. However, the elderly Bruce clearly didn't care much about his so-called noble status. If Norland hadn't arrived, he would still be a disheveled old man with hair that hadn't been washed for days. Bruce then imitated Norland's action and gulped it down. Cool. Upon seeing this, Norland began to describe another universe. It was none other than the Justice League universe, where Batman resided. When they heard about the various crises and superhuman beings occurring in another universe, Bruce seemed to be deep in thought. Atlantis exists at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, and some paradise island somewhere in the Atlantic is inhabited by descendants of Zeus, Amazonian warriors, and a demigod named Wonder Woman. Bruce's focus is more on superhumans. He desperately needs more help. It wasn't that Bruce was pinning his hopes on others, rather. He had tried everything he could, only to realize in despair that even if he gathered all the power on Earth and used every possible method, he still couldn't defeat the Kryptonians. Even nuclear and hydrogen bombs, which symbolize the highest level of human weaponry, cannot pose a threat to it. This is a technological crushing victory. Does this universe contain any of the mysterious objects found in the Justice League universe? No matter how intelligent Bruce is, he can't cook without rice. They might not even exist in this universe. Norland shook his head. According to the established lore, the Batman-Keaton universe is a world of normal humans. The appearance of the Flash has caused a deviation in this universe. But that's not necessarily true. Because when Norland and the Flash appeared, the universe changed. Kryptonians are an example, perhaps. Deep in the universe there exists a planet called Apocalypse, and the Green Lantern Corps that guards the cosmic sectors. Atlantis on the Atlantic coast may also exist. Diana may still be living a carefree life on Paradise Island. But all of these are possibilities, maybe not. Or maybe not. You're saying Aquaman lives in a sea area off Maine. Don't even think about it, I already know the results. Seeing Bruce's eager expression, Norland immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. There is indeed Aquaman's father over there. But he didn't marry the Queen of Atlantis but a big fat woman. Arthur also exists, but he's now a dog. Victor the Steelbone is here too. He's playing football at Gotham University right now. He's just an ordinary college student. As for Las Vegas, where Wonder Woman is, there is no Diana there. Only a variety show troupe besides Yamkara. And the soon-to-arrive Big and Small Flash. We have no help. Even if they exist, they will only appear later. With Earth's current technology, don't expect to find them when they don't want to show up. Well, it seems we'll have to rely on ourselves. Bruce dismissed the message about seeking help. Norrin had no reason to deceive him with Wayne Group's power. Finding these places Norrin mentioned would be easy for these people. But even if you find them, what then? They're either ordinary people or dogs. A pitiful sight compared to another parallel universe. That universe, though it has many villains, also has many heroes, but what about their universe? Heroes are absent, but villains are just as numerous. According to Norrinvan, if Zod is defeated, There is always the possibility of an even more powerful being emerging. Thinking about this, Bruce felt a chill run down his spine. He's already in his 70s or 80s, nearing the end of his life. Yet he still has to work tirelessly to save the world, dragging his aged body into battle. Why can't he just retire peacefully? Doesn't he deserve a good ending? Who was the idiot who caused all this, Barry Allen? Or who else? Bruce couldn't understand it. And he wasn't the type to complain or blame others. So he continued chatting with Norland about this and that. We chatted until late at night. Bruce was quite proud when he learned that he had transformed Gotham into one of the safest cities in the world. A feat that almost no Batman in the multiverse had accomplished. Are all my counterparts in other universes idiots? The principle of not killing. Putting villains in an asylum and waiting for them to escape before continuing the hunt. Is that condoning their actions or actually arresting them? Oh, so there are many supernatural forces involved. Well, let's not talk about that anymore. When you go to other universes in the future, you can tell them everything I have done and use my personal experience to teach them how to reform Gotham. By the end, Bruce was drunk and simply lay down on the lawn and fell asleep. Seeing this, Norland took him into the Manor and then returned to Marvel. I glanced at the time. Almost 2 hours had passed. It was lunchtime, although he didn't need to eat. Habit dictated Norland to go through the door and out. As a result, he ran right into Chingley. Chin was clearly startled by Norrin's sudden appearance. After realizing it was Norrin, said irritably, Norrin, next time you go through a door, could you knock first? At least let the people outside be prepared. I'm sorry, but as an apology, I'll treat you to lunch. Norland wasn't embarrassed and readily accepted the invitation. Chin rolled her eyes. Does the cafeteria charge a fee? It's okay, we can go to the city to eat. Chin hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. Let's go to New York first. There's an outdoor event next week, outdoor activities. I've never heard of that before, Norland asked curiously. You've only been here for less than 3 weeks. So it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Every now and then we organize an outdoor activity, led by all the X-Men members, with some students of appropriate age who haven't revealed too much of their mutant identity. The main purpose is to let them experience the life that normal students should live, such as visiting exhibitions, museums, zoos, amusement parks, and the like. The world has too many misunderstandings about mutants, always viewing them through tinted glasses. Every outdoor activity is precious. And they also have to be wary of people with ulterior motives who might try to take advantage of them. I wonder if this situation will improve in the future. Chin sighed, thinking about her past. Very few mutants can experience that kind of mundane life. Their special abilities bring them not good fortune, but isolation or even bullying at school. Norland patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Jean forced a smile. Let's go quickly. Don't forget you're still responsible for protecting Rogue. Magneto and his gang will probably strike again soon. I know what I'm doing, let's go. Norland wasn't worried that little rascal would be tricked by Mystique again. He has already arranged for ClariS and Katie to stay with the little rascal. He also left some small items for the 3 of them so that he could know immediately and rush back if any problems arose. New York, Manhattan, 5th Avenue today. Chin wore a dark red leather jacket which, combined with her fiery red waterfall of long hair, made her look exceptionally charming in the sunlight. 5th Avenue is located in the heart of Manhattan, a famous commercial district in New York City, bustling with traffic and teeming with activity. Therefore, Chin and Norland stayed very close together, especially when passing through some famous tourist attractions where the flow of people increased dramatically, and they could easily get separated if they were not careful. In addition, Norland's appearance, which seemed to be sculpted by God himself and resembled a work of art, attracted the attention of countless members of the opposite S*X. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Chin leaned closer and closer, as if asserting her dominance over those people. Chin wore a gentle smile, but her expression was extremely wary, and her whole body was tense. clearly indicating that she was not behaving naturally. As they rounded a street corner, a strangely shaped white building appeared before them, resembling both a teacup and a white spring. This is the Guggenheim Museum, one of the world's most famous private modern art museums. Don't be fooled by its strange appearance. Its interior is said to be quite amazing. There is an inverted spiral space inside, and when you walk through it, you can experience a novel feeling that you can't experience anywhere else. Chin briefly explained the news she had heard from somewhere, looking quite interested. Do you really like those kinds of art? Norland asked with a smile, of course. Art can cultivate sentiments and give people a sense of witnessing history. Ginger tilted his head, seemingly in a hallucination. However, saw Norland's face again, and his consciousness returned. She suddenly realized that the greatest and most incredible art in the world was right beside her. For a moment, I found myself losing interest in the amazing art in the museum. How can any of those works of art compare to Norland's? Chin suddenly changed her expression, no longer showing much interest in the art museum. Norland didn't say anything, and the two continued walking forward. To be honest, there are many art things that Norland doesn't really appreciate, like abstract art, which gives him a headache sometimes. Looking at the magnificent forbidden city or gardens left by our ancestors, isn't it better than any other arts? It's not that Norland is prejudiced. Perhaps it's just, as those few people say, too vulgar tusk. Fifth Avenue has many attractions, including the Guggenheim Museum, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the Whitney Museum of Art. However, Chin wasn't in a good mood, and the two of them skipped over these priceless treasures that represented cultural gems from various regions. Along the way, we passed the New York Public Library, St. Patrick's Cathedral, and even saw the long-famous Empire State Building. However, in the Marvel Universe, the Empire State Building is clearly not the tallest building. Not far from it, there is a building that is even taller and more luxurious than the Empire State Building. That is naturally the Stark Tower, which belongs to Tony Stark, the richest man in the United States. What's wrong? Are you looking at Stark Tower? Following Norland's gaze, Chin's expression turned sour when she saw New York's most famous landmark. Clearly, Stark's reputation as a playboy has even extended to the mutant community. I'm thinking that maybe we can bring Tony Stark on our side and use his influence to change people's perceptions of mutants. Stark, would he help mutants? I'd rather believe that Senator Kelly had a change of heart and stopped publicizing the dangers of mutants. Jean pouted due to her past experiences. She never believed that those wealthy people who lived a life of debauchery would care about the lives of mutants. Those capitalists are all black-hearted. They should all be hanging from streetlights. Expecting them to have a change of heart and show concern or sympathy for mutants is like hoping for angels to descend to Earth. However, it seems that the angels have already descended to Earth. Jean glanced at Norland. If there really were angels in the world, Norland must be one of them. Otherwise, why would the light emanating from that body be so dazzling? Even in the darkest of worlds, they are like the beacon of hope at dawn, guiding them forward. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps they might actually have a change of heart. Norland smiled mysteriously at this time. Iron Man had not yet been born, and Tony Stark was still the playboy who frequented the garden. It's even rumored that he had relationships with all 12 cover girls of last year's Maxim's men's magazine. Maxim's magazine is a well-known entertainment magazine in the United States, with a circulation of millions of copies every, which makes many men envious and jealous of Tony Stark. He longed to take his place and have a one-night stand with 12 women. Jean clearly didn't believe what Norland said. Tony Stark's public persona was really too despicable. Not only was he a playboy, but his personality was also extremely bad. If it weren't for his connections as the richest man and a genius, as well as his good cooperation with the military, an ordinary person would probably have been beaten to death long ago. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a high-end clothing store. Chin clearly liked red. She changed into a red round-neck wool dress with a pure white undershirt. This outfit required a high level of physical fitness and a good figure. But Chin's figure was perfect for the dress, making her look youthful and beautiful. Her long, dark red hair was draped over her shoulders and was gleaming. "How's the one I chose?" Qin spun around, her long hair swaying gently, stirring up a strange emotion in people's hearts. Norland didn't hold back his praise. "Fantastic. You're a perfect match for him, like a spirit of fire." Upon hearing this, Qin seemed very happy. And in a moment of excitement, she gently hugged Norland and kissed him. Norland, quick-witted and agile, seized the opportunity to enter. It was very sweet. At the same time, I felt an incredible, powerful energy instantly fill his entire body. It's as if with just a thought, one can lift up everything around them. This is a power called telekinesis. And he also gained abilities such as telepathy. As his spiritual energy spread out, he sensed the emotions and thoughts of those around him. "My God, how can there be such a handsome man in this world? No, I want to go around again and take a few more glances. I've taken 10 pictures already, but it's never enough. I really hope he didn't notice. Otherwise, I'll be so embarrassed. Damn it, they came out at this time. God, just looking at them makes me feel weak all over. Oh no, here we go again." Norland was speechless. No wonder he always felt that there were more people around him than before. And there were many familiar faces that he had seen many times on the way here. So she deliberately circled around him. It's true that when women get lustful, men really don't stand a chance. If it weren't for the imposing and wary Qin protecting him, he probably would have had several more red marks on his body before he could leave the city. If it were a thinner lone man's, he'd probably have to wait until tomorrow to get out. And he'd have to crawl out. He'd lose a lot of weight by then. However, Norland was more concerned with the special energy deep within his mind than with telepathy. Within the sea of consciousness burning like flames, a cry seemed to echo, a phoenix spreading its wings and taking flight. Holy crap, they even copied the Phoenix Force. Wait. Is this a real phoenix or a fake one? Is it also powered by the mind and emotions? Norland was stunned. The power of the Phoenix. Even if it's just a fragment, it's still devastating. In the X-Men universe, if Jean Grey could perfectly control the Phoenix Force, wouldn't she be able to kill whoever she wanted? The oldest mutant apocalypse and the expendable Sentinel army, they wiped out every single one of them, leaving not a trace. That's how domineering they are. Unfortunately, due to Charles's improper actions, he chose to seal rather than guide Jean to master the Phoenix Force, causing it to become the Dark Phoenix, which then turned against Jean and killed Scott and many other ordinary people and mutants. Finally, he was killed by Wolverine because he held back. Otherwise, how could the Sentinels have the power to run rampant and reverse the future? No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. Even if the power of the Phoenix is just one of tens of thousands of fragments, it can still slaughter countless ants. And now, a kiss has allowed Norland to replicate additional Phoenix Force. That's awkward. Is this something created out of nothing? Or is it a phoenix brought from another universe? After the Phoenix Force was shattered and scattered into countless fragments across the multiverse, the number of fragments remained constant. But now that it's been directly copied, is it really still a Phoenix fragment? Moreover, this fragment did not exhibit any obvious human-like or negative effects. At least Norland could sense that the other party had no intention of controlling him. Moreover, there was no mental cage to restrain the Phoenix Force fragments. It is a fragment of a truly free Phoenix. Norland can use the power of the Phoenix to fight whenever he wants. It seems Zod is no longer a problem. Although he didn't know the maximum potential of the Phoenix Force fragment, which was only one in countless, Norland could sense the immense energy within it. The key point is, the power of the Phoenix symbolizes the heart and emotions. It's a kind of spiritual energy, admittedly. Superman also possesses a certain degree of mental immunity. But compared to physical resistance, this resistance to magic damage is significantly lower. Zod is not as powerful as a true superhuman, and he has never absorbed the sun, which means he has less resistance to mental and other magical abilities. Not to mention, the Phoenix Force also possesses the power to decompose matter, and its manipulation of matter has reached the subatomic level or even higher. It can even change the elements of matter itself, making it equivalent to a larger version of Circe, a member of the Eternals. It shouldn't be difficult to kill a Zod who just arrived on Earth. Right, so how much can the success rate increase now? 8 floors, 10 floors, Norland wasn't sure. But the only thing he was certain of was that he was determined to have Chin. This is a very wealthy woman, I must cling to her coattails. It's just unknown whether his ability can be improved or enhanced after passing through negative distance. That probably won't work after all. The Phoenix Force is not the power of the lyre itself, nor is it genetic power, but rather a different kind of pure energy being. But does negative distance count as being with Chin? Or with Feng Wang if it's a phoenix? Well, maybe we should try to transform it into an energy life form. That would give us a much better chance, Norland. Chin was kissed more and more wildly, felt hot all over, and a flame was burning in her heart. Norland exudes an aura of hormones that could drive any woman mad. This feeling became even stronger after copying the Phoenix Force. Like two powerful magnets, they were drawn together by a strong attraction, completely forgetting that they were in a commercial area. In the dim light, Chin seemed to hear Kreisler and excited, filled with countless fiery emotions. She also experienced hallucinations with a suffocating, unknown force constantly crashing against her mental barriers, trying to penetrate Norland's body, as if something deadly was drawing her in. Norland looked puzzled, as if his phoenix was male and Chin's phoenix was female. Otherwise, how could his phoenix, which was just flying around, make Chin's phoenix so excited? Could it be that his phoenix also inherited his ability? Shaking his head, Norland stopped guessing. His Phoenix Force fragment had no consciousness. It was just a ball of pure energy. This means that the Phoenix power within Chin's body was simply attracted by him, which caused the violent fluctuations. He didn't let Chin go mad at this point. Chin had already been affected by the power of the Phoenix, and her emotions were amplified if he didn't stop her. She might do something terrible in the street. There were too many people outside right now. A group of women with jealousy and envy written all over their faces. And some of them were even looking forward to Hydra to try. Her thoughts were inadvertently read, "Hurry up. I can't wait any longer, you're so slow. Didn't you see the door is blocked, nobody can see us. If all else fails, I'll take over. I'm definitely going to savor this later. They've gone mad, they've really gone mad. If we don't stop soon, it might turn into an open-air party with many people. Moreover, the Black Phoenix will be born ahead of schedule." Norland quickly controlled the Phoenix to disappear into his spiritual sea, concealing his presence. The will of the Zither is also returning, however. Returning to normal in a short time is obviously not an easy task. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have been put on pause. All the women watching stopped what they were doing, their expressions frozen from a second ago, some excited, some frantic, some like wolves. The woman standing at the front spoke up, "Norland, I am Charles, Chin's condition is very bad. Bring her back immediately." Norland nodded, holding the piano that still refused to let go and was clinging to his collar, and used molecular mimicry to create a phantom image to come to the outside world. Then he transformed into a rocket and soared into the sky. Although he hasn't absorbed much of the sun yet, he's already reached Mach 3. This speed surpasses that of the vast majority of aircraft currently in operation, with a speed of up to 3672 kilometers per hour. Norland could travel from the northernmost part of the United States to the southernmost part in an hour, and from the easternmost part to the westernmost part in less than 2 hours. It took less than a minute to get back to Xavier College. Charles had just erased the memories of the onlookers when, in a moment of distraction, he saw Norland and Jean descend from the sky, and was momentarily stunned. "We've arrived so fast." Charles blurted it out without thinking. Norland rolled his eyes. That word doesn't fit me at all. Charles masked his embarrassment with a smile, then looked at Jean with concern. I didn't expect that power to awaken so quickly. I thought it could last longer until Jean could suppress and control it with her own abilities. You mean this power? Norland held his palm up and a small red phoenix appeared. Although it was only a wisp, it still exuded a terrifying power. Charles was truly stunned. Then his expression turned horrified, and his voice rose 8 octaves. You copied this power. At the same time, although Charles deleted the memories of those who witnessed Norland and Jean's negative influence, he did not delete the memory of witnessing Norland's flight. Norland moved very quickly, traversing a large part of New York in a very short time. However, some people still witness the flight, sir. An unrecorded superhuman incident has occurred in New York. According to on-site surveillance analysis, the unknown superhuman flew from 5th Avenue to the suburbs of New York at a speed of at least Mach 3. Based on calculations by relevant professionals, their target is most likely Xavier's Academy for gifted young people. One of her superhuman identities has been confirmed. She is Jean Grey, a full member of the X-Men. Codenamed Phoenix SHIELD. Headquarters Trident Building. Nick Fury listened to his subordinate's report while looking at the documents in his hand, his face full of thought. Can you confirm the identity of the other person? There has been some progress. Someone accidentally filmed them, and one of the people was from Daxia. According to the information we have reviewed, his name is Norland. However, strangely, although there is complete data in the Federation to confirm that he came to the United States 2 months ago, he disappeared for 2 months 2 weeks ago, and no one knows his exact location during that time. However, we know from the X-Men's operational records that 2 weeks ago, the mutants codenamed Storm and Cyclops carried out a mission in New Mexico. We speculate that Norland may have been captured by some force during that period and was rescued by the X-Men during their mission. Agent Hill spoke fluently about the intelligence concerning Norland. Even though Norland is an unregistered resident of this world, what can you do when Ophelia used to be a member of Hydra? They can access the same data that SHIELD can access, and they are extremely familiar with SHIELD's intelligence processes. This also makes it difficult to find loopholes in the documents they forge, as they are completely targeted at creating archives. Hydra is a professional in this area. What Nick Fury and his team wanted was all prepared in advance by Hydra. Without any flaws. What else? His abilities, his hobbies, his codename. Aren't any of those? Nick Fury continued to question. And it was perfectly normal that he couldn't find anything of value in this intelligence. Hill shook his head. Not yet at present. We can only confirm that he can fly at least Mach 3. Did Charles and his group not register their information with the United Nations? No. All right. Continue to observe and find out all the information about him as soon as possible. Nick Fury will not allow a mutant with powerful abilities, who knows nothing about them, to escape his control. When the mutants applied to carry out related tasks within the scope permitted by the United Nations, he also voted in favor, and even his mentor Pierce agreed wholeheartedly. This action by the other party undoubtedly reveals their entire activity and capabilities, allowing them to develop targeted countermeasures. All they sought were useless privileges. What harm is there in giving them these things? The information they obtain is far more important. Nick Fury picked up another document. What are Charles and the others doing setting up the X group? Are they short of money? Have mutants learned to do business too? His intuition told him that Charles and his group had bigger ambitions. It's worth noting that Charles's parents left him a fortune of several $billion. After years of development, their estimated wealth is around $3.5 billion at this time. Even the richest man in the world, Tony Stark, had assets of just over $100 billion. $5 billion is more than enough for Xavier's school to thrive. They won't even run out of money. Could Charles be planning something big? But what could it be? Nick Fury was completely baffled. He even learned that Hank, who is currently in charge of the Department of Mutant Affairs, has rarely been out in the department since returning to the Xavier School a couple of days ago. He seems to be buried in the Research Institute, studying some secret device. Is Xavier's planning something? Looks like it's time to warn them that this society is ultimately our world. Nick Fury's stance on mutants isn't as extreme, but he won't speak up for them either. No matter how righteous Charles and his associates appear, and how cooperative they are with their actions, even to the point of being obsequious, they ultimately possess the superpower to influence social balance and even shake American rule. For that reason alone, he won't truly speak up for mutants. He remains ever vigilant against the threat posed by mutants. Norland was unaware that he had come under Hild's radar, and even the mutants' plan to save the future was misinterpreted by Nick Fury. He is now explaining to the extremely distraught Charles. That's the truth because of a kiss. I copied Jean's mutant ability, and also copied that mysterious power in her mind. Moreover, this power has no other effect on me, and I can easily use it to do whatever I want. I call this power the Phoenix Force. Are you sure it didn't do anything to you? Like manipulating your mind, making your desires even stronger. Charles looked incredulous. He was the only one who knew the terrifying power hidden within Jean's spiritual world. When Chin was very young, I was aware of a mutation that was deeply rooted in her subconscious. It was a power that I could not imagine. And it was not an ability that a little girl could master. So I set up a mental barrier to separate her from the Phoenix. However, what I didn't expect was that Phoenix and her subconscious merged into another personality. A creature full of desire and anger. Now you've copied her powers, and it's a complete Phoenix without any constraints. Are you really all right? Charles confirmed repeatedly that he could not imagine how terrifying the Phoenix would be if it were unrestrained. I'm absolutely certain. I'm in a better state than ever before, and as for my desires, they're still the same as before. Norland was well aware of his situation. He could now unleash the full power of the Phoenix Force fragment host. Just how powerful is this force? He felt that he could destroy and dismantle the entire city of New York in the blink of an eye. It has at least the strength to destroy a city. The true upper limit is unknown, however to achieve this. He needed to transform into a special form, which Norland transformed into a phoenix in this form. He can use the energy of the Phoenix Force fragments without restriction, and also possesses the body of a Kryptonian, the molecular mimicry of Shadowcat, and the vibrational perception molting, and toxin immunity of Ophelia. It can be said that he has no weaknesses and has already achieved his initial goal, a hexagonal warrior. Once he unleashes his full power, even the Black Phoenix harp is no match for him, because his defense can completely overwhelm the Black Phoenix. If we really have to point out a flaw, it's probably the lack of a quick healing ability. Norland already had an idea about the source of this ability. Charles felt his head buzzing. Norland was able to perfectly control the power of the Phoenix without being affected at all. This means that Norland has become one of only 2 level 5 mutants in the mutant community, and the only mutant who can perfectly wield all of his powers. Wait a minute. Doesn't Norland's existence guarantee that mutants won't suffer the original fate? That's a level 5 mutant. Although we don't yet know exactly how powerful he is, he's undoubtedly more powerful than him and Eric combined. In this world, he should be considered one of the most powerful people. Right, but Norland's condition also made Charles think of something else. Had he made another mistake? If someone hadn't blocked Jean's power back then, but instead guided her to try to understand and master it, perhaps Jean wouldn't have gone berserk due to the stimulation, and might even have become a time bomb, causing a world-class disaster once it exploded. Thinking of this, Charles asked Norland about the condition of the harp, his voice filled with bitterness, already anticipating the answer before he even opened his mouth. Norland gave him an affirmative answer. Professor, you did make a mistake. If you hadn't imprisoned the Phoenix, even if Jean couldn't fully control it, a completely uncontrollable dark consciousness wouldn't have been born. I suspect that once this dark consciousness erupts, her rage will engulf you completely. Charles was extremely upset after hearing this. He had always thought that although he hadn't led mutants out of discrimination and made them accepted by ordinary people, he had at least protected a group of mutants. But now it has been discovered that his previous ideas were wrong one after another. Is he really unsuitable to be a leader? Why are all the decisions he makes wrong? Charles began to doubt his leadership abilities, especially after learning that Jin had not appeared in Days of Future Past and was suspected of being dead. Given Chin's potential even if he were to die, Chin shouldn't have died so quickly, those Sentinel robots. Could they even kill a level 5 mutant? He doesn't believe it. Logically, even mutants below level 5 combined might not be able to kill a level 5 mutant, unless she voluntarily dies. So could it be that Chin deliberately chose to die? This is the only reasonable guess. Charles's feelings were complex, as dense as his hair. Looking at Norland was momentarily dazed, and suddenly thought of retiring on the spot. Norland is more suitable to lead the Academy forward than him. Moreover, it seems that only Norland can handle Chin's matter. Wait, something's wrong. Norland frowned. Something was wrong with Little Rascal. On the other side, on a rather secluded bench within the school grounds, Anna, Coyote, and ClariS are chatting about something funny about Norland. The corner not far away. Norland walks straight toward them. Norland. Upon seeing Norland approach, the three women stood up to greet him, each with a smile on their face. Katie, Anna, ClariS, how are you all today? Norland greeted the three of them with a smile. ClariS frowned slightly. She felt that Norland was acting strangely today. He didn't usually greet them like this. Even with the little rascal around, it won't feel so awkward. But upon closer inspection, it was Norland's face again. Wrong, that faint golden light. And that captivating scent, although Norland looks the same. His temperament is completely different. You are not Norland's. ClariS's expression changed drastically. Katie and Little Rascal also noticed something was wrong. When they heard ClariS say that, they immediately realized what was going on and quickly prepared for battle. Norland was stunned, not quite understanding the situation. It was just a greeting, wasn't it? This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She was recognized so quickly after just one meeting. This was not a normal development. Are you sure you've got the wrong person? I am Norland. Look at my appearance, my voice, my movements. Stop making excuses. Your taste and your appearance bear no resemblance to Norland whatsoever. You're full of flaws. Realizing that her disguise had been exposed, Norland stopped pretending and quickly transformed back into her true form as her skin color changed. She was none other than Mystique. My disguise has never gone wrong. Can you tell me why I failed? Mystique was very curious. Although her mutant abilities weren't particularly strong, they were definitely very useful. She used this trick to impersonate countless high-ranking officials and dignitaries. And there was absolutely no possibility of her being exposed unless a machine was used to detect her mutant genes. No matter who she transforms into, she can perfectly mimic their voice and appearance. And even their fingerprints are exactly the same. As a result, what she thought was a simple operation was seen through by three young girls, which dealt a serious blow to her confidence. But it's all right, so what if they see through her? How can three girls who haven't received formal training fight against a battle-hardened woman like her? If it weren't for the fear of arousing Charles's suspicion, there would have been no need to disguise himself as Norland. The closest of the three to deceive them. The three women didn't answer Mystique's question, but instead warned, if I were you, you'd better leave immediately, because Norland will be here soon. Once he arrives, you won't be able to escape, really. I want to see if he gets here faster. Or if I can catch you all first. Oh, want to give it a try? Before Mystique could finish speaking, a mocking voice came from behind her. Her expression changed drastically. and she instinctively lashed out with her elbow. Norland simply raised his hand and accurately grabbed her forearm. But Mystique reacted quickly, twisting her body at the same time as throwing a punch to deliver a groin kick. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless, showing that she had used this move many times in combat. But Norland arrived first, grabbing her ankle with his other hand, his strength making it impossible for Mystique to break free. Damn it, Mystique cursed under her breath and, using her grabbed ankle as the center, performed a 180-degree spinning kick while suspended in midair, attempting to force Norland back with her other foot. A trivial skill. Norland chuckled and appeared behind Mystique as if by teleportation, grabbing both of her hands behind her back and holding one hand before she could react. With his other hand, he grabbed Mystique's hair and lifted her head up. Resistance is futile, come with me. If you resist again, believe me, you'll do it right here and now. Looking at Norland's indescribable appearance, Mystique was initially stunned and subconsciously obeyed the order to follow. But she quickly realized that she had been so easily subdued, and his body instinctively acted according to Norland's words. Mystique felt a wave of humiliation, but Norland's hand gripped hers like an iron clamp, and the difference in strength and speed left her powerless to fight back. Although she was captured by Norland, Mystique felt something strange about her body. The feeling was, how could this be? She couldn't believe that a mere close-quarters combat could trigger a physiological reaction. Unheard of, but when she looked at Norland, she suddenly realized that her disguise would be exposed. Norland has no one to fake his alluring aura. His piercing eyes and that golden light were all unique. Soon, Mystique was brought before a shocked Charles while under Norland's custody. I'm leaving the interrogation to you. After saying that, Norland released Mystique and left with the unconscious Jean in his arms. He wouldn't care what Mystique and Charles would say, and he couldn't be bothered with such things. In comparison, he had more important things to do. Cough. Of course, it's not about taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. He's really worried that if he does it now, Black Phoenix will break free of her restraints tomorrow. After obtaining the power of the Phoenix, Norland's strength increased to an unprecedented level. Neither the Black Robe world nor the Flash universe poses a threat anymore. In that case, the previous plan should be moved up in time. Solve the Kryptonian problem, then use Kryptonian technology to develop influence in the Black Robe world, and incidentally research genetic engineering. In the Marvel and DC universes, Norland still needs to play it safe. But in the world of Black Robes, excuse me, I am the true ancestor, it's clear. It's another beautiful day. For New Yorkers in particular, today was a crazy day. Homelander and Queen Maeve from the Seven have both arrived in Times Square, New York. The two of them happen to be attending a promotional event in New York, arranged by their company. On the one hand, it was to get closer to the public, garner votes, and increase their visibility. On the other hand, it was also to promote their products or services to advertisers. In the world of Black Robes, the Seven are undoubtedly world-class superstars, and even the one with the lowest approval rating is far superior to those Hollywood stars, because they truly possess superpowers, and are also righteous heroes, God's favorites if they wish. Countless entertainment companies will invite them to participate in film and television productions. Numerous publishing houses have also approached them to collaborate on publishing their biographies. If we can get the Seven to join us, their movies will have no shortage of viewers, and their books will sell like hotcakes. Even just having a rumored relationship with someone is enough to generate a huge amount of traffic for them. This is the world of the Black-Robed. This is the Eden of superheroes. If the mutants and Inhumans next door saw this, they would definitely shed tears of envy. The treatment they received was worlds apart, completely incomparable on stage. Homelander and Queen Maeve smiled as they accepted cheers and photos from the crowd. Behind them was a giant superhero billboard. Homelander and Queen Maeve occupied half of the area, while the other half featured the products they endorsed. And offstage, Norland mingled in the crowd. finding a strange sense of amusement in watching Homelander's obviously feigned friendly smile. He thought again of that night. The crescent moon hanging in the sky. The world of the Black-Robed is undoubtedly a world that appears glamorous on the surface, but is actually incredibly dark. The whole world is shrouded in a glamorous facade. The people cheered and applauded the heroes of justice. Superheroes with blood on their hands outwardly uphold justice. But secretly they often indiscriminately kill innocent people. Based on memories gleaned from the minds of passers-by, it is known that the boys' universe is currently in the early stages of its official storyline. With Lamplighter gone missing and the Seven now missing a member, Vought International is searching the world for a suitable replacement. Although Vought International had conducted experiments injecting Compound 5 into many infants, finding a suitable candidate was not easy. Each member of the Super 7 has political significance. Like the locomotives, it was designed to win over black voters and gain their support. As for Shanghai, he joined the team purely out of political correctness, partly for the sake of the team's overall composition, for the sake of diversity, and also to show his support for the environment and ocean protection. Xuans is a qualified assassin, the company's black glove, who carries out some shady missions without any questioning or nonsense. As for Homelander and Queen Maeve, they are undoubtedly the powerhouses of the Seven. They are arguably among the most powerful heroes, and their strength is beyond question, therefore. They are also the most popular heroes among the Super 7. As for the Invisible Man, let's not talk about him, Norland, who had read the original novel, knew very well that Starlight, a girl with a dream of becoming a hero and saving the world, was the one who replaced the Lamplighter in the team. The water company was purely targeting women and designed a rather embarrassing uniform for them, while also attracting male support, however. Upon joining the team, Xinguang suffered a devastating blow. His dream of becoming a hero shattered. Looking at the entire Black Robe world, almost everyone there is a villain. Truly good people are few and far between. Starlight is one. The train engine's brother is one, but who else? Norland couldn't think of any, the original protagonist. Huey wasn't exactly a good person either, the Butcher, who represents justice and fights against the evil of superheroes, is nothing more than a selfish and self-serving villain. Good people, they are extremely rare in this world. This world probably proves the saying, good people don't live long. But evil people live for thousands of years, however. With Norland's arrival, the trajectory of this world will veer off onto a different path. After looking around for a while, Norland turned and walked toward the headquarters of the Water Corporation in New York. On stage, Queen Mivyuho was maintaining a smile. Noticed Norland's back and felt puzzled. Of all the people here, only Norland had temporarily left, and he possessed a fatal attraction to them. "What are you looking at?" Homelander asked. Noticing Queen Maeve's distracted state, "Nothing." Queen Maeve quickly shook her head. She dared not tell the truth. Knowing Homelander's temperament, if he knew she was looking at another man, he would turn around and crush him to dust. They are currently publicly forming a couple. And whatever the reasons, Homelander will not allow Queen Maeve to be interested in anyone else. Otherwise, it would be an insult to him. If word gets out, he'll lose all face, really. Focus, we still have a lot to do. Homelander raised an eyebrow as if sensing something. He remained outwardly calm, but his eyes darted out of the corner of his eye toward the direction Queen Maeve was looking. A man, Manhattan Vought Corporation headquarters. Vought International, which manages superheroes such as the Seven, is naturally the undisputed corporate leader in the Black Robe world. While other companies are still venturing into other fields for money or power, Vought International has already used technologies such as biochemistry to create a group of superhumans who are superior to humans. Afterwards, they spent a lot of public relations efforts to portray superheroes as God's favorites. Born of nature, but in reality. All of this is based on the compound they created. The Vought International Corporation concealed the fact about Compound V and profited from superheroes. They not only formed an organization called the Seven, but also had many superheroes under their command, stationing them in some states and cities as propaganda models while simultaneously carrying out justice. Under the operation of the Vought Corporation, the crime rate across the United States has been greatly reduced. Many people have a mysterious trust in the superheroes of Vought International. It could be said that if Vought International wanted to, it could even use superheroes to start a world war. However, this company suffered a series of setbacks in its later development and was eventually replaced by its own subordinates. However, starting today, this company is destined to go down a different path. Who are you? Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Norland was stopped by the guards as soon as he entered. But after making eye contact with Norland, a red light flashed in his eyes and with a respectful smile. He said, "So it's you. I'm sorry I mistook you for someone else. Please come in." The guard quickly apologized and respectfully led Norland in. This scene puzzled the others, who began to speculate about who Norland was. They were certain that this was the first time they had met Norland. Yet the guards treated him with such respect. Could it be a distinguished guest specially invited by the president? Thinking of this, those who witnessed the scene all nodded and smiled at Norland. Whether it's true or not, it's always good to get to know someone. And so Norland infiltrated the water company with ease. Without arousing anyone's suspicion, Norland successfully asked the receptionist for the location of the president of Water Corporation. Under the latter's flirtatious gaze, he took the elevator upstairs without looking back. When Norland arrived at the top floor of the building, they happened to run into Medellin, the vice president of Watt Corporation, who was about to leave. Medellin's identity is not simple. She is not only the vice president of Vought Corporation, but also Homelander's wet nurse and S**ex-partner. People from the motherland have no relatives from birth and suffer from a severe lack of family affection. This is also one of the tactics used by Vought International to train and cultivate Homelanders. Later, Medellin came into Homelander's view. From the time he could remember, she would often stay by his side and breastfeed him. With her maternal demeanor and still charming face, Homelander looked up to her. Homelander became the person Vought wanted him to be. A giant baby who lacks family affection, lacks love, and is even obsessed with his mother and will never grow up. Medellin was also one of the Vought International's schemes to control Homelander. As it turned out, the effect was quite good. Although Homelander was somewhat disobedient and often acted recklessly, requiring them to clean his buttocks afterward, he listened to Medellin very well. Yet this very villain has become the most powerful advocate of justice in the public's perception. Crazy, yes, crazy. If mutants had such public relations skills, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Surrounded by enemies, who are you? Upon seeing Norland, Medellin became very wary. I am your future boss, Norland stated a fact calmly. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Please leave immediately or I'll call security. Medellin pulled out his phone and threatened, if I were you, you'd better leave before I make this call, or you'll be facing death, not prison. As a high-ranking executive at Vought International, Medellin knew many secrets and, if anything major happened, she would be among the first to know. However, she received no information, which meant that Norland was there to cause trouble. You're calling Homelander, you can try it then, Norland said as if to say, go ahead. Now Medellin was a little unsure, knowing full well that she was going to call for Homelander. How dare you stay here, aren't you afraid of dying? Don't you know the content of the Huxia people? Is he a fool? Or is he just fearless? She didn't believe a normal person would really think that Homelander wouldn't dare to kill. This was still Vought International, their territory. Even if something happened, they could suppress it and find any excuse to shut up the gossip. Is this overly handsome man in front of me really a fool? If not, where does his confidence come from? Stan Edgar, no. He had no reason to hide himself, and transferring the Water Corporation was even less likely. She knew very well just how powerful that guy was in controlling Vought International. Even superheroes were within his grasp, but he's so handsome, such a handsome man, it's a pity he died. If Homelander saw him, he would probably kill him out of jealousy. Madeline felt a pang of guilt. She didn't know why she was thinking about these things when the situation was so critical. Am I just a pretty face? Wait. Now is not the time to think about these things. Should we call him Homelander or not, kill him or not? Just as Madeline was still hesitating, Norland suddenly spoke up. It seems we don't need to call him. Madeline's expression changed drastically as she saw Homelander and Queen Maeve walking upstairs together in the elevator. What is he doing here? What are you doing here? The former represents Queen Maeve's thoughts, while the latter represents the questioning voice of the Homelanders. Maeve, is this your friend? Homelander's smile was forced. But those who knew him well knew that it stemmed from anger. It's very possible that a fight will break out at any moment. Queen Maeve had no idea that Norland was here. She had only seen Norland at a promotional event. And only once. She quickly denied it, saying, I don't know him, really. I saw you and him making eye contact just now. Homelander clearly didn't believe it and continued to speak with a smile. But his voice was full of questioning, like a cold wind that concealed countless sharp blades. I really don't know him. I just glanced at him by chance, that's all. Queen Maeve's muscles were taut, as if she feared that Homelander, that madman, would unleash his heat vision at any moment. Homelander turned to Norland and Madeline. I need an explanation. What are you doing? Before Madeline could speak, Norland interjected. What do you think a handsome man and a mature woman would do alone together? Madeline immediately exclaimed in his heart, oh no. Her face turned deathly pale instantly, and her legs trembled with fear. This man is insane. He's a complete madman. How dare he say such a thing? This is going to drag her down with them, meeting the angry, scrutinizing gaze of the Homelander. Madeline quickly denied it. He's insane. He's an intruder. I have reason to suspect he's a spy sent by another company. Let's arrest him. There's no need to catch him. Homelander's cold voice rang out. He was very unhappy, especially when he saw Norland's handsome appearance, which was far superior to his own, as well as the tone and expression when Norland answered his questions. All of this made him very unhappy. Wait, don't go too far. After Madeline spoke instinctively, he suddenly wanted to slap himself. He was F***G insane. As expected, Homelander's anger intensified, and he wanted to question Madeline about whether he had truly betrayed him. Did she give her milk and love to another man? Homelander's cold, bloodthirsty eyes gradually turned crimson. No matter who you are, you're going to die today. No one can protect you, not even Jesus, I'm telling you. Brush in a state of rage. A fully powered thermal vision system is enough to pierce through a building in an instant. It is clear that the people of our motherland have mobilized all their strength, completely disregarding external influences. But that's exactly what Norland wanted. He wanted to use the most powerful person in the black robe world to test his own power. Homelanders are undoubtedly one of the best choices, then. While everyone else stared in disbelief, Norland's eyes widened, his burning gaze meeting Homelander's. For a moment, the two forces were evenly matched. This is impossible, this is impossible. Three voices rang out simultaneously. Madeline is certain that Norland is not one of the test subjects, although the company is secretly researching superhumans like Homelander, and has even trained a group of heat vision babies of varying strengths. Homelander is currently the only person who truly possesses heat vision. The Homelander never expected that the other side would also possess the same thermal vision as them, and that it was almost identical in both power and color. Damn it, who are you? Homelander grew increasingly frenzied. He had always believed himself to be unique and invincible. But Norland's appearance made him feel threatened, the threat of being replaced. There are even people with thermal vision. This kind of thing must never be allowed. He will not allow anyone to have the same abilities as him. People from the motherland were frantically releasing their heat. their eyes even becoming tired and overheated from the excessive exposure. However, Norland was equally unwilling to back down. He's a legitimate Superman. How could someone surpass him in his signature skill? Even though it had only been in the sun for a short time. Kara's potential was increasing through hard work, and Nari, who was copied in time, also possessed the same potential and ability. He also gets more sun exposure than Kara. While he may not be as good as Henry in terms of sustained output, he's not afraid of Homelander in terms of short bursts of damage. Damn it, you must die here. Seeing that heat vision was ineffective, Homelander roared and began close combat. As the black-robed version of Superman, Homelander certainly doesn't disappoint in terms of strength. In terms of physical strength alone, if he's second, no one dares to claim to be first. Even soldiers of equal strength are slightly inferior. Norland was also eager to test his physical strength. In the cramped corridors, Kryptonians and Homelanders begin a cross-universe war. Fist against fist, foot against foot. There's no skill involved. Both possess superhuman physiques, with strength and defense unmatched in the black robe world. One is a Kryptonian who has just recovered from weakness, and the other is a bootleg version of Superman. Since Norland had not received much combat training and Homelander disdained to study techniques, both of them could only rely on strength. Whoever was stronger and had higher defense would have the upper hand. This resulted in a surprisingly evenly matched contest of strength. It looks professional, but it actually requires no skill whatsoever. But the visual impact alone still brought a huge shock to Madeline and Queen Maeve. They never imagined this scene would unfold. That an unknown Easterner could fight their homeland to a standstill. That's Homelander, the strongest superhero. When did it become possible for just anyone to stand up to the people of the motherland? Moreover, it seems that Norland is not at a disadvantage at all. On the other hand, what about the people of our motherland? Although he didn't suffer any losses, the intense fighting caused his mentality to break down. If we were to say who was most affected by this scene, it would undoubtedly be the people of Homeland. He, who prides himself on being the strongest, has now encountered an opponent with the same abilities as himself, whose various powers are in no way inferior to his. That's outrageous. His worldview was completely overturned. At that moment, he even had a terrible thought. Could this person be a superhuman that Vought International produced to replace him? Otherwise, how can you explain that the other party has the same ability and strength as you? The people of the motherland should ask themselves honestly, have they really gone too far lately? Causing the company to spend a lot of public relations expenses. But it's not necessary to resort to substitutes. He's willing to listen, really willing. He'll never act on his own again, really. The Homelander's morale was crumbling, but Norland's was not instead. He continued to improve in battle and even intentionally refined his combat skills. Gradually, the people of the motherland fell into a deep slump. The man, whose mentality was about to collapse, realized the situation was bad and immediately flew up and broke through the window to escape. But to the utter astonishment of the Homelanders, Norland also took to the air. Damn it. He must be here to replace me. I can't just sit here and wait to die. Madeline, help me. The people of the motherland shout. He could only pin his hopes on Madeline, a high-ranking executive in the company, who he believed could persuade the other party to stop. But Madeline was also completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. This scene not only broke the defenses of Homelander, but also left her head buzzing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Oh, I must stop this battle. Right knowingly, the water tower has been destroyed. But if this continues, it will inevitably lead to unimaginable consequences. She could already foresee tomorrow's headlines. Homelander of the Seven gets chased and beaten. Crying in the street, no. The Water Corporation will go bankrupt. She will go bankrupt too. Madeline immediately contacted Stan Edgar, the head of the Water Corporation. When Edgar learned that there was an Asian face who possessed the same abilities as Homelander and had beaten Homelander to a pulp, and made him run away at the Vought International. Edgar's first thought was, is today April Fool's Day? Then they wondered if someone had betrayed the company and was secretly conducting illegal research. The fact that another Homelander has been created will be a huge blow to Vaught's publicity and positive image. Idiot. Who was actually doing the research behind the scenes? Didn't you ever think about how much effort it would take for someone with superpowers like Homelander to completely control him? Edgar could no longer maintain his usual composure. Even when facing the furious Homelander, he remained unfazed, but now he was utterly flustered. The sky is falling, Medellin. Quickly contact the other members of the Seven and help Homelander take down that guy. Remember, I want him alive. He wasn't sent by you. Medellin was bewildered. No. It's very likely our enemy force. Capture him. I'll pry him out of his mount hand if all else fails. Kill him on the spot, I understand. Medellin immediately contacted the other members of the Super Seven, instructing them to quickly assemble and suppress the invaders. Just as the others arrived completely bewildered, they saw Norland beating Homelander as soon as they reached Vought Corporation. Everyone was stunned. Is this a hallucination? Someone can beat up Homelander. They then heard Medellin ask them to help the Homelanders suppress the other side. The group exchanged glances, then looked at Norland, whose face was contorted with rage and whose fists were stained with blood. And their hearts pounded with apprehension. Oh no. My stomach hurts. I'm afraid I can't make it. Can we talk this over? Can I go to the restroom first? I'll stop the intruders after I've had my fill of comfort. The reputation of a person is reflected in the shadow of a tree. The strength of the people of our motherland is evident to all. Super 7 appears to be the strongest group of heroes. But in reality, it's just Homelander's one-man show. No one is unafraid of Homelander. One of them alone could crush the combined forces of the other 5. Moreover, the Homelanders are exceptionally ruthless. They can actually kill them, but now this man is able to beat up the Homelanders so badly. And judging from his ferocious appearance, he's clearly intent on killing them. They don't want to get involved in this mess, however. Due to the company's threats, the group of people, feeling terrified, slowly stepped forward, pushing each other along. When Homelander saw that his helpers had arrived, he was overjoyed. His pleading and weeping demeanor instantly changed, replaced by his usual arrogant expression. Damn it, you're dead today, neither the locomotive, the deep sea, nor the Invisible Man or Queen Maeve were willing to join the battle. They are after money, not risking their lives. But they were completely controlled by the company. The Vought Corporation went to great lengths to control them. First, there's Compound V. The group of 7 actually knew about Compound V, but they all chose to remain silent. They have no right to prevent Waters from continuing its experiments. Vought International, which possesses Compound V, can mass-produce superhumans at any time. The 7 understands this, which is why they are wary of Vought International. Then there's the separation of powers and checks and balances. Vought International has over 100 superhumans under its control. If they dare to rebel here, they can easily gather other superpowered individuals to take action. One isn't enough, so we'll have 2. Anyone who dares to disobey us will be dealt with. Then there's economic control. Vought International manages all aspects of the superpowered individuals' lives. From packaging and promotion to advertising, the entire production line. The group of 7 was like celebrities. They earned high salaries through the Vought International. Once they lose the company's support, even if they are superhuman, they will instantly lose countless attention and will no longer be able to enjoy their privileged lives. Just like the original group of 7th Crimson Countess, who later lost her source of income and could only make money by doing live streaming videos with the top-ranked influencer at night. He doesn't seem like a former superhero at all. Vought International has the 7 firmly under its control in every way. Neither Homelander nor A-Train can afford to lose their status as members of the 7. They enjoy the attention and cheers of the people. And they will do anything for it, even when facing Norland, who could beat up Homelanders. They hesitated for a moment before choosing to attack simultaneously. Of the five, only Xuance was the most obedient. He took the lead and rushed forwards, and then flew back at an even faster speed. When the group finally saw it clearly, they saw that the black chest was caved, and blood was gushing out like it was free. Several people showed a hint of fear. That's a bit too sudden. Is it really possible for them to suppress it? I suggest sending more help. The enemy is much stronger than we think. It is the locomotive that suggested. Madeline looked at the men who seemed to be concerned for her, but did nothing about it, and she trembled with anger. Is this still the Super 7? They are complete cowards. Not one of them has any backbone if you don't make a move now. Once he's dealt with, Homelander will be the last ones left. And Edgar won't let you off the hook either. Including me, Madeline said slowly. The men's expressions changed. They all knew the big boss's temper. If he finds out that his people are disobeying him, they're probably not going to have an easy time. With that in mind, the group exchanged glances and charged toward Norland in unison. The people of the motherland are becoming increasingly rampant. Norland's strength is only slightly better than his, but he has 5 people on his side, moreover. It seems he hasn't been abandoned yet, so he will urgently mobilize help from other places. Even the army, with N beating 1, the advantage is mine. Even though he usually looks down on his other teammates and doesn't even consider them teammates. To be fair, apart from the disgrace of Deep Sea, the others are all somewhat capable, just like a locomotive. Capable of supersonic speeds. If you just delay it for a moment, I believe, bang. Homelander was still daydreaming when he saw the locomotive, which was about to launch a sneak attack, being slapped away by Norlands, who possessed superhuman reflexes. It's okay, it's not a big problem. The locomotive was still a bit slow. He could have hit the fast-moving locomotive with just a little concentration. But they also had an invisible man who was almost undetectable after becoming invisible. As long as the invisible man can attract the opponent's attention, he can land a few punches in the face and win. Before he could find the right moment to strike, Norland released his heat vision to the right without even turning his head. Blood splattered in the direction that should have been air. And then a figure was sent flying, smashing through the wall behind him. Homelander could even see a hint of disdain flash across Norland's face. Compared to the power of vibration perception, the invisible man's sneak attack was less effective than throwing a rock. They're all a bunch of useless trash. The man cursed inwardly, but then comforted himself. It's all right, we still have the Deep Sea. By the way, what about the Deep Sea? Then Homelander spotted Deep hidden in the crowd. When Homelander looked over, Deep frowned and immediately retreated behind the crowd. Shanghai knew his own limitations. In terms of combat strength, he ranked 6th in the group of 7. It's not that he's that great, but there are only 6 of them right now. Unless he's fighting in the sea as just a stranded shark. No chance. Finally, Homelander had no choice but to turn his attention to Queen Maeve. This is his hope, the people's hope at this moment. Homelander forgot his past threats and insults against Queen Maeve. She was like an angel, his only hope for salvation, moreover. Queen Maeve is powerful enough that she is second only to him among the 7. His strong physique and skillful fighting techniques can definitely help him fight against the pirated Homelander. Just as the Homelanders were eagerly anticipating her arrival. Queen Maeve came, she really came. He walked toward him amidst the eager gazes of everyone. Oh wait, you're standing in the wrong place. Why did you run to the other person's side? No way, you voted. Homelander was stunned. He hadn't expected that Queen Maeve, seeing the situation was turning against her, would choose to side with Norland. Norland glanced at Queen Maeve, a smart choice. After saying that, Norland walked toward Homelander, completely oblivious to the fact that his back was to Queen Maeve. Looking at Norland's back, Queen Maeve was unsure if her choice was right. But the pressure Homelanders were putting on them was too great. Every day when she faced people from her homeland, she felt that her life was not her own. Talking to the other party was nerve-wracking, for fear that a single action would provoke their merciless killing. She'd had enough of this life previously. No one had the power to rebel against Homelanders, but now Norland's appearance has brought her hope. The only concern is, what is Norland's purpose? Will it provoke a full-scale attack from the Vought Corporation? Can he withstand the wrath of the Vought Corporation? The world-renowned Seven couldn't last 3 minutes against Norland. Some surrendered, some were severely wounded, and others were so frightened that they huddled behind ordinary people. Now only Homelander remains, and the situation has returned to one-on-one. To be honest, Norland didn't expect this kind of scene. He thought it would be a fierce battle, but it turned out to be like this. He could become the king of the Black Robe world simply by using Kara's power. It's a wonder he made so many preparations. Norland was disappointed. A single Homelander cannot detect all of his power. He even wanted to bring out the soldier boys ahead of time so they could practice their skills and improve their combat capabilities. With each step Norland took forward, Homelander retreated a step, until they had nowhere left to retreat. He saw the cameras the onlookers outside had raised, and the thought that his disheveled appearance might be leaked filled him with dread. Homelander felt aggrieved and angry. He roared and charged at Norland's, firing his heat vision indiscriminately, but this time all the attacks passed straight through Norland's body. The thermal vision, however, was absorbed by Norland. A bewildered Homelander punched through Norland's, staring blankly at the illusory enemy as fear began to creep in. New capabilities. The other party not only possesses all of his abilities, but also has abilities that he does not possess. This move alone can make you immune to all his attacks. How do we fight this the next second? The people of the motherland soared into the sky without looking back. But when Norland raised his hand, Jean Grey's telekinetic powers, being a level 5 mutant, pulled Homelander down from the sky and slammed him heavily to the ground. Before Homelander could react, Norland grabbed him by the throat. That was the feeling of suffocation. That was the darkness of impending death. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Homelander was truly terrified this time. He was like a child terrified by a villain, tears and snot streaming down his face. The mixture of blood and urine somehow evoked a sense of guilt, as if one were bullying a child looking at this scene alone. Who would know that the other party is actually a ruthless madman? Norland suddenly felt utterly bored. The world's strongest person in black robes, Tisk. Norland turned to look at Medellins, and without the other man's knowledge, his mental energy surged into his brain, revealing everything he wanted to know. The true boss of the Vought Corporation, Stan Edgar. Before leaving Vought, Norland used wide-ranging telepathy to blur the memories of almost all ordinary people about him. Then the appearance of another stranger was loaded. They would assume that another superhuman attacked Vought headquarters. Not Norland, however. The Seven's combined attack, at the cost of severely injuring several superhumans, killed the invaders. The Seven have won again. They also deleted all the videos related to him. This was not a difficult task for him, who had mastered all the power of the harp. The Super Seven and Medellin, on the other hand, had their memories not altered, only slightly modified, very slightly modified, because Norland wanted to keep them in fear. Fear is the most powerful deterrent against these guys. Use fear to command these people to your own ends. Since we are going to establish our own base in the world of black robes, we can't let things get out of control. Even with his current strength, without using the Phoenix Force, he could destroy a city within half an hour using his thermal vision. If the Phoenix Force were used, destroying human civilization would be within its grasp. But is it necessary? Destroying something and then having people rebuild it would waste a lot of time. Since that's the case, why not use an even simpler method, telepathy? He only needs to control a small group of people who hold power in this world to control all the world's resources. And there's no need to worry about being punished, because this world is neither Marvel nor DC. He is invincible in this world. The first step is to take control of the water company. The Super 7 will become his violent organization. They are the darkness of the world. But there are things that need to be done by them. If anyone in this world tries to rebel, let them fight like dogs. Norland is currently unable to change the will of everyone in the world to become his loyal followers. After all, what he has obtained is only one of countless fragments of the Phoenix Force. Before heading to find Edgar, Norland had a good talk with Homelander. He didn't say much. Just that he should behave and be obedient. Or he would replace him with a new, more obedient Homelander. Homelander didn't understand Norland's meaning at first. Only after Norland left and the onlookers began to cheer did his fear of Norland intensify. And he dared not harbor the slightest thought of resistance, because he realized that the memories of the hundreds of onlookers had been altered. And they were completely unaware of this. Thinking back to Norland's words just now, replace him with a more obedient citizen of the motherland. That would be tantamount to altering his will, or rather, the other party has actually altered their will without their awareness. Under the scorching sun of 30 degrees Celsius, the people of the motherland felt a chill running through their bodies. On the other side, Madeline and Deepsea breathed a sigh of relief after watching Norland leave. The locomotive, which had been lying motionless on the ground, half opened its eyes and, after confirming that the enemy had left, struggled to get up. K, that was too brutal. Both my hands are broken. Next time I see him, I'll definitely what? The cold voice of the Homelander rang out. The locomotive looked up and saw that Homelander's eyes were bloodshot, as if he would die as soon as he finished speaking. The locomotive immediately swallowed his words, completely unsure of Homelander's intentions. Wasn't he just trying to say something harsh to appease Homelander? It felt like he had flattered the wrong person, you know. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used both hands to shield himself, it wouldn't have been his hands that were broken, but his chest. He did his best. The invisible man in the distance also clutched his stomach and got up. But there were 2 black holes in his abdomen from which blood was constantly flowing. Luckily it possessed superhuman abilities otherwise. That attack could have carried him away. Norland didn't use his full strength against the locomotive and the invisible man. He only used a casual strike, which is why they only lost half their lives. Hidden behind the crowds, Deepsea still dared not step forward after the battle ended. He was still hesitating whether to escape when he saw Homelander's warning gaze. Come over. Shenhai walked over obediently, his legs trembling. Queen Maeve also came over, completely unafraid of Homelander, because she had gained Norland's approval. And he had also told her through telepathy that she was in charge of monitoring these people and reporting back to him. As Queen Maeve approached, Homelander wanted to kill her. But then he thought of Norland. Fear crept into my heart again. He took a deep breath. From today onwards, Queen Maeve will be the leader of the Super 7. Everyone must listen to her. Any objections? Well, everyone was taken aback, not understanding what was going on with Homelander. Queen Maeve has betrayed us and joined the enemy, etc. Have even the people of the motherland defected? Does that mean their immediate supervisor has been replaced by an intruder? Deepsea rolled his eyes. He wondered if his actions just now had been a bit too conservative. If he hadn't run away, but instead surrendered before Queen Maeve, wouldn't he be the leader of the 7 now? Miscalculation. Miscalculation. Deepsea glanced at Queen Maeve out of the corner of his eye. He had always thought she was just strong in terms of physical strength, but he never expected that she would surpass him in terms of reading people. You can't judge a book by its cover. Manhattan Villa area. Stan Edgar, president of the Water Corporation, anxiously awaited Madeline's call back at his villa. He had a bad feeling. Today's events were completely beyond his control. Who is the Easterner who possesses abilities equal to those of the people of the motherland? How strong is he? Where does he come from? What is his purpose? What's the 7 doing now? Why haven't we heard anything from Madeline yet? Edgar paced back and forth in the living room under the protection of guards. glancing at the phone from time to time. None of the backup agents planted in the company reported the situation to him. This is not a good sign. Boom, enemy attack. Enemy attack. The distinctive wail of the alarm came from outside. And Edgar's face turned pale. His worst fears had come true. The seven failed to defeat the enemy and, instead, the enemy tracked them down. Edgar racked his brains trying to figure out who he had offended in the past. And who had the power to take action against him. After thinking about it, I don't think so. The enemies of the Vought Corporation have either been eliminated or have fallen into ruin. And those that remain are not strong enough to confront them militarily. He could accept the idea of deploying the army or police. But now it's clearly the other side's superpowered individual. Could it be that he's back? No, he can't fly. Nor does he have thermal vision. Although the villa was surrounded by armed soldiers, Edgar was far from at ease. As the boss of Vought International, who controls superpowered individuals, he knows all too well how terrifying superpowered individuals like Homelander can be. Without deploying nuclear weapons, it would be virtually impossible to take him down. Even though he had arranged for hundreds of guards to protect him, it was only for peace of mind. Edgar anxiously awaited the final result. As the door opened, Edgar witnessed a scene he would never forget. His men, who were stationed outside, were following a stranger. He suddenly realized that the gunshots hadn't lasted very long, and the men inside the villa remained motionless, allowing the intruder to approach them. Who are you? Edgar vaguely guessed that the other party's ability was to control people's minds. But he had never seen such a large-scale operation as controlling hundreds of people in an instant. There are many people with superpowers, including those with mental abilities, but none of them have demonstrated such powerful methods. Edgar would not allow such a person to be born. My name is Norland. Didn't you say you were going to transfer the water company to me for free? Norland's eyes flashed red. How could I? Edgar began with a very warm laugh. Yes. I'll have someone print the contract right now. Seeing Edgar's urgent contact with a lawyer, Norland sat on the sofa as if he were the true owner of the villa. This is the correct way to use telepathy. Of course, this only applies to the world of the boys. After all, this world isn't very complex. You can only move around casually if you exert too much force. You'll overdo it and it won't withstand any damage. What followed was perfectly logical. At Stan Edgar's repeated requests, Norland finally signed the contract and became a major shareholder of the Water Corporation. And through amicable means, he acquired all the shares from other people from then on. Water Company became Norland's personal fiefdom. The entire process proceeded without causing any disturbance. The outside world was completely unaware of this. As for those who realized something was wrong, they didn't have any objections. Because those who dare to speak out and have opinions will soon find themselves without opinions. Those who have opinions but dare not speak them out are naturally those who have no opinions. Very good, everyone is happy. When Norland stepped into Water Company with the contract, Medellin and the remaining members of the Super Seven, who were still able to move, automatically filled in the blanks in their minds. Norland's methods were completely beyond their comprehension. It was practically a dimensional reduction attack. Everyone was just playing house. But then you unleashed a combination of the 18 subduing dragon palms and the Tathagata palm. And suddenly it was like a god descending from heaven. They not only overturned the table, they also tore down the roof. They had no power to resist because everyone around them belonged to the other side. To varying degrees. Even their every move in secret could be seen by someone with ulterior motives and then secretly passed on. It sends chills down my spine just thinking about it. Moreover, every time they think of or see Norrin, their hormone levels drop abnormally. Their minds are filled with fear, and they dare not resist from the bottom of their hearts. From today onwards, Norland is the sole boss of the Water Corporation. Do you all understand, Edgar? The former boss who never smiled simply relayed a fact to the VOD executives in the conference room. Without any prior notice in his eyes, both the Seven and Vice President Medellin were just tools for making money. Even now that Norland has replaced him as the CEO of Water Corporation, he still thinks the same way. So what if you're from the same country? No matter how arrogant you are outside, you'll have to bow your head in front of me. And you won't dare to make a move, he's got his hands on you. But Norland had him figured out. In short, it's all about control. Never try to reason with someone who's cheating. If they were reasonable, they wouldn't be cheating. Norland just happens to be like that. I laid it all out on the spot, I'm cheating. What can you do about it? So what if you're not happy? Then fight in the conference roomed by Queen Maeve. Everyone applauded to welcome the new boss. Apart from Queen Maeve, everyone else was suspicious. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. And the same applies to both domestic and international affairs. Now that a new boss has taken office, how should they be dealt with? Will this threaten their interests? They were even threatened by the old boss and then turned against the new boss. If things really get heated, it's highly likely that they'll be the ones who get burned. The key point is that if it's the old boss who's dissatisfied, at most they'll just lose the substantial benefits of the heroic trial. However, with the new boss, they not only don't know his preferences, but they also can't beat him and get easily defeated. If you really have to start a fire, you might lose money, lose your status, and even your life. Even worse, they are directly brainwashed and controlled. Becoming mere zombies, the group exchanged glances. They had witnessed Edgar's fate firsthand, and their awe and fear of Norland only intensified. Deep Sea was the first to speak up. Boss, from now on I will absolutely cooperate with you in all your work. If you tell me to go west, I will never go east. If you tell me to kill a dog, I will never kill a chicken. The moment the Deep Sea opens its mouth, you know whether it has anything or not. Everyone turned around in astonishment, because what he said next was not in English. Although it was still a bit awkward to pronounce, it was at least easy to understand. So it was clear that he had put in a lot of effort. The Deep Sea puffed out its chest. You little punk. You think you can mess with me? Luckily, I'm smart. I prepared 3 contingency plans for different scenarios, and they came in handy today. I'm even impressed with myself. Norland also gave him a special look. He knew what kind of person Deep Sea was. In the Black Robe World TV series, he was just a minor character, a comedic relief. The kind of person anyone could step on. How to describe this kind of person? They are sensible and obedient, but they just lack ability. However, Norland didn't expect these people to be of much use. They were just there to maintain his rule when he returned to Marvel. People who know their place and are sensible are much easier to manage. Norland didn't say anything, just nodded to him. Shenhai was also extremely excited. This was the big boss's approval. At least he had no objections to him. So there was no need to worry about what would happen next. After completing the handover, Edgar left the meeting room. The atmosphere in the conference room became even more somber. The man from the motherland kept forcing a smile, trying his best to maintain a friendly demeanor. The locomotive and the invisible man dared not utter a sound, and even broke out in a cold sweat. Norland didn't say a word. Yet he put immense pressure on them. All right, I'm not here to rid the people of evil this time. I won't pursue your past troubles. But there's one thing from today onwards. Everyone must follow the rules I set. As long as you obey, everything else will remain the same. But if they don't obey, I don't mind replacing them with someone more obedient. Understand? Everyone nodded repeatedly and breathed a sigh of relief. If we investigate further aside from Queen Maeve, the matter of the Deep Sea is relatively minor. Everyone else should be executed. Looking at it this way, the new boss is actually quite nice. Not only does he not pursue the matter, but everything remains the same. And all that's required is to comply with the new rules. As long as they aren't brainwashed or eliminated, they'd be willing to reform and become charity ambassadors. One more thing starting today. Vought Corporation will be officially renamed Umbrella Corporation, with its main focus on pharmaceuticals and medical treatments. As for the business related to superpowered individuals, it will be separated into a separate department, Medel. You will continue to be in charge of tasks related to superpowered individuals. As for medical treatment, I have other arrangements. Yes, boss, Medellin immediately agreed, not daring to voice any objections at this point. Whatever Norin says goes. Their only responsibility is to listen and carry it out. By the way, boss, Xuans is too badly injured to rejoin the team, and the lamplighter has already retired. There are currently 2 vacant positions in the 7-person team. Do you have any suggestions? Norland raised an eyebrow. Have you identified any potential candidates? Yes. We originally designated her to fill the lamplighter's position. Medellin took out a document with a beautiful photo pasted in the upper right corner. Who else could it be but Starlight? Medellin explained. Based on poll results, we decided to add Starlight to the group. Her ability is to absorb electrical energy to unleash powerful attacks, while also possessing defense and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Her persona and her story of struggle have a lot to offer, and she's sure to gain a lot of fans. Great, she's the one. Norland nodded, making no attempt to hide his satisfaction. He certainly knew that Starlight's character was indeed very much in line with what the audience liked. After Alan the original work, Starlight's approval rating surpassed that of Homelander for a period of time, making him the leader of the 7. Norland didn't intend to interfere too much in the business arrangements of the Super 7, believing that professional matters should be left to professionals. As it turns out, Vought International is operating very successfully, acquiring enormous wealth by packaging superpowered individuals. A portion of this money will also be used to research and develop Compound V. The entire business process is very well organized. He just needs to keep it on the right track. There's one thing I need to make clear beforehand. You'd better behave yourself at the company and don't try to do anything stupid just because you have superpowers or seniority. Or I won't hesitate to make him do something like this. With a gentle tap, Norland instantly turned the several-meter-long conference table into a cloud of dust. The smiles of the people of the motherland are even brighter. The locomotive invisible man and the deep sea have clear eyes, as if they are the epitome of good students. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that their legs were trembling, and large beads of sweat were streaming down their faces. It even seemed to have an unpleasant urine smell. Deep Sea swallowed hard and was the first to assure everyone. Don't worry, boss, I'll be the most obedient. Norland gave him a deep look. It had better be that way. All right, the meeting is over. You can make the rest yourselves, by the way. Remember to ask logistics to replace the conference table. This thing isn't sturdy enough. After saying that, Norland got up and left the meeting room. The remaining people remained seated too afraid to move, staring at the scattered ashes on the ground, looking utterly bewildered. They couldn't help but wonder if Norland's finger had touched them instead. Would they have ended up the same way? I remember part of this is iron, isn't it? Medellin murmured. Everyone shuddered again, seeing how relaxed Norin Lukadev and Homelander, who had the strongest physical defense, couldn't help but wonder, was he using his full strength? Probably not. Leaving now, the man struggled to his feet, turned and went into the bathroom. Then the 3 from the train engine and the deep sea also went along. The 4 exchanged glances and gave each other awkward smiles. A person took some paper into the cubicle. What for? Don't ask, it's just for convenience. Superhumans have a problem with dying. After leaving the meeting rooms, Norland then quickly processed all the information and research data related to Compound 5. Based on Edgar's memory, Norland located several research sites scattered throughout the country. Using his telepathic abilities and the Phoenix Force, Norin backed up all the data and packed it into the Umbrella Corporation headquarters, formerly the Vought building. They also brought in several boxes of Compound V, including a temporary Compound VBY. Injecting this stuff, one can randomly gain a superpower based on their constitution. which lasts for 24 hours. However, the side effects are also obvious. Depending on individual constitution, each person can generally only use it 3-5 times before the body rapidly develops malignant tumors. The only solution is to inject a permanent compound, compound 5. However, the best time to inject is during infancy, when the survival rate is very high if an adult is injected. It may cause some side effects or even death. Moreover, the abilities are completely random. If you're lucky, you might gain Homelander's abilities. But if you're unlucky, how about Love Sausage? This thing is like opening a blind box, giving everyone the possibility of gaining superpowers. Whether they are strong or not depends entirely on luck. Today, the Black Robe world has not yet solved the problem of the randomness of Compound V's abilities. Therefore, Norland plans to increase investment in improving the drug, while simultaneously acquiring the Marvel Universe, gathering geniuses from the Marvel Universe, and solving the Compound 5 problem. Then we can mass-produce superpowered individuals. If you have the right skills, you can take it directly. For example, teleportation, it's just a pity. Although there are teleportation users in the Black Robe world, they are either not yet born or are like the protagonist. Huey, at this point the protagonist Huey, had not yet received the temporary compound No. 5 injection. Moreover, Huey's ability, well, although it's teleportation, he can't teleport while wearing clothes. Before each use, be prepared to be naked. Besides Huey, there was also Medellin's son Teddy Stivell, who hadn't even been born yet. So how could they be replicated? Perhaps the only way is to find Nightcrawler to copy his abilities. Anyway, Norland isn't familiar with him, so he wouldn't feel guilty even if he killed him. While backing up the data, Norland also used telepathy to alter the memories of all the researchers. Although altering their memories to this extent only makes them more loyal, there is still a possibility of them betraying them in the future. But it's still much better than just using money to tie them down. Multiple insurance policies are always more secure than a single insurance policy. At the same time, the water company building. A simply dressed girl, her eyes filled with hope and anticipation, walked through the door led by Ashley, Medellin's assistant. Starlight, this is the headquarters of Vought. Oh no, I should say Umbrella Corporation. After you meet the boss, you will officially become a member of the Super 7. Ashley greeted them warmly, looking at them as if they were a money tree. Umbrella Corporation, isn't that Vought International? Starlight was puzzled. That was before. From today onwards, the company is officially renamed Umbrella Corporation. And we've also appointed a new president from Daxia. But don't worry, everything in the company will remain the same. I'll introduce you to your future teammates later. Ashley quickly explained. Starlight nodded, not dwelling too much on the wealth of information contained in those words. She was still a newcomer and greatly admired the so-called Super 7. After going through various selection processes, she finally stood out and is about to become a member of the 7-person team that upholds justice, and then shoulder the important mission of saving the world and maintaining peace. I get especially excited every time I think about the bright future. Led by Ashley, Starlight saw her teammates. There's the incredibly powerful Homelander, the strong and capable Queen Maeve, and the world's fastest Manor train. When idols who only appear on television stand before you, and you will fight alongside them, Starlight feels an even greater burden. She was determined to perform well and become a champion of justice like Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve and the others also saw the Starlight, and they were all surprised to see their new teammates so pure and beautiful. Of the original Super 7, apart from Xuanxi, every single one of the other men was a lecherous lunatic. Before Norland arrived, they should have made good use of their identities to create a Starlight effect. This is called a new employee induction ceremony, but now, Homelander has temporarily become Superman. A-Train has become the Flash, and Deep Sea has become Aquaman. They are all behaving very seriously and dare not have any thoughts at all. But deep down, he was thinking about something else. They suddenly remembered Norland's praise of Starlight at that meeting. And something seemed to be deeper about it. What do you mean by pretty goods? Did you just listen to Medellín's brief introduction of the two sides? Glance at the photos and then say pretty good. Could it be because he was captivated by the Starlight? That's possible. Warning them is a way of asserting sovereignty, isn't it? The boss has taken a liking to this woman. So naturally he won't allow anyone else to mess around. Thinking of this, the group glanced at the Starlight again with strange looks, feeling that it was more and more likely. So the group greeted Xinguang with smiles. Their kind and friendly manner made Xinguang feel that they truly deserved to be called messengers of justice, treating even newcomers with such enthusiasm. But then she realized something was wrong. After greeting her, the group discussed something on the side. She could see Queen Maeve's brows furrow slightly, as if she did not agree with what the others were saying. He soon relaxed again, looking thoughtful. Starlight also saw Queen Maeve looking over. She wondered if it was just her imagination. But the other person seemed to be sizing her up. She suddenly had a bad feeling, really. When Queen Maeve arrived, she said something that struck her like a bolt from the blue. The Starlight disappeared without a trace. She felt like the sky had fallen. Norland was unaware of this matter. After spending several days gathering all the necessary items, I returned to the Umbrella Corporation building. First, all the supplies were sent to the Marvel Universe. Before leaving, Norland gathered the 7 members once again. But before he could get to the meeting room, someone knocked on the door and came in. The person who arrived was Starlight. Her face was full of conflict as she walked over to Norland. "Starlight, what do you want with me?" Norland frowned. Could it be that those guys ignored his words? I want to improve. Starlight mustered her courage and shouted, "Huh." Norland was even more confused. He had a feeling of déjà vu before he traveled back in time. Seeing that Norland didn't move, Starlight gritted her teeth, glanced back at the door that had been locked after she came in, then grasped the zipper and slowly pulled it down. Good heavens, she's not wearing anything. "I've had a dream since I was little, to join the 7 and become a hero who protects the world and helps more people in need." Starlight took off her clothes as she walked forward. The words Queen Maeve had said to her came to mind again. To join the Super 7, you must gain the approval of the new boss. You must do everything in your power to persuade the boss and satisfy him before you can realize your dream and become one of us. Queen Maeve also told her that this was the only way to protect her. The world was not as bright as she thought. And if she didn't find a talisman, she would become a target over time. Starlight never expected that Queen Maeve, whom she admired most, would say such a thing. She also looked at the other members, her eyes seeming to say, "You know how to choose." Starlight didn't know how she got back. She thought about it for a long time and finally figured it out. It was mainly Queen Maeve who later told her about the dark side of superheroes. That overturned her worldview and also frightened her. As for the main reason why she finally came, it was another remark that Queen Maeve made casually. "If you want to change this filthy world, there's only one way: become his woman in this way. You will have the most powerful man in the world behind you, and you will become the highest-ranking woman with the right to disregard all laws. By then, you will be able to become the Umbrella Corporation, and even the world's lawmaker, of course. The premise is that you can make him feel satisfied enough and win his favor. He is Norland. Norland is the most powerful superhuman in the world. His power is unfathomable. Even Homelander is just a harmless baby in front of him." So she came, willing to give everything for her dream and to join the 7. At this moment, the Starlight was like the heroine in 1001 Nights, offering herself to the tiger, using love and light to influence the heinous king. Norland remained silent, having guessed what was going on. ClariS was Homelander's idea. He looked down on this behavior, but she smelled so good. Norland isn't a saint. He wouldn't pass up a lamb that's offered to him, especially one that's practically handpicked. Come to think of it, He's been busy ever since he came into this world. Now is the perfect time to enjoy the specialties of the black robe world. At the same time, he also needs to conduct an experiment. Can a person who gains superpowers by injecting Compound 5 also have their abilities replicated and improved? With a rigorous scientific attitude, the great scientists worked tirelessly day and night and finally completed the scientific demonstration. The answer is yes, Starlight's power is not strong. It mainly absorbs electrical energy, gathers it within its body, and then releases it in the form of light. It's easy to deal with ordinary people in the city, but it's useless against a superhuman with even a little bit of defense. Ultimately, you still need to engage in close combat to defeat your opponent. This is far inferior to Electro, who can also elementalize. They are not even on the same level for Norins. The improvement would be of little significance. Practically negligible, however. His ability can infinitely enhance the superpowers of people with the opposite S*X. With hard work, even if we can't completely dominate Starlight in the short term, we should at least surpass the rest of the nation, moreover. Since the power of Starlight is not strong at the moment, every improvement of XX is visible to the naked eye. Unfortunately, her main ability is to absorb electricity. If she could absorb sunlight, she could transform into an infinitely powerful little motor during the day, providing wave after wave of pleasure. Although Norland can absorb sunlight and use this ability to convert the energy in his body into light energy shockwaves, it's not very useful. Isn't thermal imaging better than this? Let's wait until the Starlight capabilities are improved and enhanced to see if there are any features that will catch our eye. Putting aside the practicality of its abilities, Norland's overall evaluation of Starlight is still quite good. As a power-enhancing ability user, her combat strength still slightly surpasses that of the great scientist, making her much more powerful than Ophelia and Phantom Cat. And they're very obedient. This was only our first meeting. Yet we've already achieved 3 connections. Despite Starlight's great sacrifice, Norland was generous with his reward. He summoned everyone to the conference room and, in front of everyone, promoted Xinguang to vice captain of the Super 7. What humane Homelanders? He should just go back to being a regular superhuman. Men should be aware that they need to gain more experience at the grassroots level. The benefits are immense, moreover. If no one in the motherland has any objections, how dare anyone else utter a single word of dissent? The people of the motherland smiled very kindly. Norland shook his head inwardly. I still prefer the way you were back then, so unruly. Everyone warmly welcomed the order for Xinguang to become the vice captain as soon as he joined the team, clapping loudly, as if afraid that the boss would think they were not supporting the work enough. Afterwards, Norland explained his plan to leave this world and travel to other worlds. These words shocked everyone present. What? The boss is from another universe. The kind of universe they're imagining, this is truly a case of dimensional reduction, boss. Are you a god? Deep Sea asked obsequiously. You can think of it that way for now, but don't have too much of a mental burden. God is just a slightly more powerful being, only a little bit stronger than you. Norland seemed to be comforting them, but he was actually giving them a warning. Asgard is a god, right? He can defeat more than 99% of the Asgardians. So calling him a god isn't an exaggeration. Even if Thor himself came, he wouldn't be afraid. Besides, aren't gods on Earth gods? Isn't the power of the Phoenix a god? Norland said those words without batting an eye. The others looked as if they had just realized something, and their expressions became even more respectful. Their boss is a god who can travel between worlds. They could brag about it for a lifetime. No wonder Norland displayed such extraordinary strength. And they searched through all the information but couldn't find any trace of Norland's existence. So he is a god from another universe, I see. Homelander felt a little better. Losing to a human or other superpowered being might be frustrating. But losing to a god is perfectly normal, right? He didn't lose face. Does that mean the boss also knows God? Deep Sea asked, his mouth agape, his excitement palpable. If I remember correctly, he should be in the city of omnipotence right noyating. Drinking and having fun. Cough cough, okay, that's all I'll say. I'll come back to check on things every now and then. If anyone has any improper thoughts while I'm away. You know what will happen, worry boss. We are absolutely loyal to you and would never have any ulterior motives. The locomotive took the lead over the deep-sea guarantee channel. Its eyes glancing over defiantly. Kid, I'm the fastest man. If I get serious, you'll be eating my dust, not to be outdone. Deep Sea patted his chest and assured boss. I will keep a close eye on things for you. If anyone dares to betray us, I will tell you immediately. As he spoke, he glanced at the locomotive as if to say, don't look at a time talking about Yao, you piece of trash. Both Homelander and the Invisible Man assured that they understood that if they wanted to continue living comfortably, they had to follow Norland's lead. It's a pity they aren't beautiful women. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to worry so much. Instead, they worry about being replaced by other women. For the sake of their own position and for advancement. These inherently rotten people naturally wouldn't care about any burdens. Moreover, the object of their sycophancy is a god. Not a human being. Can sycophancy towards a god be called sycophancy? Norland vanished from the spot in front of everyone. The others exchanged glances, the air thick with tension. Deep Sea in particular is highly regarded by the other three. This guy has ulterior motives. Queen Maeve stated that as the first person to surrender. She still enjoys certain privileges. And her only concern is the instability of her position. Seeing how Starlight had become mature and alluring after being nourished, Queen Maeve felt that perhaps she should also strive for improvement. It was almost a day before they returned to Xavier's School of Architecture. However, Norland stayed in the black robe world for a full week. The effects of this time difference are probably difficult for most people to adapt to. However, Norland was no ordinary person. He was considering a rather heavy question: do Kryptonians die of old age? If he frequently travels between different universes, it means that he ages nearly 10 times faster than others. What is 10 years for an outsider is 100 years for him. If it were just an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't live past 10 years before kicking the bucket. He remembered seeing a statistic before he traveled through time. Kryptonians have a lifespan of several hundred years. Assuming they are not exposed to the yellow sun, however, some settings suggest that Superman also ages under the yellow sun, meaning he could also die of old age naturally. Unless one absorbs enough energy to break through the biological essence and become a higher-level superhuman form. Norland couldn't say for sure how strong the Flash Bengal would be in different versions of Superman, because there are so many versions of Superman, and his strength varies greatly. The upper limit is very high, lower limit is very low. Being abused is common, and dying of old age is not impossible. Despite the potential for continued growth, Norland felt that putting a life expectancy extension plan on the agenda was also a precautionary measure. Such a handsome appearance shouldn't be wasted. It won't be convenient to be subservient when you get old. Cough cough. Before Norland could think further, a voice filled with surprise came from outside the door. Norland, you're finally back. As soon as the door opened, who else could it be but Chin? I've heard the professor talk about the Phoenix in my mind. Thank you for saving me yesterday, Norland shook his head. No need to thank me. Your problem yesterday was somewhat related to me. If I hadn't copied your powers, the Phoenix Force wouldn't have triggered its stress response. No, you let me know about my problem in advance. The earlier the problem is discovered, the sooner a solution can be found, right? Chin smiled playfully, but Norland could still see a hint of worry in her eyes. It's unpleasant for anyone to know they're a ticking time bomb. Norland comforted her. It's all right, I'm here for you. Don't forget my abilities, even if something happens to you. I can help you suppress her, don't worry. Jean nodded, not doubting the truth of the words. But when she thought of another thing Charles had told her before, she couldn't help but glance at Norland again. Before they were discovered, Chin quickly said, all right. The professor wants to discuss something with you. Let's go quickly. Chin took Norland's hand and jogged to the conference room. Norland always felt that Chin was acting strangely, as if she was hiding something from him. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. Upon arriving at the conference room, everyone, including Wolverine, wore serious expressions. When Norland arrived, everyone's expressions changed in different ways. Charles said with a smile, "Our savior has arrived." "What happened, Magneto?" Norland asked with certainty. Charles nodded and sighed. "This is Raven. Codename Mystique. After you captured her yesterday and interrogated her, we learned that Magneto is doing another stupid thing that threatens the mutant world. He created a gene radiation machine that can activate the X gene hidden in the human body, turning the recessive gene into the dominant gene, believing that it can turn normal people into mutants. The United Nations Summit will be held soon, and heads of state from all over the world will gather in New York. This will be the largest gathering of world leaders in history, with leaders from more than 200 countries and regions discussing a wide range of topics. From the global economic situation and arms treaties to the impact of the mutant issue on the world. Magneto plans to use the gene radiation machine at the United Nations Summit to turn all the high-ranking officials of various countries into mutants, thereby reversing the situation and allowing mutants to take center stage on the world stage. Activating the gene radiation machine requires Magneto's mutant abilities, and large-scale use would deplete life force. Therefore, Magneto wants to capture Rogue and make her sacrifice her life for the future of mutants. Norland nodded, not surprised at all. "Professor, if Magneto really created such a machine and turned all the high-ranking officials into mutants, it shouldn't be a bad thing for mutants, right?" Scott strained to look away from Norland and Jean's intertwined hands and asked, "If all the high-ranking officials became mutants, it might indeed change our environment. But based on the future Norland described, it's clear that this plan has not succeeded. Moreover, what I'm worried about is whether there's really no problem with the idea of artificially stimulating the X gene to create mutants. Genetics is an extremely profound field, and the more you study it, the more elusive it becomes. If something goes wrong and causes serious consequences, it will be a fatal blow to mutants." Charles looked at Norland, clearly seeking his opinion. In his mind, he had to stop Magneto. He doesn't dare gamble with the future of mutants. But he began to question himself, and he thought twice before making any decision, fearing that he might lead the mutants to a terrible end. They don't have many chances left. I have a vague recollection of this matter. Norland seemed to be reminiscing, but his hands showed no sign of loosening their grip on the violin. This enraged Scott. "You little brat, let go of me. Those are hands I've never even touched. I remember now. I saw a record in a parallel universe that Magneto's gene radiation machine did not work perfectly. Mutants induced by its radiation would have their genes overstimulated and collapse. If used at a UN summit, that would create an interface of endless conflict between ordinary people and mutants." Charles could not imagine the consequences of Magneto's actions, causing the deaths of almost all the high-ranking officials in various countries. A fierce battle to the death is inevitable between the two sides. "We have to stop him. Raven, you don't want to see mutants go extinct, do you?" Charles tried to win Mystique over, even though he had learned the location of Magneto's lair from her mind. He still hoped she could reform, therefore. He told Mystique about two possible future scenarios for mutants. Mystique has been in agony ever since she learned that one of the Sentinel robot's main genes is based on hers. Mystique looked at the incredibly handsome Norland, then at Charles and asked, "You really didn't lie to me about the future of mutants?" "Absolutely not," Norland can testify. Charles's expression turned serious. "Raven, I know you disagree with my ideas, but things are different now. We must unite all mutants to secure a place in future crises. Otherwise, history will repeat itself." Ultimately, Mystique agreed to join the Xavier's camp. It was definitely not a decision made, because Norland was handsome enough to make people like him. Although she still had doubts, the news was too shocking. So she called Magneto over to confirm its authenticity together. Otherwise, they will become the sinners of mutants. Having received a satisfactory answer, Charles immediately began preparations for the attack. The gene radiation machine must be destroyed before Magneto takes action. This operation will be led by Norland with Scott, Aurora, Jean. Wolverine and Raven joining the team. Charles paused. Then continued and bring John, Peter, and Bobby along too. Scott was dumbfounded. Norland's leading the team. He's only been on one mission, it's settled then. Charles said, leaving no room for argument. Mystique and Aurora glanced in surprise at the unperturbed Norland. How could they not see that Charles was preparing to groom Norland as his successor? And that he would most likely become the leader of the Institute and even the mutants. John and his men haven't had any real combat experience yet. Isn't this operation too dangerous for them? Aurora asked hesitantly with their abilities. The best way to improve is through real combat in the future. They will soon face many crises on their own. And there will not be much time for slow training. Charles has already seen Norland's preliminary proposal. Although the members of the group of 7 have not yet been determined, John and his friends are indeed the most suitable candidates among the younger generation. If they are not suitable either, then the only option is to have a regular member of the X-Men take their place. Unfortunately, why is Norland unwilling? He's a living advertisement once the plan was decided. The others immediately went down to pack their equipment. Norland then handed Charles the marketing plan that the Vought Corporation used to promote superhumans. This is a complete plan that I got from the Black Robe world. We can learn from their operating methods to create our Super 7. Thank you for your help, Charles was overjoyed, looking at the thick stack of documents in his hands, as if he saw hope for the mutants. But then, as if remembering something, he sighed heavily. About the zither, I made a mistake. If I could do it all over again, I would never set up a cage to imprison a wild beast. Norland, if I give you the liars, can you help me redeem myself and prevent it from being controlled by the Phoenix's desires? Charles thought for a long time, trying to find a way to save the situation. But in the end, he suddenly realized that in the whole world, only Norland could possibly restrain Gint's dark desires. Only the Phoenix can fight against the Phoenix. Norland is the only choice. Norland paused upon hearing this, turned to look at Chin, and suddenly understood the other party's unusual behavior just now. It turns out that Charles made this decision. And Chin did not refuse. Well, like I said before, they've come to us on their own initiative. There's no reason to refuse, Norland assured her directly. Don't worry about leaving it to me. Chin will absolutely be fine. Charles nodded, a fatherly smile on his face at that moment. He felt a sacred sense of entrusting his daughter to Norland. Although he is not Chin's biological father, he has raised her since she was 12 years old and to this day. He is practically like a father to her. I trust you with my business. Charles's words had a double meaning, implying both entrusting the piano to someone and entrusting the X Academy to someone else. Leading the team this time is also to allow Norland to demonstrate his abilities as soon as possible and gain the trust of others, especially for John and his new generation of mutants. We must convince them with both strength and wisdom. Charles shared some advice based on his experience, clearly wanting to promote Norland. As for Scott and Aurora, their abilities were a major weakness, and Scott's recent performance had been quite inappropriate. The future of mutants still depends on the unfathomable Norland. Late at night, the Blackbird fighter jet flew rapidly toward the Atlantic Ocean in the darkness. Thanks to Hank's modifications, the Blackbird was able to accommodate 10 people on board. Storm and Cyclops are responsible for piloting the fighter jets. Wolverine, Pyro, Iceman, and Colossus are sitting on the left side at the back. Norland, Jean, Shadowcat, and Raven sat on the right side at the back. Wolverine and the others originally intended to sit next to Jean Grey and Shadowcat. But as soon as Norland sat down, the women immediately took over the seats on either side of him. Left with no other choice, the 4 men could only squeeze together. occasionally exchanging helpless glances. Fireman and Iceman were participating in the operation for the first time, and they should have been very excited. But seeing this situation, all their excitement was dampened by their frustration. Only Kitty the Phantom Cat's laughter echoed in the cabin. Before the operation, Norland specifically requested that Phantom Cat be included. Charles initially disagreed, but after hearing about the Phantom Cat's second mutation, he immediately agreed. Mutants capable of undergoing secondary mutations are generally quite strong. The White Queen is one and the Beast is another. The former even caused Charles some trouble back then. Beast is also a founding member of the X-Men and possesses considerable strength. By the way, there's something I might need to be aware of. When I came to see Little Rascal, Eric targeted Senator Kelly for testing. If I'm not mistaken, they may have already taken Senator Kelly away and used a Jinn radiation machine to turn him into a mutant. Mystique suddenly remembered Eric's original plan and added to Norland's. Sothai's operation, besides preventing Magneto from using the Jinn radiation machine, also aims to save Senator Kelly. What about our previous plans? Jean frowned slightly, looking somewhat worried. It's all right, the operation plan remains unchanged. We'll save those we can and we won't if we can't. Norland waved his hand, saying that if he was unlucky, there was nothing he could do. He was a staunch anti-mutant, and he had been seen on TV quite a bit lately, just recently. Jean Grey and Kelly even had a heated debate on the issue of mutants at a debate. I don't think that's appropriate. The offensive against mutants is getting bigger and bigger. If Senator Kelly dies at Magneto's hands, it will probably be even more disadvantageous for us. Scott disagreed, putting aside whether it's too late. Does rescuing him really improve the situation for mutants? Don't forget the people who captured him are mutants. Norland gave him a cold glance. He wasn't stupid. There was a high probability that even after being rescued, Norland would continue to attack mutants. They simply believe that if all mutants are controlled, then they won't be caught even if we save him now. It can only be considered making amends for our past mistakes. They will continue as before, or even intensify their efforts to push forward the Mutant Registration Bill. One point to clarify is that the Mutant Ancestry Registration Act was the precursor to the later Superhero Registration Act. In the Marvel Comics universe, the mutant race has had a very difficult history, experiencing multiple extermination events, including Days of Future Past and M-Day. Over the course of 20 years, the number of mutants has dwindled from tens of millions to less than 200. They were then forced to register under the Mutant Registration Act and were all forcibly concentrated at Xavier's College. Much like Nazi concentration camps during World War II, they have been subjected to various forms of unfair treatment. In this universe, if mutants don't take some countermeasures, their fate will inevitably be dire. Norland naturally wouldn't allow that day to come. As a member of the mutant camps, preserving mutant power as much as possible was also a way to protect himself. Norland also plans to recruit the various superheroes who will appear later. This is also part of the plan. We will absolutely not give those people the chance to defeat us one by one. He also wants to enhance his woman's strength, since he is destined to travel between different universes to improve his power. A lonely little island in the Atlantic Ocean, this place, which should have been deserted, suddenly became a secret base at some point. This is one of the branch bases established by Magneto's forces. Magneto himself also participated in the construction. From the foundation to the completion of the project, no outsiders were involved, which is why it has remained hidden to this day without being discovered. Have you still not been able to contact Raven? Inside the castle, Magneto frowned, his tone revealing his displeasure. The Toadman shook his head. Could it be that Professor X and his group have already discovered and captured them? That's impossible. Raven has never failed in her operations. With her abilities, even if she fails, she won't be caught. Magneto had great faith in Raven's abilities. She was also one of his trusted lieutenants. helping him infiltrate many difficult-to-access places. They can come and go freely from those famous prisons and even the White House, let alone a mere Xavier College, which is practically beginner level. Upon hearing this, Toadman pouted and lowered his head. He had always wanted to compete for the position of #1 in the Brotherhood. But Raven had firmly kept him at the bottom in terms of trust. It is far less than Raven's position in Magneto's heart. Never mind. Let's get our future brother back to his senses first. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Eric's patience had run out, so he gestured for the Toad to wake up Senator Kelly, who was standing in the center of the stage. This guy has been very active on the mutant issue lately, which is really annoying. Who are you people? After being woken up, Kelly realized she had been kidnapped and felt a sense of panic. Let me introduce myself. I am Magneto. You guessed it, I am one of the mutants you hate the most. This is Toadman, who has a very evil tongue. And this is Sabertooth. Why are you demons capturing me? Are you going to kill me? Come on, even if you kill me today, it will only prove that I am right. And more people will rebel against you. Although Senator Kelly was terrified, he still mustered the courage to rebuke her. Magneto smiled and walked towards the gene radiation machine. There's one thing I need to correct you on. We are not demons, but God's favoritist, the masters of the future world. But that makes sense, since humans are always afraid of things they can't understand. Even God, but from today onwards, you don't need to worry about us anymore. What do you want to do to me? Congressman Kelly had a bad feeling, you understand. God is old, it's normal for him to take a nap now and then. And I decided to speed up this process. Magneto boarded the gene radiation machine, intending to initiate gene modification. However, at that moment, the unique roar of fighter jets could be heard outside the base. Intruder! The Toadman and the Sabertooth Tiger immediately walked outside. Magneto also stood up, boom, with a loud bang. The base gate was blown away by the people outside. A 10-man team led by Norland approached Magneto. Has my old buddy arrived? Magneto stood up and spoke calmly, glancing around but not seeing his old friend. Upon seeing this, the corners of his mouth curled up. What is Charles thinking? Does he really think that sending a bunch of immature students will stop my plans? But no one answered him. Go ahead, I'm leaving those two to you. Norland waved his hand on the fireman Icemen, and their righteous gang up on the dumbfounded Toadman and Sabertooth Tiger. Wait, if you're so tough, go for a 1v1. What kind of heroes come at this in a group? The Toadman hurriedly spoke. The fireman was eager to try, and he wanted to show off his abilities. But Katie laughed and said, you want a one-on-one fight? Sure, either we all take on you or you take on us all, choose. The Toadman was stunned. This was the same thing. Little girl, how dare you play me? The Toadman immediately attacked with his long tongue, but missed. The Phantom Cat had already transformed into a molecular mimicry and burrowed into the ground. The Toadman was met with a blazing fire and biting ice. How about trying the ice and fire combo as for Sabertooth? It went straight into battle against Storm and Colossus, to hone the combat skills of Colossus and others. Storm was mainly the last to provide support, while Colossus was the main force, engaging in close quarters combat with Sabertooth. This is Norland's plan. To put it bluntly, it's because there's no plan. There is no such thing as a sneak attack. If they already have absolute strength, why bother with a sneak attack? Just do it. But plans can't keep up with changes. Just as Norland was about to play around with Magneto, Wolverine and Scott stepped forward, exchanged a glance, and then rushed towards Magneto. This is a battle that will cost men their dignity. They wanted to defeat the enemy in front of Chin and let her know who the real man was. Norland, aren't they trying to prove themselves? Let them perform first. The main characters always come out last. Norland shook his head, signaling Jean not to make a move. In terms of actual combat strength, Jean was very strong. But unfortunately, due to the power of the Phoenix, Jean's combat strength was actually -10. So it's best to leave the sealed zither as a mascot. The entire base's battlefield was divided into 3 parts. Norland brought Chin to the center of the stage and casually removed the iron handcuffs from Senator Kelly's cell. "Ms. Gray, thank you so much for coming to our rescue." And this is although Senator Kelly was tough on mutants. He was currently outnumbered and needed to rely on Norland's side. So his tone wasn't particularly forceful. "This is Norland, our captain." Jean replied gently, then looked in Magneto's direction. They had never fought Magneto before. Only heard about his power from Charles. Magneto was a contemporary of Charles, and the two joined forces to defeat the most powerful mutant at the time, Black King Shaw. According to Charles, Magneto may be the most powerful mutant currently in existence. That's why this operation was so large-scale. Without an absolute numerical advantage, there's no way to defeat Magneto. These are Charles's exact words. But that was before times have changed. "Magneto," Charles said, "you're the most powerful mutant. You don't look like much, just an old man." Logan and Scott approached Magneto and began to work together while exchanging words with him. As a melee mutant, Logan was naturally responsible for drawing Magneto's attention. Scott was responsible for remote output. If the plan goes smoothly, even Magneto, no matter how strong, will have to accept his fate. Scott was very confident in his laser eyes at full power. They could cut through anything. "No mutant can stop his attacks," Charles sent you guys. "Looks like he's really old, too old to fight me face to face." Magneto maintained his calm smile, but a meaningful glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wolverine's gleaming adamantium claws. "Perhaps we don't need to send out all our forces to deal with you. We're enough on our own." Logan gave Scott a look, then stepped forward, continuing to draw attention. Magneto, seemingly oblivious, continued leisurely. "Really, I have a feeling, do it." Logan suddenly roared and lunged forward like a giant bear. The killing intent he had developed from countless battles on the battlefield rushed over him. At this moment, he transformed into the most ruthless and ferocious beast. His 2 metallic claws aimed directly at Magneto's neck. "You idiot! How dare you lay your claws on me when you know I'm Magneto?" Magneto had anticipated their actions. With a wave of his hand, Logan felt his bones tense and dislocate, causing intense pain. His body was propelled into the air by his metal skeleton, flying uncontrollably to Magneto's side and perfectly catching Scott's Cyclops. A perfect score target hit perfectly. The laser eye, operating at full powers, struck Logan's chest instantly at temperatures exceeding 10.0 degrees Celsius thanks to the power of adamantium. The 2 laser beams stopped after hitting the ribs in the chest, but it still made Logan cry out in pain. But he quickly gritted his teeth and endured it, showing some of the style of the former Guan Yu. Upon seeing this, Scott immediately stopped firing and wanted to check on Wolverine's condition. But he had only taken 1 step when the 2 metal figures on either side broke through the wall under Magneto's control. They were as flexible as rubber and transformed into iron needles in midair to attack. Scott quickly dodged to the side, only to see the iron needles transform into leg chains, binding his legs and hands to the ground. Despite his best efforts, he could not break free. Logan received a similar treatment. It's unclear whether it was Magneto's twisted sense of humor, but he and Scott were stacked together, with Scott on the bottom and Logan on top, gazing deeply at each other face to face, while the metal sheet kept taking away Logan's mobility. As for Logan, his hands were forcibly crossed over his abdomen, ready to pierce Scott's chest whenever he extended his claws. The same goes for Scott if he dares to use his laser eyes. He can instantly pierce Logan's skull, even if its 2 claws are incredibly sharp. How can it exert any force when it can't move? Their breath slapped heavily against each other's faces. "I'm telling you, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth?" Scott asked with a look of disgust. "Now it's your turn." Magneto looked at Norland and Jean with an air of absolute certainty. Even though his Toadmen subordinates were tormented to the point of near death by the combination of ice and fire, and then were ambushed by Katie, who appeared from time to time. even though Sabertooth was at a disadvantage in the fight against Colossus. Although he had the advantage in skill, he was completely overwhelmed by strength and his body was beaten to a bloody pulp. But Magneto remained completely unconcerned. This is the confidence that comes with strength. You must be the one who almost turned the saber-toothed tiger into mincemeat. What's your name, Norland? Norland smiled slightly. Norland sounds like you're from Daxia. You must have faced a lot of discrimination in this country. Right, I can understand your situation very well. People with yellow skin have a hard time living in this country. But it doesn't matter as long as you follow me and serve me. After the UN summit, the whole world will become a world of mutants in that era. No one will insult you because of the color of your skin. Because we are all a new race, mutants. Magneto highly values Norland's abilities. Whether it's flightlessness or exaggerated super strength, they are all very practical abilities. Once a great mutant nation is established, it will be necessary to have elite mutants like Norland to keep those disobedient individuals in check. Differentiated treatment, you're absolutely right. Norland pondered for a moment and nodded. Can't they stop treating him differently? Ophelia embezzled public funds to buy him a car and a house. Phantom Cat acted like a simp. And all the girls in the school lined up to be his favorite. All those boys hated him to death, wishing they could replace him, and even secretly banded together to isolate him. This is just too much discrimination. Magneto felt he had Norland's heart in his grasp. His eyes were his rulerand just as in the past. He could strike at the sore spots of other young mutants with just a few words. At this age, it's too easy to guess, add to that the skin tone. And you can say anything that's pretty accurate. In that case, join me, I will be the king of the future world. And you will be the great general of the mutant king. Magneto spread his arms as if welcoming the future. No. I would never listen to someone weaker than me. Norland smiled knowingly. Magneto froze, his face instantly darkening. But he quickly returned to normal. Perhaps you are not yet aware of my strength. But that's all right. Because the facts will prove everything, I am Magneto. He made no move whatsoever. The entire underground base was teetering on the brink of collapse under the influence of an unknown force. 13,601,211. Feilu, 194,100,330 then. Piece by piece of sheet metal detached from the wall, changing in countless ways like flowing water under Magneto's control. This is one of Magneto's bases. It was built with the current situation in mind. And it's filled with metal, so he can unleash his full power here. You wait here, I'll go and take Magneto down. Norland gave Chin a word of advice. But the latter suddenly grabbed Norland's arm and pulled hard. And the two looked at each other. Without hesitation, I stood on tiptoe and took a bite. After confirming the exchange was complete, Chin said with heavy breathing, "Is this all right? Be careful." Senator Kelly rolled his eyes. At a time like this, they were still talking about love. As for Scott and Logan, who were bound together and gazing deeply into each other's eyes, both of them had tears in their eyes, F***K. The two of them were staring at each other. But Norland got the better deal and, without realizing it, the two looked at each other again, their lips almost touching. Suddenly, they felt their stomachs churning and they wanted to vomit. Damn it, don't you dare throw up on me. Otherwise, I'll glare at you until you die. Go ahead and try. Let's see if your laser eyes are faster than my claws. Didn't you study physics and biology well? No matter how fast your claws are, they can't outrun my blink or the speed of light. Swallow them back. The argument between the two went unnoticed by others. Magneto calmly watched the two kiss, he thought. Young people like to play around like this when facing life-or-death situations. He could understand it. However, Magneto was clearly too confident and arrogant. While he was still laughing with his buffs fully activated, Norland transformed into a cannonball, arriving in front of Magneto in an instant at a speed that most people couldn't even catch. Magneto was startled. Although he had guessed that Norland possessed great strength, He never imagined that Norland's speed would be so fast that it would create a sonic boom. But he was no novice in combat. Years of training and fighting allowed him to instinctively use his abilities to summon sharp blades to stab the enemy. At the same time, a steel block several tens of centimeters thick blocked his way, and Magneto was hidden from all but his head, however. Ding dings dings ding. Magneto was horrified to discover that, at the relative speed, the sharpest point of the steel blade he had created struck Norland at supersonic speed, and the tip was squeezed and deformed by the indestructible body, even becoming a pancake shape. The scene of thousands of arrows being fired simultaneously was like a storm pounding the earth. Although it was magnificent, it could not cause any damage to the steel jungle. The whole process took less than a second, and it was thanks to Magneto's control over magnetism that he was able to understand the true situation. Before he could react, Norland slammed into the giant steel shield with a loud bang. The collision of fist and shield created a thunderous roar, and a violent and terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, causing Magneto's hair to flutter. Magneto dared not be distracted, but gritted his teeth and used all his power to resist the relentless heavy punches. Norland, moving at supersonic speed, threw more than 100 punches in a single second. Each punch could easily blast a giant elephant into dust. Its power is in no way inferior to that of a high-yield missile. Magneto defended himself while simultaneously manipulating more steel to block his path. Even with a 3-meter-thick steel shield between them, Magneto still couldn't feel safe. He witnessed firsthand how the original steel shield was pierced by flesh and blood. He witnessed firsthand how the steel was subsequently deformed and bulged out by heavy blows. Norland is not humans. This kind of power is simply beyond the capabilities of humans. Even the most indestructible steel is no match for him. Not even a wooden boardlet alone, a piece of cardboard. He even suspected that Norland might be able to tear steel apart with his bare hands. Although the amount of steel controlled this time was far less than the weight of the Golden Gate Bridge later lifted. However, its level of difficulty is no less. With each attack, Magneto felt a terrifying force pounding against his heart, leaving him mentally exhausted and filled with fear. He tried to build an iron cage to restrain his opponent, but Norland broke the thick steel bars with just 2 punches. F***ku Charles, where did they find this monster? Aren't they afraid of it being usurped? This thing shouldn't even exist in this world. An impenetrable defense. Superhuman strength capable of launching bricks. Incredible speed invisible to the naked eye. And unbelievable super reflexes. One is not scary. But if all of them are concentrated on one person, it will create an ultimate monster. Magneto had seen the Hulk and even studied him. Both were strength-based fighters, but the Hulk could only rival Norland in strength and defense. In speed and reaction time, he was far superior. They were not on the same level. Magneto is not afraid of the Hulk, but he is powerless against Norland. He still has many tricks up his sleeve, but right now, he can't even fight back. He can only passively take a beating. His consciousness was that of a mortal, unable to keep up with Norland's attack speed, and he relied entirely on years of training to turn his abilities into instincts to deal with the attacks. And this was all because Norland released the sea. Magneto was certain that if he had used any other means, his defenses would have crumbled instantly, and the steel-destroying fist landing on him would have been enough to kill him in the blink of an eye. It's just a pile of mud. Seeing this scene, Magneto chose to make a strategic retreat. Under his control, the earth cracked, and steel pillars hidden underground rose and bent, attempting to block Norland's view and briefly create an opportunity for him to escape. Just as Magneto was about to turn and fly away, a scene that made his eyes widen in horror occurred. Norland seemed to have anticipated his actions, transforming his entire body into steel and appearing before Magneto like a ghost, passing through layers of defense. His eyes were bloodshot, his gaze sharp and ready to strike. Game over. Magneto decisively raised his hands in surrender. You win, Norland walked over and took off his helmet, which could block mental energy at this point. The once invincible Magneto had completely lost any possibility of resistance. Out of goodwill, Norland gently reminded him, "Don't try to resist. And don't forget, I can also use telepathy." Magneto was startled and almost cursed inwardly. He even suspected that Norland might actually be a mutant. Which mutant family has so many abilities and are so powerful? Then came another wave of humiliation. As the most powerful mutant in the world and the future leader of the mutant nation, he was defeated in a battle against a new generation of mutants. And the opponent did not even use his full strength. This younger generation is just too outrageous. With Magneto's defeat and surrender, Norland first released Logan and Scott, who exchanged a snort and then refused to look at each other again. 013601211 Chinese letter 194,100,330. The Toad Man had already been defeated in the ice and fire double soaring combo. Lying motionless on the ground like a dead toad, Sabertooth was held tightly by Colossus, unable to move its arms and legs. After Norland delivered a final blow, Sabertooth immediately lost consciousness. The best way to deal with someone with strong self-healing abilities is to knock them unconscious. Your trick only works on saber-toothed tigers if the enemy possesses a sharp weapon capable of cutting through steel. Your life will be in danger, Norland reminded him. Colossus nodded repeatedly. Although they were all the same age, and even had some minor conflicts, after seeing Norland's performance in battle, Norland, including Pyro, was incredibly impressed, reverence. It's worth noting that Magneto, who was easily defeated even when Logan and Scott teamed up, was violently subdued by Norland. The visual impact of that primitive warfare is enough to make people feel desperate and powerless to resist. Among peers, you might be jealous if the other person is slightly better than you, or even resentful if they are much better. But if they are far better than you, with no chance of ever reaching your level, then you can only feel awe. John the Fireman and Peter the Colossus are examples of this. Hearing Norland's preachy words, he quite agreed with them. Aurora and Jean exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Without a doubt, this battle solidified Norland's status as the interim leader. Even Logan and Scott wouldn't have any objections. This is the benefit of demonstrating strength. Even among mutants, the strong are respected. Several hours passed. The Blackbird fighter jet slowly landed at X Academy. Norland was the first to get off the plane, followed closely by Chin, then came Magneto and two others. As for the Toadman, he was carried down by Colossus. The Fireman and the Iceman chatted and laughed all the way. And when they got off the planes, they held their heads high and chests out, welcoming the admiring gazes. Charles breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was unharmed. "Nolan, thank you for your help, it's nothing. Just consider it a warm-up exercise to stretch my muscles," Norland said, casually waving his hand. Magneto in the back row twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Feeling somewhat offended, he looked around. Finding no trace of a prisoner seemed more like a guest. Then said to Charles meaningfully, "Charles, you're really lucky to have found such a promising talent. Aren't you worried about losing your chair?" Charles's expression shifted slightly, then he chuckled. "If Norland needs a tie, can give it to him anytime. He's more suitable than any of us." Eric was startled. Charles had said we, not me. Despite his defense, still argued, "That's not necessarily true. He was indeed much more decisive than you. But strength is strength. Whether someone is truly more suitable than me requires wisdom. You'll find out soon enough. Until then." Charles shook his head and looked at Kelly apologetically, saying, "Senator Kelly, I'm sorry to have startled you." "Charles, you have a good relationship with this criminal." Kelly said sarcastically, "This was just an accident. I want you to assure me that from today onwards, Eric will not do anything like this again." Charles remained good-natured, HMPH. Old habits die hard, a villain is a villain after all. If we want this matter to end here, Then we must build a special prison to keep him there, so that he can never come out to cause trouble again. Congressman Kelly was in high spirits and seemed to be taking over the reins. He understood that the mutants at Xavier's School of Geniuses were all very kind and wouldn't dare to cause trouble for a high-ranking politician like himself. Even if he makes some harsh remarks today, I will not be threatened in any way, Charles frowned, as if he was about to say something. But Norland came up to him and shook his head. Then Norland came to Kelly's side. What are you going to do? I'm a senator, let me tell you, if you do anything to me, it will be a very serious problem for mutants, DB. Before Norland could finish speaking, his telepathic abilities invaded Norland's brain, replacing one memory with another. The main thing was that Charles and his men were replaced with another race. The Skrulls, yes, those are the Skrulls. The people who can impersonate others and even infiltrate and invade other civilizations through large-scale identity changes. Each of them possesses abilities no less than Mystique's. Even stronger. It's very difficult to change the mind of someone like Senator Kelly, especially given his special status. The best approach is to find a way to shift the focus of their attacks. The Skrulls, who have been hiding on Earth for decades, are clearly the most suitable scapegoats. Although the Skrulls are related to, and even frequently in contact with, Nick Fury. What does that have to do with Norland? It's important to know that not all Skrulls are benevolent. This race is not to be trifled with. One branch of them even harbors the idea of invading Earth. Imagine what would happen if Senator Kelly learned of the Skrulls' whereabouts and realized they posed a far greater threat than mutants. Mutants are still human and their power is weak. Most mutants are easily defeated. But every Skrull is extremely threatening, possessing highly advanced technology. It goes without saying which poses a greater threat. After replacing Kelly's memories, Norland knocked him unconscious and informed Charles and the others to avoid giving himself away. Norland recounted his replaced memories. Eric clapped and exclaimed to Charles, "I'm starting to believe you. He is indeed more suited to be a leader than you. But compared to Meh is still a bit lacking. If you hadn't interrupted my plans, the mutant nation would have been established in a few days." Charles ignored his old friend and frowned, saying, "Scrugs, do such alien races really exist on Earth? If they all possess Mystique's abilities, doesn't that mean they could be replaced by anyone at any time? And are there even Scrugs among us?" Upon hearing this, Eric realized the seriousness of the problem. Mystique is so useful you'll know once you use her, however. There is now an entire civilization whose inhabitants can freely shapeshift and even access all the memories and abilities of the shapeshifter. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Norland nodded affirmatively. The Skrulls definitely exist. As far as I know, they came to Earth to hide as early as 1997. Nowadays, no one knows exactly how many of them are on Earth, or how many people they have replaced with their identities. Furthermore, I also know that the Skrulls are being hunted by the Kree Empire, another civilization in the universe. This means that the Kree could come to Earth at any time. And the Kree Empire is a highly aggressive military empire. Everyone took a deep breath, realizing that Earth had unknowingly faced so many threats. "We need to report this. We must make more people aware of the crisis," Charles said urgently. "No, this is not something we should be discussing." Norland shook his head. "Mutant identity is a sensitive issue. If we report on these things, they won't believe us. And it might even provoke hostility from more factions." Charles remained silent. "Norland, what do you think?" "We will proceed according to the previous plan. We can find some accidental opportunities to leak these things out. Kelly is a very suitable candidate. This is also one of Norland's plans, to be honest. The infighting on Marvel Earth has never stopped. Perhaps this is the inherent weakness of intelligent life. Humans with emotions and desires will persecute the other side in order to protect their own living space. They feared that the other party would become stronger and devour them. Even now, it's a mixed universe of mutants and the MCU timeline. They still couldn't escape the fate of killing each other. Mutants are currently the most numerous and the biggest target, making them the biggest contradiction and the best direction for politicians to divert attention. When the mutants are mostly dead and completely under control. With the ever-increasing number of superpowered individuals, Liu became the next suspected target for sabotage. 013601211 Feilu, 194,120,250. From the Mutant Registration Act to the Superhero Registration Act. Both are clear evidence of internal strife. After the infighting among themselves had subsided, Earth's power waned and the invasion from outside began. Norland, who was familiar with the plot, naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. In order to ensure a sufficiently peaceful environment, he had to let those idle politicians know that an enemy from beyond the universe was stirring. When their focus is on the outside world, the living environment for mutants is undoubtedly much better. Upon hearing Norland's words, Charles and Eric both nodded in agreement. To be fair, setting up an external enemy to divert attention is indeed a good idea. In this process, mutants must feign misery while secretly accumulating strength in order to truly protect themselves from persecution. Good idea, but it's still not as good as mine. Eric reiterated his belief that his plan was flawless. Before Norland could speak, Charles couldn't take it anymore. Norland, you all go down and get some rest. Leave the rest to me, Norland nodded, not wanting to interrupt Charles and Eric's reminiscing. Nor did he have the time to repeat himself. After Norland left, Eric, abandoning his previous nonchalant demeanor, said in a serious tone, Charles, do you really know anything about Norland? Is he really a mutant? His strength is ridiculously exaggerated. That's the power of the harp. Do you remember what I told you before? The harp's brain contains all right. It's not that power. Seeing that Charles was rambling on and on, Eric became quite annoyed after hesitating for a moment. He still described the battle that had just taken place. Charles was also taken aback upon hearing this. Norland's power is already this great. He must have had some incredible opportunities in other worlds. Other worlds, what nonsense are you spouting? Eric was furious, seriously suspecting that the other party was trying to bluff him. Don't worry, his story begins on that day. A dark and stormy night. Eric sighed, this old guy's really getting old. Just as he was about to interrupt again, Charles finally began to address the crux of the matter, the past and future of mutants. Back in his dorm, Norland didn't plan to play cards tonight. Instead, he decided to first analyze the gains and losses. The battle was barely satisfying. With his Kryptonian bloodline fully unleashed, his body density was enough to withstand Magneto's iron spike attack, which meant he could also withstand high-powered bullets and attacks from automatic rifles. This level of attack only made him feel a tiny bit, and his skin turned red. Norland guessed that he was already capable of withstanding ordinary missile attacks. He exempts almost all conventional weapons currently used by mankind from the threat of nuclear weapons and other high-powered missiles. In addition to Ophelia's abilities, even ordinary bioweapons should have no effect on him, unless it's something unreasonable like a zombie virus. That has already been removed from the category of viruses. As for his strength, it's enough to tear apart a tank with his bare hands and penetrate 3 meters of steel in a short time. Of course, this is on the premise that there is enough space to store energy. If he is completely sealed inside a 3-meter-thick steel wall, it is hard to say what will happen if there is not enough space to store energy. However, also possesses molecular mimicry, making it impossible to trap him using conventional methods. Not to mention the power of the Phoenix. Magneto is considered to be at the very top of the pyramid on Earth today. He used less than half of his power to defeat and kill Magneto. In other words, his strength has already reached the top level in terms of public perception of the merged Earth. The only thing lacking is fighting skills. Although Norland advocates using brute force to overcome all methods, the techniques still require some time to practice. Who knows if they'll encounter equally matched opponents later on. After thinking it over, Norland thought of Bruce. Although Bruce Wayne hasn't been Batman for many years, his fighting skills are still undoubtedly above average. Even among those soldiers, there aren't necessarily many who are better than Bruce. As for the people in Xavier's School of the Arts, Norland had considered it, but they were all amateurs. They all used superpowers. So who would bother to diligently study fighting skills? And it's time to visit the Flash universe. Thinking of this, Norland immediately activated his teleportation ability. 3 hours ago, Bruce had been monitoring Central City. Finally saw the person who had given him a headache and caused him a lot of complaints. Barry Allen, the Flash from another universe. The moment I saw the Flash appear, Bruce's heart tightened, and his breathing became much heavier. He had hoped that Norland was lying to him, that as long as Barry Allen never showed up, or at least not in 2013, the world would not end. That future was too cruel. So cruel that it was suffocating and despairing, but now, with the arrival of the Flash, everything is proceeding as Norland predicted. The weakened Kryptonian ClariS murdered God Carl. The Flash Barry Allen who breaks the timeline and travels through parallel universes. And of course a dog named Arthur. A mermaid who is so fat that she can hardly walk. And Wonder Woman who is working in a circus. Everything fit together perfectly. Barry Allen was the beginning of everything. And also the end of everything. The doomsday clock is counting down. The hawkish Kryptonians who are destroying the universe are already on their way to Earth. Norland, however, has not yet arrived. Bruce picked up the phone and contacted the military again, including the Air Force, Navy, and Army. With the Wayne Group sponsoring the military exercise and Wayne covering all expenses. There are even additional salaries and military expenses. In response, various military units rushed to sign up. Fleets approached New York, and tens of thousands of Army troops were stationed in the suburbs of New York. Fighter jets hovered over New York. Everyone thought Bruce was old crazy, and had so much money he wanted to donate it all. The stocks of Wayne Group's subsidiaries were all affected to some extent. But Bruce didn't care at all. He's willing to go all in if he can increase the chances of success by even 0.1% external fame meant nothing to him. If we can't even survive that one day, then everything is just a Muragian illusion. Bruce summoned Carond after discussing the matter. Kara stayed to wait for Norland, while Bruce immediately set off to find Barry Allen. Central City. An unexpected guest arrived in this peaceful city. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar city, Barry Allen's first thought was to rush home. He altered the past according to his idea. Neither of his parents were alive in this timeline. With anticipation in his heart, he arrived at that familiar place. Then I saw a familiar figure. Yes, that's his mother. In another universe, there is a mother who has been dead for many years. She was singing and busy preparing dinner while wearing an apron. Barry Allen memorized the melody and every rhythm of the song he sang. Before I knew it, my eyes were already wet. Hi. Happy birthday, Barry, before his Aishi's mother, who had only appeared in his memories countless times, cheerfully wished him a happy birthday just like always. He hadn't heard that sound in so long. 013601211 Chinese letter 194,120,250. Barry Allen envies his counterpart in this universe. And Tade wants to take her place and enjoy this moment. The day he had been dreaming of. He thought to himself, what a perfect world. However, outside, on the street directly opposite the gate, there is a street tree that was only planted 2 days ago. And a well-hidden camera transmits this information to the other side at the right time. Bruce watched Barry Allen and his family enjoy a beautiful day. He sympathized with the other person but was also furious. Driven by selfish desires, they violated the code of superheroes and committed a series of immature and irrational acts. This universe will become a victim of Barry Allen's immaturity. As a native of this universe, Bruce could never remain indifferent, no matter how much he sympathized with the other party. Was Barry Allen miserable? Absolutely. But there are many people in this world who are worse off than him. Bruce was one of them. His parents were shot dead in the street right in front of him. That kind of misery. Is it really comparable to Barry Allen's? But what if Bruce had a chance to travel back in time and change the future? Bruce wouldn't save his parents either. He would rather watch his parents being shot again and see himself as a child. Helpless and alone, he won't change a single thing. Batman was born because of his parents' deaths. Even knowing that going against the timeline would have terrible consequences. He chose to bear the pain alone, Wayne Manor. When Norland arrived, he only saw Kara sitting in front of the computer. They were to monitor Zod and his group's arrival at all times. Barry Allen's appearance means that Zod will arrive on Earth in the next 2 days. Kara wanted to confront Zod about the news about Carl. Has Barry Allen arrived? Seeing this, Norland guessed the truth. If Barry Allen hadn't come, Bruce would never have left the computer, and Kara would have been sunbathing in the specially designed sunroom. Upon hearing Norland's voice, Kara turned around instantly, her beautiful face beaming with undisguised joy. Bruce has already gone to Central City to find Barry Allen, and told me to wait for you here. Zod and the others will be here soon too, Norland nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, Zod will arrive in the next couple of days, and they will give Earth 3 days to hand you over. Kara's expression turned complicated upon hearing this. Following the original course of events, she would also be killed by Zod. And no matter how the Flash returns to the beginning of the battle, he cannot prevent her and Bruce's deaths. Earth will also be destroyed by the world's engine. Is today September 29th? Norland glanced at the time, and his memories from before his transmigration gradually returned. What's wrong? Is it some special day? We need to go to Central City. Today is the time when Barry Allen would normally obtain the Speed Force. If we miss tonight, the Barry Allen in this world might not be able to obtain the Speed Force, and we will lose a pretty good helper in the battles to come. Norland, though confident in his ability to resolve the issues with Zod and the world engine, also had to consider the future of this world. He cannot live in this world forever. There will come a time when he will no longer exist. Earth has already lost Wonder Woman, a middle-aged Superman, and Aquaman. If we lose another Flash, how will we defend ourselves against alien enemies or enemies from other universes? Norland isn't a babysitter. Ordinary enemies still need to be dealt with by the native inhabitants of Earth. It's not too late for him to take action if he encounters an insurmountable enemy. At the very least, we should wait until he comes back. Let's go then, but this. Kara pointed to the computer and hesitated. It's all right. Do you think Bruce doesn't have a backup in his car? Knowing him as I do, he can remotely control satellites from Central City. Whether it's surveillance or defense, it's not a problem. Norland reassured her that even if Zod's departure time was up. So what, they still had 3 days, which was plenty of time. A few minutes later, Norland and Kara took off simultaneously following the navigation. Norland was even faster than Kara at this moment, so they deliberately kept their speeds close together and flew side by side. Their flight speed reached Mach 3, and they soon arrived at the Central City. When Bruce and Barry Allen were found, the three of them were clearly arguing. Dashan looked on incredulously. Big Flash never imagined this day would come. He and Zio Shan were exchanging experiences about saving their parents and dating, when suddenly, an old man in his 70s or 80s got out of a luxury car and brought them here. The key point is that the other person immediately identified himself as Bruce Wayne, Batman from Gotham City. Barry Allen wanted to question how Bruce could be so old in his world, given that the time was the same. But little Flash excitedly solved his doubts. It turned out that the Batman of this universe had retired many years ago. People of this era had only heard that the character had appeared in Gotham. But if they wanted to know more about him, they could only do so through the CDs that were left behind. That's all. He asked Bruce why he had suddenly found him, considering he had only been in this universe for a few hours. However, to everyone's surprise, Bruce's expression visibly changed when this was mentioned. and he berated him mercilessly. After Bruce finished scolding him, Barry Allen was stunned. There are no superheroes in this universe, however, because he disrupted the timeline. A world without superheroes was invaded by the Zods. However, in their side there was only the Flash, the elderly Batman and Supergirl who had just been rescued. And its future is destined for destruction, in short. The world will be destroyed because of his own foolish actions. Barry Allen wanted to refute, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Zio Shan didn't know how to start the conversation. After all, Zio Shan is only 18 years old. No matter how much fun they have in normal times, they feel lost and helpless when faced with major events, and may even feel indifference. He had not experienced the trauma of losing his parents in childhood. So when disaster struck, he thought it was no big deal and even pursued a perfect solution. In the original comics, he repeatedly travels back in time to save Batman and Kara, and attempts to kill Zod and destroy the world engine. He repeated this for decades, continuing even as his hair turned gray. In the end, however, he was unable to achieve his goal. Until Big Flash travels back in time again and changes the timeline. The timeline where Zio Shan exists is ostensibly a reboot. But isn't it essentially destroyed? The multiverse collapsed, destroying one parallel universe after another. It's like a millstone, sucking in beans from the world and grinding them. This is the price of immaturity. In the end, even the Great Flash was not fully mature. Driven by his own selfish desires, he recklessly altered the timeline. But his own strength was insufficient to bear the consequences of changing time. In other words, it was Bruce who questioned Barry Allen. If it were someone with a darker heart, they probably would have chosen to kill Barry outright. When a world-destroying force falls upon a naive person, the consequences are catastrophic, but why did you know in advance? This is what Barry Allen is wondering about in his memory. Bruce did not have the ability to foresee the future. I said it, another voice came from the sky. You've finally arrived. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Norland and Kara arrive together. Barry Allen looked puzzled, noticing Barry's gaze. Norland's heart skipped a beat. It was clear that the other man didn't recognize him. That means he didn't go to the DC universe afterward, no. That can't be it. The DC universe also has many parallel universes. Perhaps the universe I go to in the future is not the universe that Barry came from. After all, according to Warner Bros. Plans, the original DC extended universe had already been abandoned. The Flash travels through the universe, actually for the purpose of resurrection. How was the harvest this time? Bruce asked nervously. If nothing unexpected happens, we've got it. Norland was quite confident perhaps this time. He could truly unleash his full potential. Zod is no pushover. Not to mention he has so many hidden star minions and the world engine. Bruce was also very happy to hear this. But he still suppressed his excitement and tried to remain calm, saying then we still need to be careful, just in case something else happens. What are you talking about? Zio Shan was baffled. How come the three of them started laughing after just a few casual words? Weren't they all looking furious just a moment ago? What else can I say? Of course, I'll clean up your messes. Bruce wasn't as aggressive this time. He was mainly angry at Big Flash. Even though Little Flash was more immature at this point, Little Flash had saved them many times and had done his best. The main reason is still the flashbang. It was absolutely brain-dead and infuriating. The two exchanged a glance, looking rather embarrassed. Barry Allen hadn't expected this outcome either. But what's done is done, and all he can do is try his best to salvage the situation. Is there anything I can do to help? There is one thing you must do. Today is the day you acquire the Speed Force. So you must help him acquire it and teach him how to use it. To make sure that Zio Shan and does Shan take this matter to heart. Norland emphasized it repeatedly. He wasn't worried that Barry Allen wouldn't be able to obtain the Speed Force. According to the setting, Barry Allen had a very high affinity with the Speed Force and was highly compatible with it. If someone else were to go through the same process, they would probably not gain the speed force, but rather deaths. Norland also coveted the power of the speed force, but now was not the time to acquire it. I'll try finding a female speedster with super speed powers later. Don't worry, leave this to me. I guarantee I'll get the job done. Upon hearing the timelines, Barry Allen immediately recalled the moment he gained the speed force. We should go to the Central City lab. There will be an accident tonight where I will be struck by lightning and then gain the speed force. Struck by lightning, are you sure you're not kidding? Little Flash was initially overjoyed to hear that he too could gain super power. But when he learned that he would have to willingly be struck by lightning, he immediately began to back down. Is there any chance of being saved after being struck by lightning? He has plenty of time to enjoy life, and his parents are still alive and well. There's no need for him to take any risks. Didn't you guys say things were settled from here on out? I don't think I need to gain any more power, right? Actually, you don't know me, I'm just a womanizer. A drug addict and a total loser who's been to too many parties. Before Little Flash could finish speaking, Norland flashed behind him and delivered a chop to Big Flash. It's up to you now, Dashan scratched his head awkwardly. Don't take what he said to heart. I'm not that kind of person, at least not. Seeing that the others didn't seem to care, Dashan quickly led Zaya Oshan away. What should we do next? Just wait here, Bruce looked at Norland, who seemed to have taken the bird as his backbone. Norland thought for a moment, let's go. Let's wait until he becomes the Flash. Then we'll go straight to New York Metropolis and Italy. Destroy the world engine before it reaches Earth. It's up to you, I hope everything goes well. Bruce is now resigned to fate. He's done what he should have done. And he's done what he shouldn't have done. If he still can't save the world, there's nothing he can do. Perhaps this universe was destined to be destroyed from the start. In the time that follows, Norland took Kara on a tour of Central City, and they even went to the mall to buy several sets of women's clothing. Of course, Norland didn't have that much money, and Bruce covered all the expenses, using Bruce's money to pick up girls. His main goal is to get something for nothing. Bruce didn't care at all. It was good to have someone help him spend money. He didn't want to wait until the person was gone before the money was gone. It's nice to enjoy the last peaceful moments before the big battle. Happy times always seem to pass too quickly. Before Norland and the others could obtain the Speed Force, Zod arrived instead. A Kryptonian warship is hurtling toward Earth from outside the solar system. By the time Earth became aware of this uninvited guest, the spaceship had already arrived in outer space. Bruce received news of the spaceship from the reconnaissance satellite immediately. Without hesitation, deploy defense satellites to target the target. Simply press the button. The missiles mounted on the defense satellites suddenly shot towards the Kryptonian spaceship. However, the technological gap between the two sides is at least several thousand years. The missiles carried by the satellites were destroyed before they even got close, turning into insignificant fireworks in the universe, seemingly telling the story of Bruce's overestimation of his abilities. Bruce did not give up and instead deployed another satellite. It carries a high-yield nuclear bomb. Is it a problem for the United States' top technology conglomerate to possess its own nuclear weapon? Don't be fooled by Bruce in other universes. He always engages in close-quarters combat with his enemies. In reality, Wayne Enterprises' behemoth controls more than half of Gotham's resources. It also possesses countless riches globally. It's comparable to Samsung in South Korea, even stronger. They already possess the capability to develop nuclear weapons. But there's no need for them to do so. If Bruce were to get serious, he could mobilize Wayne Enterprises' immense resources in no time to indiscriminately strike at all the supervillains. Such a group is not something that ordinary companies can easily provoke. Even Tesla in reality is far from comparable. Under Bruce's control, the nuclear missile, symbolizing humanity's highest level of weaponry, has been aimed at the Kryptonian spaceship. But before he pressed the button, beams of light appeared. And in almost an instant, a gap was torn in the satellite defense line that Earth had established. Everything, including nuclear missiles and satellites, was destroyed and rendered inoperable. People on Earth can see dozens of fireworks in the sky when they look up. They started discussing it. They had no idea what awaited them. The outer space orbital defense line has been breached. No. The atmospheric operations plan will be activated. Bruce wasn't discouraged, it was all expected. If the Kryptonians were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have destroyed Earth in the original timeline. And even with Flash returning to the past to save it day after day for decades, he was still powerless to do so. Prioritize destroying the world engines they deployed. As for the spaceships, they don't matter. Let them down first and we can deal with them later. Norland gave a reminders, and Bruce nodded to indicate that he understood. Then hung up the phones. These were calls from high-ranking US officials, questioning Bruce about his rash decision to attack the alien spaceship. Bruce had no time to argue with politicians. He directly ordered Wayne Enterprises' propaganda department to send a signal to the world. The invaders have arrived. In the outer space, Zhao Nuoho. On the Kryptonian spaceship, General. All potential obstacles to our satellites in that area have been cleared. Zod sneered. The native life on this planet is too rude and too naive. What gives them the courage to stop us in the face of the great Krypton? How can a backward civilization that has not yet traveled through space stop an invasion by a more advanced civilization? As a Kryptonian, he had enough confidence to look down on more than 99% of the civilizations in the universe. Krypton's technology is definitely among the top 3 in the entire universe. They once conquered far and wide. Invincible throughout the world, their colonies span the entire universe. 013601211 Chinese letter 194,130,030. If it weren't for the conservatives gaining the upper hand and voluntarily withdrawing all bases except those on Krypton, the Kryptonian civilization wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Hundreds of millions of Kryptonians perished in the Kryptonian explosion. Only these few survived now. He wants to rebuild Krypton and guide it in the direction it should truly be heading. Civilizations across the universe will once again experience the power of the newly born Krypton. And he will become the ruler of the new Krypton. Have you confirmed Kara's signal? Not yet. Some time ago, we lost all signal reception from Kara. All we can confirm is that she is on this planet. Fiona shook her head. Someone nearby exclaimed excitedly, General. According to data analysis, this planet called Earth can be perfectly adapted for our survival with just a little modification. Upon hearing this, Zod was overjoyed and ordered, pass on my command, deploy the world engine. Once we find Kara, immediately initiate the planetary terraforming project. The great Krypton will rise from the ashes to become the cradle for nurturing our people. As a Kryptonian, Zod was born with a mission to save Krypton etched into his genes. Any price is worth paying if it can bring Kryptonians back to life. As for the billions of life forms that originally existed on Earth, they're all a backward civilization anyway. Their greatest honor is to contribute to Krypton's rebirth. On the ground, many people saw the fireball falling from the sky. Inside a US military base, a resolute-faced general commanded, give me the orbital data. I need all the information about that thing. General Swanwick, the engine in this world is descending at a speed approaching Mach 24 and continuing to increase. According to our predictions, it may eventually land on an island in the southern Indian Ocean. Near a volcano, Swanwick frowned upon hearing this. What would aliens possibly care about in that place? A volcano is just a bunch of rocks and some vegetation. There are hundreds, 7,000s of such places in the entire ocean. General, another spaceship is over New York City. What exactly are these things? Are they alien retaliation for Bruce Wayne's unauthorized attack? Or is it some kind of invasion? Still haven't we been able to contact Bruce Wayne? Swanwick frowned. No. We've been unable to get through to him on the phone. We even contacted the person in charge at Wayne Group. But we still couldn't reach him, damn it. What on earth is he doing? Swanwick appeared furious. As Wayne Enterprises had made a series of blunders and done many incomprehensible things recently. First, they launched several missiles mounted on weapons and equipment, including even a nuclear bomb, thence. It funded joint military exercises with the Army Air Force. And Navian deployed many troops. They initially thought Bruce had too much money to spend and wanted to fund the country in this way. It now seems that the other party had anticipated this moment. They launched an attack the moment the unknown aircraft arrived. To launch a rash attack on aliens is tantamount to declaring war. Then, the Wayne Corporation began disseminating information about an alien invasion of Earth. The series of actions were baffling. The higher-ups went crazy and ordered them to find Bruce Wayne and give them an explanation. But the other party has now disappeared without a trace. Not long after, the world engine is like a giant meteorite that has crashed into a small island in the southern Indian Ocean. The enormous impact caused a tsunami to rise tens of meters above the sea level. The volcano near the island that was struck was shattered, spewing ash and pulverized bedrock up to 2 kilometers high. Seismographs in many parts of the world have recorded the impact of earthquakes triggered by the world's engines on the Earth. The intense tremors made even the nearest mainland countries feel as if the world was being destroyed. Yet, this shock did not cause the slightest damage to the world's engines. A world engine crafted from an unknown metals. Its hardness surpasses human imagination, General. We've received news from Wayne Enterprises. They proposed an immediate attack on the world engine, and also gave us some information about the world engine. World engines. This is a planetary terraforming device used by Krypton to increase Earth's mass using gravitational waves. It can modify Earth's atmosphere and terrain to a predetermined shape. Once the terraforming is complete, Earth will become a new Krypton suitable for Kryptonians to live on. As he read on, Swanwick's expression grew increasingly grim. If Bruce wasn't lying to them, then these aliens really were there to destroy Earth and humanity. And they weren't planning to leave any survivors. The data predictions are clear once the transformation is complete. They will all die. They were simply unable to adapt to the environment at that time. And the aftershocks generated during the transformation process were devastating to both the surface and underground. What did the higher-ups say? They ordered us to launch an attack. Swanwick paused for a moment. He dared not gamble. And Bruce Wayne was no fool. His contributions to Gotham were undeniable. Unless it's Alzheimer's disease, but is it possible? Something terrible has happened, General. A mercenary group, under the orders of the Wayne Enterprises, launched an attack on the world engine they used. Miniature nuclear bombs, New York City. A mercenary group dispatched by Bruce Wayne, under the lure of money and risking execution, launched an attack on the world engine. All weapons were supplied by the Wayne Group in this world. Wayne Enterprises is the largest partner of the U.S. military, and they rely on the various advanced equipment manufactured by Wayne Enterprises' weapons division. The weapons these mercenaries carry are top of the line worldwide, and there's absolutely no limit to their quantity. Tanks, fighter jets, and missiles are all available. Their sole mission is to destroy the alien spaceship. As a small mushroom cloud rose, the miniature nuclear bomb was affected by the gravitational field of the world engine as it approached, flying away from its target and exploding at a distance. All shockwaves were isolated by the gravity device on its body. Furthermore, none of humanity's high-tech weapons can damage the world's engine. This is a technological gap. There was an insurmountable chasm between the two sides, with humanity's technology having only just left Earth. The difference between us and the spaceships of a first-rate cosmic civilization is as vast as that between an ant and an elephant. The mercenaries' actions also provoked a counterattack from the Kryptonians. General, humanity is trying to destroy the world engine. Should we retaliate, send a small team to deal with them? The rest of you come with me to find Kara. Zod watched with disdain as the group made a futile attack. If Earth could destroy the world's engine, he'd dare to livestream himself eating. This is Kryptonian technology, even if it hasn't been updated or iterated in a long time, and is a product from hundreds or thousands of years ago. It's not something Earth technology can compete with. They're prized nuclear weapons. They should break through the gravity defenses around the engines first. Even if they attack for 100 years, it won't work. Unless the spaceship runs out of energy, however. Simply taking the hits isn't enough. Sending out a small team to protect the two engines is sufficient. Kryptonians are physically stronger than Earthlings. They wore standard Kryptonian combat gear, which had astonishing defensive capabilities and was difficult to penetrate with ordinary weapons. With this combination, each person could slaughter an army on Earth. As for the combat power of the spacecraft, it's no exaggeration to say that a single Kryptonian spacecraft would be enough to destroy all the warplanes on Earth. The Earthlings' counterattack was nothing more than a mosquito bite in their eyes. General, something's happened at that moment. The Kryptonian responsible for collecting Earth's information shouted, "We've detected a person rapidly approaching New York City's world engine at Mach 3. One person, Kara, draw that person out." Zod immediately thought of Kara. The man quickly pulled up more data. "General, this is a man. And he didn't use any flight equipment." Upon hearing this, Zod and Fiona immediately looked over. In the scene, a man is seen flying in the air without any equipment, while a strangely shaped fighter jet follows behind him. Who is he? Is there such a powerful person on Earth? Zod was also surprised that flying in the air without relying on anything was something that few races in the entire universe could do. Even Kryptonians, whose physical abilities far surpass those of Earthlings, cannot do it. At most it can leap several hundred meters high. But that doesn't really count as flying, unless individual soldier devices such as flight backpacks are used. Fiona, standing nearby, was completely mesmerized. Although she couldn't see clearly from a distance, the man's profile captivated her. Fiona shook her head, forcing herself to look away. She was a powerful Kryptonian warrior and the vice commander. She couldn't lose her composure because of an Earthman. But after a while she looked over Aginch, couldn't help it. It was just too beautiful. Do we need to take action? Zod frowned for a moment. Everyone follow me immediately. Send the people nearby to stop them. Yes, New York City. The people in the city are being evacuated in an orderly manner with the cooperation of police. Firefighter San the Militara funded by the Wayne Group. Close them down and unleash a barrage of firepower on the world's engine. But even with all their might, they couldn't shake the world's engine in the slightest. The world's largest engine, extending 300 meters tall, is awe-inspiring just to be seen at this time. The squads that had already received the order to attack. One flew to the southern Indian Ocean to guard the world's engine, while the other came to New York to deal with the ungrateful human army. This Kryptonian team actually consists of only 4 people, with 2 people forming a group to protect one engine. This shows how confident they are in their own abilities. Indeed, this is true with just 2 Kryptonian fighters. After heading to New York City, they were able to inflict massive damage on a large number of mercenaries, B-Bag, armed with the most advanced weapons, numbering over 1,000, as well as more than 2 American soldiers. 200 fighter jets were scrambled from Earth, but they all crashed within minutes. Even with their formidable firepower, the aircraft carrier group patrolling the eastern waters dared not make any rash moves. After all, the battlefield is in New York City, one of the largest cities in the United States. Unless there are extremely special circumstances, firepower should not be directed at New York City. They deployed as many as 90 carrier-based aircraft. But shortly after arriving in New York City, it was destroyed by the break-in team. This battle was unexpected by everyone, fortunately. Bruce sponsored the military exercises, allowing a large number of troops to be stationed near the East Coast. Otherwise, it would have been wishful thinking to mobilize such a large number of troops to fight against the Kryptonians. Even so, despite their massive numbers, They were still overwhelmed and defeated by two Kryptonians piloting fighter jets. The two sides are simply not on the same level. This is a classic case of dimensional reduction. This was merely a surviving squad of Kryptonians after the Kryptonian explosion. It can be said that Earth's efforts involved sacrificing countless lives. But despite exhausting all methods, they still failed to destroy the world's engine. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. The Kryptonian team did not give chase instead. They circled the world engine, waiting for Zod to find the Kara so he could order its activation, connecting the two ends of the world and altering Earth's core. Just when everyone was at a loss about what to do, Norland, Bruce, and the others who had come from Central City finally arrived in New York City. Kara did not fly alongside Norland, but instead sat in the Bat Fighter. Norland's plan is to destroy the world engine first, and then focus all his efforts on eliminating Zod and the others. Compared to Zod, the world engine is undoubtedly more dangerous. This is a true star-destroying weapon. If transformation is converted into destruction, it could absolutely ignite a planet's core, turning Earth into a cosmic firework. The two Kryptonian warships had already received orders and spotted Norland rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, they immediately went to greet Norland. However, fortunes change. But just as Earth's massive army fought against Kryptonian fighters, the Kryptonians' weapons were ineffective against Norland. Its powerful physique alone is enough to ignore all the light-energy weapons of the fighter jet. The two Kryptonian fighters also attempted to evade and maneuver. But Norland's two beams of heat were seen approaching from afar. One of them, unable to dodge in time, was destroyed and crashed after only 2 seconds, however. This level of damage is clearly not enough to kill a Kryptonian warrior. Just before the fighter jet crashed, he jumped out of the cockpit and landed steadily from a height of over 100 meters. The other ship didn't last long before it was hit and crashed by Norland. However, this time his luck wasn't so good. The instant he jumped out, Norland caught up and grabbed him by the throat. His two hot eyes aimed at his head and unleashing full power. The most powerful heat vision quickly pierced through his head armor and went straight through his skull. Norland then ignored the Kryptonians who had fallen to the ground and headed straight for the world engine. The world engine is powered by the Ghost engine, which can twist space, create a gravitational field to defend itself, and penetrate the Earth's core to destroy it. The first step is to withstand the gravitational field. Otherwise, no matter how many attacks there are, they will be deflected by the gravitational field. The Ghost engine is almost standard equipment on Kryptonian ships. Zod's warships and Caracol's ships both use this type of engine. The gravitational field alone is not scary. The biggest threat to Norland and Kara is the kryptonite inside. This is a spaceship built with Kryptonian technology, and all the materials used have the properties of kryptonite. It contains a higher content of kryptonite. If a Kryptonian gets close, they will instantly lose the superpowers they received from the sun. In the original story, Karl, not being a native Kryptonian, would become as vulnerable as an ordinary person after growing up and becoming stronger on Earth and being exposed to kryptonite radiation. Zod and his companions survived in the Kryptonian environment, so they did not lose their power even when near kryptonite. Their physical strength is enough to allow them to completely overpower ordinary Earthlings. The closer you get to the world's engine, Norland felt the powerful gravitational pull even more. He was being forced to descend under pressure, making it difficult for him to maintain flight. The powerful gravity distorted his face, keep in mind. He's now made of steel. Firearms are practically ineffective against him. The main problem is that it hasn't received enough sunlight and hasn't accumulated enough energy. If it could reach Karl's original level, it could destroy a world engine, however. Norland's confidence in destroying the world engine did not stem from the power of the Kryptonians. Instead, it's in the form of a phoenix. Norland activated the phoenix power within him. A phoenix cry pierced the sky, followed by red energy emanating from Norland's body, forming a giant energy phoenix behind him. Norland's eyes turned red, and the power of the Phoenix filled every cell in his body. Combined with Superman's strength, he felt his whole body filled with the mighty Emperor. With the power of the Phoenix empowered, Norland gazed at the deep darkness of the world engine, which resembled the entrance to hell. Crimson energy burst forth from his eyes, meeting the gravity beam head-on. Norland transformed into a phoenix several tens of meters in size and, amidst the sharp sounds caused by the pressure, headed straight for the center of gravity. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, in less than a few seconds, Norland transformed into a phoenix, crashed through the world's engine, and successfully flew off from its top. The combination of phoenix form and Kryptonian form allowed Norland to break through the world engine's defenses without suffering the same disarray as Superman in the original comics. Perhaps due to the power provided by the Phoenix Force, Norland was not weakened too much by the kryptonite, and his power remained at an extremely high level. Compared to the original, it has been weakened by less than one layer facing the sun. A continuous stream of energy gathered within Norland's body, replenishing the losses from the battle, and his strength began to gradually increase. He did it. Norland really did it. Seeing this scene, Bruce excitedly pumped his fist in the Batplane. Having destroyed a world engine, which is equivalent to solving a third of the problem. How could we not be happy? Kara also smiled from the bottom of her heart. The only ones who felt angry were Zod and his group, who were on their way to New York. They stared blankly at the destroyed world engine, their faces filled with disbelief. Earthlings actually destroyed one of Krypton's most precious creations. How is that possible? After destroying the world engine in New York City, Norland used his telepathic abilities to send a message to Bruce and Kara. Then it accelerated towards the sky. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the immense pressure beneath Norland's feet caused water molecules to liquefy into droplets, forming a white mist beneath his feet, while simultaneously unleashing a deafening sonic boom. Then speed rapidly increased to over Mach 3, reaching the vicinity of the stratosphere and mesosphere, where it used its supervision to spot the world engine in the southern Indian Ocean and flew towards its target. The oxygen is very thin at this altitude, but for Norland, who has the physique of a Kryptonian, he only needs to hold his breath to maintain this state for a long time. When exposed to enough sunlight, they can even survive completely without oxygen by then. Eating and breathing will no longer be physiological needs, but spiritual needs becoming a habit. Norland flew with a red streak of light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, and in the shadows, there was a pair of huge red wings just like a phoenix. Having received the tip, Bruce immediately piloted the Batplane toward the southern Indian Ocean. Without a doubt, that empty sea area will become the final battlefield. For whatever purpose, Zod could not allow the last world engine to be destroyed. If Norland succeeds, Krypton will be destroyed, and the dream of rebuilding Krypton will become an unattainable one. They don't have the resources to repair the world engine, and they can't wait that long. Therefore, they will definitely try to stop Norland before he arrives. To make myself faster, Bruce invested a large amount of money and mobilized a lot of manpower and resources to provide energy support for the entire flight. I want to get out. Kara's expression was serious. This was a battle that should have been hers, but now Norland had shielded her from all the fighting, and Kara felt bad about it. She wanted to fight alongside Norland. You can't go out now. Zod and his men might send some of their people to cause you trouble. In your current state, you're no match for them. Bruce shook his head. This was something they had agreed upon beforehand. Don't be fooled by the fact that those Kryptonians may seem weak. In reality, even without Zod, they could still pose a threat to the Kara. Kara is currently too weak. Her physical abilities are nowhere near those of elite Kryptonian soldiers, even though absorbing the sun has somewhat compensated for the gap compared to ordinary soldiers. However, the Kryptonians outnumbered the rest, and in addition to Zod, had a vice commander named Fiona, whose strength far surpassed that of ordinary Kryptonians. Kara has virtually no chance of winning against her and the other ordinary Kryptonians. It's best to wait for both large and small lightning bolts to come together to help. But there's still a very high chance of dying. Norland would naturally not let Kara take any risks. Kara remained silent, although the Batfighter was no different from cardboard to her. And she could leave at will. The thought of Norland forced her to give up, at least. You can only go out after Barry Allen and the others arrive. Bruce relented, but there was one more thing he didn't say. This battle belongs to Earth to humanity. And he certainly wouldn't miss Idvin if it meant death. But heroes must die eventually, don't they? They either die a miserable and lonely death in their own manner, or they die gloriously on the battlefield in the name of heroes. Bruce preferred the latter. This is where he belongs. Unlike their moods, Zod was furious that an unknown enemy had destroyed the world's engine. At the same time, a sense of crisis has also arisen. When they saw Norland destroying the world engine, ignoring the surviving soldier, and heading straight for the southern Indian Ocean, they immediately knew Norland's plan. Damn it. Chase after him immediately. We must get there before him and protect the world engine. Zod roared and remotely controlled the mothership high in the sky to provide support. Their fighter jets alone are not enough to catch up. The only option is to use a faster method. Even if drag reduces the spacecraft's speed to far less than its speed in space, it will still be far greater than Mach 3. How long does it take to get from one end of the Earth to the other? A full 20,000 kilometers. Even at Norland's pace, it took over 4 hours, originally. It was nearing afternoon, almost dusk. But after flying for so long, it was just past midnight, with the sun rising and the sunlight shining brightly. When Norland arrived, Zod and the others were already waiting for the battle. Earthling, where do you come from? I am General Zod of Krypton. Cease your actions immediately, or you will be declaring war on Krypton. Although Zod was a hawk, his goal was always Krypton. Even though Norland destroyed one world engine and was now trying to destroy a second, which posed a great danger to them, he did not rashly resort to force. Because Norland's origins are unknown and his strength is immense, they do not want to fight to the death with this unknown being at the most crucial moment. If things go wrong, it could lead to consequences they cannot afford. It's not too late to deal with Norland after Krypton has been rebuilt. At its peak, Krypton feared no enemy, not even civilization. Norland stopped in front of Zod and the others. Zod, I'm giving you 2 choices: leave Earth or die. Earth is not for you to touch. You can go to other planets and rebuild Krypton. Zod frowned upon hearing this. He was unsure of Norland's identity and ordered his men to access the database to search for any possible information about Norland's identity. But in the end, they gained nothing of the known civilizations in the universe. After corresponding with them, it is impossible to tell that Norland came to buy them. General, let us go. Fiona looked at Zod and volunteered. Zod gestured for her to step back, then called out, I can leave Earth, but I need you to hand over someone. Her name is Kara and she is one of our people. Kara is my woman, get out. Norland didn't give them a chance to speak. Before Zod could react, he effortlessly rushed to the bottom of the world engine. This spaceship was clearly much more advanced than the other. Sensing Norland's arrival, it immediately released a movable tentacle made of an unknown metal. It quickly expanded to hundreds of meters, becoming more agile than a hand. Attempting to restrain and kill Norland, however, Norland clearly did not give it a chance to get entangled. Using molecular mimicry to penetrate it the instant the tentacles made contact. The device's intelligent program clearly did not anticipate this outcome, and retracted its blocking mechanism a few milliseconds after selecting the device. But the result was the same. It couldn't touch Norland's body at all. Norland only stopped molecular mimicry after entering the gravitational field. Turned his head upwards and used the same trick again. The beautiful phoenix appeared so cold and terrifying to Zod and the others. Stop him, Zod has gone mad. He personally piloted a fighter jet to intercept them. More than a dozen spaceships left the mothership. while the mothership also released various attacks to block Norrin. The world engine is Krypton's last hope. War broke out. Norrin in both Phoenix and Superman forms will face the remnants of Kryptonian power combined with the world engine. The challenge is considerable, even if Henry were to come. It would probably be quite difficult. It's important to know that in the original story, Henry Cavill dealt with the Kryptonian soldiers first before tackling the world engine, and then engaged in a one-on-one battle with Zod. If faced with the combined power of the Kryptonian team, it's questionable whether Henry Cavill could prevent the destruction of Earth. Anyway, it's impossible to have both large and small flashlights in a car. The Kryptonian attack caused Norrin some trouble, but only some, because he had to contend with the gravitational waves released by the world engine at full power. Norrin didn't have the spare energy to deal with the minions. He simply used his thermal vision to sweep the sky. The power of heat vision is enough to destroy Kryptonian fighters that are difficult to penetrate even with missiles. The only problem is the Kryptonian mothership. This thing has strong defensive capabilities and is also made of kryptonite materials. Most importantly, Norrin didn't want to destroy it directly. This spaceship may contain all the technology of the alien invaders. If he could get his hands on it, he could immediately possess the technological tree of a first-rate civilization in the universe. After a few minutes of stalemate, all the fighter jets except the mothership were scanned down by thermal imaging. Without their interference, Norland finally launched his final attack on the world engine once again. With the power of the Phoenix, Norrin once again broke through the world engine's defenses. As a brilliant spark illuminated the sky, Zod's hope exploded along with it. No. We could have built a new Krypton on these ruins and made Krypton great again. But you and Kara have destroyed our only hope. Krypton is gone and the Kryptonians will become history. I have no people left, no chance left. It's you. I will make you Kara's. And the humans you protect pay the price. Zod's eyes were bloodshot when he arrived. He thought everything would go smoothly and that the Earth had no power to stop him. And that is indeed the case. The power of Earthlings is not even enough to shake them in the slightest. Send any small squad, and they'll be wiped out by the army of the most powerful nation in this land. They don't even need to lift a finger. The world engine alone can destroy a large city within an hour, leveling everything on it. And then it would only take about a week to reshape the entire Earth. However, he did not expect that Kara, who had only been on Earth for a short time, would find a man with terrifyingly powerful strength. The enemy destroyed the world engine, shattering their hopes. Now their souls have been taken away. All that's left is revenge. Yes, revenge. At least that's what Zod thought everything he did. No matter how violent or cruel, no matter how many people from other civilizations he killed, was for the benefit of the Kryptonians. He was willing to trade the lives of all other civilizations for the prosperity and continuation of his own race. Norland's actions undoubtedly shattered his dream. Zod rose from the wrecked spaceship and stared intently at Norrin. He gathered his strength in his feet and, like a spring, he leaped hundreds of meters into the air, throwing a punch at Norrin. However, Norrin had anticipated this. Although destroying the world engine consumed a great deal of power and even weakened the Kryptonians' power considerably. *0*76. But the power of the Phoenix still grants him considerable strength. Norrin also discovered that the Phoenix Force seems to be able to replenish energy to some extent in place of the sun. Although it does not have the power to continuously strengthen the physical body with sunlight, it can reduce the negative effects of kryptonite. And abilities such as the iron body and flight can still be used. Zod's sneak attack failed. Norrin grabbed Zod's right fist with his backhand. Before Zod could throw his left fist, he kicked him away. Zod slammed face down into the ground, his mask, already damaged by the explosion, finally gave way and became useless. Zod ripped off the cumbersome mask and was about to launch another attack when he felt his body being filled with sunlight, as if he had been plugged in with electricity. The rechargeable battery's energy increased dramatically. His power is also increasing. Seemingly realizing the problem, Zod immediately disarmed himself and exposed his body to the sunlight. But the noises and explosions coming from afar sounded particularly jarring to him. Even an elite warrior as strong as Zod would find the side effects of super hearing difficult to endure for a while and unable to control them quickly. Norland seized the opportunity and while Zod was distracted, unleashed a move that seemed to come from the sky. This move, though not called the Tathagata Palms, is hundreds of times more powerful than the Tathagata Palm. It was a phoenix, spitting out a phoenix fire from its beak that could destroy everything. The beam of fire fell, the space itself was undulating, as if it were about to collapse at any moment due to the unbearable pressure. But Zod was completely unable to control his body due to the noise in his ears. And he half squatted down, covering his ears and showing a pained expression. By the time they realized the phoenix flame was coming, it was too late. He tried to dodge, but only managed to get away from the center of the flames. The phoenix fire continued to spread outwards, and in the blink of an eye, it scorched the ground into a giant crater hundreds of meters deep and thousands of meters wide. Whether it's a volcano or the ocean, everything is burned and decomposed the moment it comes into contact with the phoenix fire. This is not simply a flame, but a force that manipulates the decomposition of matter at the subatomic level. Countless seawater flowed into the fire pit, but none of it lasted even a second before being broken down into the finest particles. This single attack alone, conservatively estimated, disintegrated 2 billion tons of seawater, almost equivalent to the amount of seawater swallowed by the Mariana Trench in a year. As for Zod, he was almost at the very center. But when faced with the Phoenix Force attack, he couldn't even last 3 seconds before being disintegrated along with Krypton War. After all, a nuclear bomb with a yield of 50 million tons would only evaporate about 100 million tons of seawater. Norland's all-out attack was equivalent to at least 2050 megaton nuclear bombs. Not to mention its subatomic decomposition. Zod hadn't been exposed to the sun for very long. How could his physical constitution possibly withstand the disintegration by the Phoenix Force? Once Norland was certain that Zod was beyond dead, he revoked the Phoenix calendar. After unleashing this attack, Norland, with his current strength, needs to bask in the sun to recover. However, the Kryptonians that fell were also destroyed in this attack. Only the Kryptonians remained on the mothership. When they saw the world engine destroyed, saw Zod die, saw Norland's terrifying blow, Zod's second in command, Fionn even lost her will to fight for a moment. It's astonishing how human beings can achieve this level of skill. What terrifying man did Kara choose to marry at this time? Kara and Batman also arrived. They also had large and small flashlights around them. Thanks to Norland's reminder, Flash got the Speed Force without any problems this time, and quickly adapted before heading straight for the southern Indian Ocean. On the way, they ran into Bruce and casually picked him up and carried him across mountains and rivers to this place. Of course, Kara flew here on her own. The enormous crater created by the power of the Phoenix has now been half filled by seawater. Without the Phoenix fire, the boundless ocean waters are enough to fill almost any hole. But this also gives a glimpse into the ferocity of the battle. As for the world enginate was reduced to ashes. Perishing in the Phoenix fire as well, finally made it. Looks like I can still participate in the final battle. The Great Flash was filled with fighting spirit. All these things started because of him. So naturally he had to join in and stop Zod from destroying the world. A final battle perhaps, but what about the enemy? Only those flying in the sky remain. Bruce stared blankly at the rapidly filling trench, then glanced around and saw only the Kryptonian spaceship hovering motionless in the sky. Perhaps we won't be able to participate in the final battle. I'll go help Norland. Kara didn't hesitate and immediately headed towards the Kryptonian spaceship. Norland entered the Kryptonian spaceship before her. They are currently in a standoff with Fiona and the others. Norland didn't attack immediately but said bluntly, "Now there are only a few of you left among the Kryptonians. So do you want to fight me to the deaths? or preserve the last bloodline of Kryptonians. I advise you to think this through carefully. If you take action, you all know the final outcome. If you surrender, Krypton might still have a chance to rebuild. Now it's your turn to choose the loss.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.